following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder.
This isn't just any rivalry. This is the rivalry. Two teams with mutual disdain. Born from repetition. Bound from familiarity. More than an adversary. Greater than an enemy. A rival.
From North America, give it up for the Valley!
Their opposition seems ordained. Connected by history, and utterly perfect. We don't remember days, only great moments. The stage awaits.
Coming at you guys live here from Las Vegas at the HyperX Arena. Welcome to the Spring Challenger Tournament 2023. And we have a banger of a matchup. I think you guys can hear me now. Coming at you live once again from Las Vegas, guys. HyperX Arena. We're here to see the grand finals. It's a packed crowd here with the boys from Outplay and BTK. And as you make your way here to the caster desk, it's going to be me joined with Trex in private. Guys, it's been weeks. I flew from the Philippines here, and now we're here. How are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, it's a colossal stadium. We got some monster teams, and I got my two favorite monster casters next to me, so I am definitely hyped for this one. It's going to be a great night.
Yeah, a familiar scenery, a familiar faces, but ladies and gentlemen, I mean, two great teams here. I cannot be more electrified. Enough of being excited here for tonight.
Yeah, I think there's a lot, on the line. We're going to hear more about it later, but it's been a journey for you guys, and I've had the pleasure of being part of that, especially online. I think even some of the other international casters out there, we've had our eyes on this whole kind of unfolding. This is the road to finals. So where we are now, it started with a round robin. It was 7 weeks of the regular season, what you guys had here. Teams ranked were based on series wins and total game count. And then we moved on to the top 4 teams, right? This was a double elimination bracket. And at that time we had, of course, TOB, now Outplay. We had the Ohio Brothers. We had BTK with Ackerman and the Empire. And that was, honestly, it was quite spicy of a playoffs that you guys had. And now we're here, 2 teams advancing to the finals. There's some revenge here that wants to be made. And it's, of course, Outplay and BTK. Now we have to take a look at the regular season record for Outplay, man. 26-1 for the regular season. That is, honestly, you don't hear that much, right? I mean, that is a dominating record. They only lost to Team Fallout in 5th place for that, but pretty much undefeated. Now BTK, 21-7 for the regular season, right? They had a little bit of a difficulty along the road, but I feel like they really pulled things together, and it just worked out for them, right? So we're also going to be taking a look here at some clips from what the teams have to say about each other. Let's have a look at this one.
I think the finals for any tournament is a lot different compared to every match beforehand, and I think me and my team will do better under pressure than them.
Actually, I'm more excited than last time. I think it's going to be a way more exciting game. We're against BTK. Like last time, we kind of anticipated that we are gonna win anyways, so it was less thrilling. But right now, it feels like a real competition.
I think we do have a few tricks up our sleeves, and right ever since we qualified to come to Las Vegas for the grand finals, we've been working endlessly on fixing any mistakes that we might have, and I don't think Team OP will be ready for how much we've improved and changed since last time we've seen them.
You can say that we're overconfident, but we're not overconfident for nothing because we've been undefeated the regular season. So maybe that's the right confidence that we can have.
Well, we're 7-0 against them in playoffs, as you guys know, but I mean not in playoffs, in the entire regular season as well. But we're not overconfident, but I think we are extremely confident in our play styles and stuff. Even with Promise here as our sub, I think it'll be fun.
I think we will struggle a lot less with Promise instead of Yureshi. I think Yureshi is a key player to their team. I think Yureshi helps with their draft, helps a lot with their shot calls, and I don't think Promise has that.
They took me in for a reason, right? So why would I feel the pressure? I've been here before, I've felt the pressure before. I'm confident now.
I think Promise is alright, but definitely not to the level of their former XP, Yureshi. And even besides Promise, we became more prepared with draft, and we're going about things in a way more calculated way.
When I first saw Mobazane at the studio, I didn't feel much, just, oh, he's here. I wasn't uncomfortable or anything, it just felt normal.
I did not say hi to him, but it's kind of weird for us talking right now because we are enemy. Maybe after the game.
This is my ex-teammate, and I know how he plays, I know how he thinks, kind of know a lot about him. So I'm actually confident going against him, and I'm excited to go against him.
It feels different seeing them because they were former teammates, some of them for a few years, but I think that'll also push me to try my best, and it has for the past 2 months. And I want to prove to them that even though they have 3 of my former teammates, I think I could still beat them in this grand finals.
Wow, there's a lot to unpack there from that jam-packed clip. I mean, we got best player, we got a lot of tension between the teams. How we feeling, Trex?
I mean, I can already see the YouTube chat right now. Hashtag, oh, he's here. Other than that, I mean, it's a nation divided right now, man. It's like the civil war of MLBB NA right now. 2 teams, but only one can take this, right?
Yeah, we're talking about a rivalry that has withstood the tests of time. 2 Titans, Hoon and Mobazane, going to be going at it here tonight. Questions are going to be answered here.
Yeah, there's lots of questions here. Some people might be wondering exactly what's at stake, so we're going to throw it over to our good friend, the handsome assassin, Dave. Dave, how's it looking over there?
It's looking fantastic with the crowd. Who's excited? That is correct, guys. Now, I want to remind everybody what's at stake. There are 4 things that you got to pay attention to. Number 1, we got prize almost double, $23,000 cash the player's taking home. Number 2, 900,000 diamonds are on the line. I talk about lifetime supply of diamonds. This is it. You know, the first place is 100K. I think the second place is 75. It's way too much diamonds. I don't know how to spend it. Obviously, the grand prize, a trip to MSC and a trip to IESF. Cambodia and Romania. What can I say, guys? Walk with me. Let me show you something exciting on the stage. The most important thing that players are fighting for tonight. Number 1, look at these beautiful medals right here. Oh my God. You know, I want to wear it, but obviously he looks handsome with it. Now, let's take a look at the trophy. As you can see, this is the Lexi trophy. We do have the Valley 2022 fall season right here. The winner today will take away this badge, this bad boy, and it's gonna have a new name on it. Who's gonna imprint their name? Only time will tell. Tonight, we'll find out the winners. A lot on the line, guys, but back to you, Naisu. Tell us what's going on.
Thank you very much, Dave. And as you guys know, that's what's on the line here between this match. A lot there. But also, we do want to take a quick mention for the live audience here. Of course, we got stuff for you guys and also the viewers that are watching online right now. But first off, live audience. There's a carnival going on. This is from earlier today, and just
there I am.
A bunch of games. That's you. That's the Trex. That's the T-Rex, right? We got bunny hats and everything. But there's a ton of prizes, like exclusive MLBB prizes that, hey, I haven't even seen in other regions. So if you guys are here, make sure you join the carnival. It's here for the entirety, I believe, of this day, of this grand final. Lots of goodies there for you guys to grab and just kind of experience the games. Did you guys have fun with the games? I know you guys played a little bit.
I did play a little bit. A little bit. It was fun. It was fun.
It is exciting. There's so many
We're running.
different things to
But
do.
that was the coolest hat.
That was, yeah. I was actually watching this here. Also, for everybody watching online, we have very special giveaway codes. There's only 60 of these, so this is a tournament chest, a whole lot of Lightborn. And then there's a Count Dracula there, so, you know, that is a little bit, it's the opposites, right? But it's only one Count Dracula, lots of Lightborns. Go for it. That's 16% that you guys have. Now, there's more in store for you guys later, but we have to get closer and closer to this match. I think the teams are now ready to line up and enter the stage here. It's going to be BTK walking out first.
Now, this is the team that once reigned supreme in NA, but today they are the underdogs. I'm wondering if they can take this, Private.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen from Las Vegas, viewing from around the world, put your hands together for BTK.
Yeah, there you go. Zane's feeling it, man. Hey, he's ready to go here. We're going to be taking a look just a second at the roster, exactly, you know, how they're going to field into this matchup. Again, we already saw a lot of the talking between the two teams. Trex, take us through the roster here
All right,
for BTK.
so we got a lot of new faces that we've never seen before. Up first, T in the EXP lane, along with Joybaj as the roam. In the third rookie on the team, Yato. I think all these guys are under 16 right now. Yato's going to be in the mid lane. Mobazane in the jungle, and ISO taking it on in the gold lane.
Well, that's BTK for you. And now Outplay ready to walk in and enter the stage as well. Here's Outplay.
Now, Outplay, undisputed right now. So far, no one's been able to take them down through the season. Can they continue this win streak?
Yeah, undisputed, undefeated. Put your hands together for Outplay.
This lineup's looking good, right? They've got their flag as well. I've seen their merch, man. They got a whole bunch of merch here. So again, something that you guys can do if you're in the live audience, grab both teams' merch. Now, one of the biggest questions here too is the change that they've had with the roster. Let's take a look at that, Private.
Yeah, in the gold lane, gonna be basic. Then in the jungle, best player. Familiar faces we all know and love. Hoon, of course, in the mid. And then everybody's favorite roamer, Shark. But the point of contention here tonight, Promise, that change out in the XP lane.
Okay, so there's the reveal, by the way. I know a lot of people already saw Best Player 1. Now everybody's seeing him, right? It's great to see his face and get to talk to him. But one of the reoccurring questions, I think, for a lot of this is how does BTK get this win, right? What do they have to do to stop this? Like you guys mentioned before, this is in a way a David and Goliath matchup. You guys had some points here for the breakdown on how BTK can do this. Let's take a look at that.
I mean, I feel like, honestly, the reason we say this is BTK is the one that has to overcome something. And number one, step one is control that draft. BTK needs to watch out for Hoon and some of his power picks, his comfort picks. And I think really important here, allow T to have a good matchup against Promise.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we have to bring up synergy. Bring it together. T and ISO need to rotate around for the early neutral objectives and use their numbers to zone out best player.
Most definitely. I think that's going to be extreme for them. And as they're zoning them out, they need to try to slow down on these objectives, right? Too many times Zane tries to rush that Lord. They need to take their time, let the team get a good positioning on that, and secure it.
Yeah, but the last point, possibly the most important, push with control. BTK needs to calm down with the first push. Use the momentum to starve at the base. So many times we see a lot of these abilities, the ultimates go off before we're actually at the towers.
All right, so with all that, we got to also take a look at the stats, right? These were from regular season and playoffs here. We've got the average kills, average death, average assists, and damage per gold. We'll talk about that in a second. Trex, I mean, what's the breakdown here between these two teams?
I mean, I think the major breakdown is something that everyone around the world right now knows. BTK is the underdog in these stats. The only thing they're winning in right now is the average death. Not something you want to normally be ahead in, but something we really want to put everyone's eyes on is that damage per gold number. And what it means is how they're utilizing these items. How much bang are they getting for their buck? Are they taking advantage of what they have?
Yeah, and it comes down to what you actually do with the gold, the itemization, and when you're going with those timed pushes, if you have enough ready when it's time to kind of stand up, especially when it comes to those objectives.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are probably wondering exactly how that works out, but really it's just what's the value out of your using. And I think one of the biggest things there is the gold lane. You have the gold lane, and then you have, of course, XP lane. That's where a lot of eyes are going to be on. At least for me, even in our region to other regions around the world, XP lane right now is a huge factor, right? We actually saw that in the clip too, where they're talking about with Outplay not having Yureshi here, having Promise step in. How does that change? You know, how does that change the course of the draft for them? How does it change even the shot calling within the game? Because again, XP lane is massive right now, right? So in just a second here, we're going to be taking a look at our predictions. And you know, I don't know if you guys saw, but in the Philippines, when it came to the grand final, we all put X. We didn't want to predict, but here we're doing it. That's cheating. This is my prediction. I'm putting Outplay out there. I did that because, again, going from the objectives, the stats that are there, they don't lie to me. Now, Trex, I know you have a prediction here. Let's take a look at yours.
All right, so we all know Outplay is the favorite here, right? Everyone thinks they're going to be able to take this if you look at the numbers, but something in my gut the past few weeks has just been telling me, it's been taunting, it's been whispering BTK, and today I think it could happen, and if I get this right, I'm going down as a legend, man.
You got it.
Well, I don't know if you can tell by the colors. It might be a mystery to some people, but I've said it before, right now is the time to believe. While the stats might not agree with it, if there was ever a time, they've been so close in the past, but if there was ever a time to kind of topple that mountain, topple that giant, tonight is the night, and my vote goes for BTK.
There it is. Matching the suit. It looks great, man, but I'm a little outnumbered here, right? Yeah, I see you looking at me. But there's two other casters, by the way, that will be joining us later. And first, if you guys didn't know, it's going to be Steph Wheezy and Eunice, but Steph Wheezy, his prediction here, I believe, let's see it. There it is. It's Outplay. Hey, I'll let him explain himself later, right? He'll be joining us. Yeah. And right now, it's 2 for 2. Now, Eunice is our next caster. She also predicted for Outplay, so hey, it's 3-2, guys. You know, it's a numbers game, but ultimately we don't know what's going to happen, right? Because that's the thing. There's a lot of variables here between some of the changes that have happened. It's a best of 7. I am personally hoping that we go 6-7 games. I've had enough of sweeps, man. like around the world, it's been sweeps in the grand final, but now I know some of you guys joining us don't, you know, most of you know how the draft works and everything, but for those that don't, and also the lovely mothers out there, happy Mother's Day, because some of you are here in the crowd. We know you're here. Trex, why don't you break down how the draft works?
All right, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys a quick breakdown for any new players, any new viewers, especially if you're new to the tournament scene, because things are a little bit different than your average ranked game. So blue team will be the first to ban and the first to pick. They will take the first ban. After that, red team will follow up with another ban, the first of their first 3. After that, blue team will fire back with their second ban. It'll then follow forward back to red team, and they will take their second ban, which following after that, blue team will get their third and final ban of the first phase. Red team will then finish out the first phase of bans with their third ban, and then we get into the juicy part, the picks. Blue team having a possible advantage with getting first pick, but red team does get to even things out by getting 2 picks, their first and their second. After that, we flow back to the blue team. They get to finish their first half of the picks by taking their second and third, and then we wrap up the first half of the draft with red team taking their third pick. Now we're back to the bans. Both teams get a total of 5, and red team gets to start in the second half with their 4th ban. After that, blue team will also be taking their 4th ban, and then we wrap things up for red team with their final and 5th ban, and then we stop all of the bans with blue team taking their final and 5th. Now we get into the final 2 picks, possibly 2 of the most important picks of this drafting phase. Red team will get their 4th pick. Blue team, though, will have to finish out their picks by taking their 4th and their 5th pick, and then red team gets the final countermeasure, getting the final pick of the draft, the 5th pick.
That's a whole lot of BAM. Yeah. I feel like you said BAM a ton of times there. That's true. I mean, again, it's a mouthful, but obviously when you see it unfold in just a little bit here, it's going to make sense, right? And I would say that majority of people, they have an idea, right? You've been watching a lot of MLBB here. But speaking of that and how the flow of the draft goes, a lot of people might be wondering, what is the value of that? Like being first pick, you know, having those last 2 options. I mean, Private, you have been watching a lot of these games, obviously through the regular season. Is there a side that has an advantage in your opinion?
If you personally, I'm going to have to go with the people that have the first ban, because that means you have the first pick. What that means here tonight, because OP has been undefeated through it, they had the option and they selected first ban, first pick, and I believe that's going to give them a huge advantage when it comes into our first game.
I think one of the biggest things here, though, too, aside from bans, is you got to consider the pocket picks. You can call them pocket picks, cheese picks, whatever you want, niche picks even, because even different regions have these things. And that's why I loved being a viewer of NACT regular season, because there was something, you know, I was cheering on the Hanabi, man. I was
Ooga Booga.
Ooga Booga.
Boogeyman.
I was like, go Hanabi. I love it. Non-meta pick. You know, unfortunately, we're not going to see it here in the grand final. But, you know, that's the thing. I think game one specifically is where you're going to see these kind of interesting picks. Moba Zane said himself in the video that we saw earlier, you know, they feel like they're a lot better prepared now. And maybe, you know, some people are like, hey, BTK, maybe they held some things back in the regular season that we didn't necessarily get to see. But what I can say is, at least from the grand finals, that's usually when teams pull out. For example, Guinevere Jungles, Gold Lane Mitsutar, paired with a Franco, you know what I mean? So like, this is the time to see it. I mean, Trex, is there anything here that you're kind of expecting, or is it just unexpected at this point because now you're in the grand final?
I mean, of course, there's those regulars. I think game one is definitely going to be a limit tester. I think one of the things I have my eyes on is, will BTK maybe let the Fanny out? Maybe let it out on purpose. See if they can test it. Not BTK taking it, but maybe letting best player get it. Are we going to see best player pick those assassin picks? Is BTK going to worry about those? And in game one, that's your chance. Can we let them have this very strong pick and still beat it? And it's when you can kind of bait the other team, and then we have Outplay probably thinking the same things. Do we let Zane get the Fredren? Do we let him get the Lancelot? Things like that. So a lot of things can happen in this first draft, and from there, it's just going to evolve on.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the XP lane and the importance of it, especially when it came to international scale. With Yureshi not here, does that limit a pool maybe for the XP lane when it comes to OP, or is it maybe bring something surprising to BTK that they might not be prepared for, that they've been facing throughout the season?
Yeah, and I think, again, we're only just a couple minutes away from the draft here. Players getting situated, first time sitting in these seats and getting everything aligned. Of course, we want them to be as pretty much the integrity of the match for game number one and the rest of the series. And you guys already talked, you know, some of the ideas here for the draft. For me personally, I think, yeah, this is where we see BTK. Part of that breakdown that you guys did before, yes, all that's true. But if they're holding on to something, like, this is the time to do it. Start on the momentum, right? Because what we're seeing, and the reason why there's been so many sweeps in the grand finals, is because the way the meta is, at least globally, is you get the momentum rolling. Usually you can carry that from game to game to game. So BTK, they take game one, whether that's comfort picks or something surprising, they're in a good position to pretty much carry through the series. So one of those boxes as well, like I said, is that XP lane matchup if they can pull that off. But then you guys are talking a lot about the jungle here, right? And that's, I feel like eyes are honestly on that too, because a lot of people, I don't know if this is pressure for Zane, if he feels it. The guy has been in this position many times, right? So, you know, do you think that's going to be something that really plays out here jungle-wise? Is that the momentum starter for this matchup?
I mean, I think it could go a lot of ways, right? But it is important, like you just said, Zane, he had some rough retries during the playoffs, right? But now he's in his comfort seat. Best player may not be. We've been wondering how nervous these players are going to be. Right now, BTK doesn't look too bad. We were just looking at them on camera. They looked pretty comfortable. But when I've seen best player the past few days, he looks pretty ready too. But when it comes down to that retry, when it comes down to game 4, game 5, game 6, hopefully game 7, are they going to be able to hit it when it matters?
Well, and not to beat a dead horse, but there's always the critiques. People say that Zane only plays a few dimensional heroes. But as the season started going on, you started seeing some changes. A Lance, when was the, I mean, he brought out a Lance. Yeah, I mean, so there is a huge dimension for him. But you're also competing about somebody who has just been a standard in best player, who just rarely ever makes those huge mistakes. And I think that's another clash that is going to be very exciting to see here tonight.
Not only that, but now that we've talked about XP, we've talked about jungle. What about the roam? I mean, like, a lot of people have talked about Shark, man. And I mean, even in the Philippines, people talk about Shark. Other regions talk about him. that matchup alone, we know the jungle can set the momentum, but roamers nowadays too. You know, a lot of the times making clutch plays here. And we know that, I would say, at least for Roam in NACT, there can be some variation, but for the most part, it's similar heroes we're used to seeing, right? And it comes down to execution here. Private, what do you think about that matchup in the Roam role?
Well, it's something that needs to have respect behind it. You can't, I feel like a Shark can't get onto something that he's super comfortable on because he can run wild. There needs to be respect behind it if BTK wants to be successful here tonight.
I mean, I think Shark has a little bit of the deeper hero pool here. I think a lot, the problem is he's comfortable on a lot. Yeah. I mean, we've seen him clutch pick Matilda's, and she's not even super meta anymore, and seen him win games with those. We've seen him do some of those things, and he's able to consistently do it. I will say that him and Joybaj are similar in their styles. They like to be aggressive, but when it comes down to that mid, when it comes down to that roam, can Joybaj and Yato keep Hoon and Shark at bay?
Well, speaking of Shark, here's some fun facts for you. This is his bio. He's from Oklahoma City. That's his hometown. He loves Fanny. You know, I'm not surprised here.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
You guys have seen it, right? And,
Petrify Fanny.
Yes, Petrify Fanny. Somehow it works, right? And also, he loves culinary arts. That's an interesting fun fact, I feel like. Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook, right? Hobby outside of gaming, so I don't know how much time he has for cooking. Well, actual food. So we'll see how that plays out. And also, again, Roam role here. You guys mentioned at least impact Roam is the biggest thing. Matilda, yeah, is great, but something, again, when it comes to the bans is who do you target, right? BTK, that's part of it. Drafting-wise is who do we ban out? Who do we target? Because there's a lot of boxes that they kind of have to check out here, Private.
Yeah, I mean, especially I feel like Shark, his positioning can be uncanny. So maybe a lot of focus goes onto those setting potential, the Lolita, the Kufra, even Grok. I mean, you were just talking about it. There's so many picks that he has that he's just surgical on. So do you ban it out or do you prepare for it? Do you try to bait them into something that he's super comfortable on and have a plan for it?
That's great that you pointed out because I want to follow up on that. Before we do, if you haven't yet or if you missed it, we do have a giveaway code for you guys viewing out there. Tournament chest. Again, this is the Lightborn and the Count Dracula. This is, I feel like, one of the best giveaways, the best chests that you guys can go ahead and grab. If you don't have these, give it a whirl. It's only 60 giveaway codes. Now, to go back to that point, Private, I think that's something that's really important because, again, we went through the drafting kind of format, how it works. But one of the biggest things that people don't count is, especially with teams that have analysts, right? And that have certified drafters, man, is the mind games that happen. Yeah, that happens in the mind games of the draft because what you're seeing more and more, especially in the grand finals for a lot of these regions, is some of them are bait, like bait drafting bans, and it ends up getting in your favor. And one of the big parts about that, you guys mentioned this earlier, even with Zane opting for that Fredgen for a lot of the times, that is a flex pick. And how many heroes are there that are flex? So you pick that up in the first phase. You don't know 100%. Is it going to the jungle? Is it going to go in the XP lane? We've seen Fredgen even in the XP lane. And then it kind of unfolds from there. So again, this is something that you have to consider is when it comes to draft, there's a lot more mind games that happen here.
That's something they really need to do. It's something that I think NA has lacked for a while, but as this season has gone on, Outplay's been one of those teams that has done those types of swapperoos halfway through the draft, and that was why I think Yureshi was so pivotal and why I'm wondering, is Promise going to be able to pick up the Fredren, pick up the Grok in the XP lane, kind of make that move happen? And both teams, I think when it comes down to these later games, they're going to have to be able to make those plays happen. It's going to be extremely important. Like, I think that could be the game-changing moment right there.
Yeah. A lot of times this is draft.
Yeah, it's interesting too because you know for OP there were some phone calls last night, some little group huddles with Yureshi to try to pick his brain as much as they could to try to make sure that they are prepared for every eventuality here tonight. And we're going to find out how well that preparation paid off.
Yeah, I know we can't wait, but we have to wait a little bit longer as they figure out what's going on with one of the players here as they get set up. Again, we're going to take a short break. And we'll be back after this. So sit tight. We'll be back after this break.
To the storm front!
my mission to banish all darkness. You knew it was all in vain. I'm the blizzard that hovers over evil. Ephemeral, like the flash of lightning.
Fear not, for hope stands with you.
Poor swordsman.
We can win the race against time.
Fate is the path you choose. A glorious victory is now foreseeable.
All right, we're back. We're going to be jumping right into the draft here. Game number 1. And let's see, we talked a lot about the matchups across the lanes, and we know the format now. Let's see how the first game draft pans out.
All right, so BTK already answered one of my questions, right? They banned out the Fanny on the side outplay. We have the Wan and the R-Lot already. And normally they like to leave that R-Lot open, but that was when Yureshi was here, right? So we're already seeing a little bit of difference in bans. Also, Hoon taking out that Fermis, and now the Joy from BTK.
Yeah, and I think a big question is how much of an option is the Valentina, those mages, those heavy hitters like Fars, are those going to be big options to be taking off the table? I mean, it's going to be pretty impressive to see what we go for here.
Again, you guys already talked about it. I mean, these are power picks, right? Not just here in NACT, but globally. But the way that teams kind of play around with those compositions is really what matters. The last ban, though, for BTK is going to be the Claude. So interesting, right? There's a lot here. But first pick, Glue.
Yeah, not the Valentina, right? Now, the Farza is still open, so I think Outplay feels a little comfortable about it, right? It's like, okay, fine, you can maybe have the Valentina. But I think this is going to be a very hot pick for Promise, this Glue. From what I've heard, from the information I've gathered, it's going to be very important for him, and it's something they're going to try to secure for him a lot.
Yeah, and we do have that Divine Judgment going to be out there too as well. Kaja and Valentina quickly scooped up by BTK. And like you were saying, the big interesting thing here is, are we going to be able to play into that Valentina? Maybe our draft for OP going to be something that she can't really utilize.
That's actually a good point, because a lot of teams do that. If there's a Valentina across from you, you kind of have to decide. This is why I was talking about, you know, teams that have these dedicated analysts and drafters, coaches, and things like that. It's something to think about. So now with the Valentina across from you, it's like, all right, well, what ultimates do we not want to give to her? What ultimates do we want to make available? And then at the same time, in the game itself, you're trying to basically keep certain ultimates away. Now, what they do, Outplay just goes with the Farsa and the carry pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they feel comfortable that maybe Hoon can drop the better feathered airstrike than Yato, right? But I mean, this is a pick that I think is also going to be highly contested for Hoon. Again, it's going to be Fermis, Farza, Valentina, and if they don't get one of the other two, they're going to put Hoon on that Farza. I was wondering if they were going to pick that up front, because if they didn't, they were going to take it away. And that's what happened in game 1 of their last bout. Hoon did not have one of his power picks. He got stuck on the Lilia, and it became trouble. But right now, they're looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and another thing, too, that adds into it, especially having Hoon on the Farza, means that early game pressure for OP is going to be there. We need to be prepared if we are BTK on those side lanes to make sure that we are watching the map, that there's great communication to make sure that there aren't any surprises in the opening minutes.
Okay, and you can already see, right, BTK is going to go ahead and focus down some of the roaming options here, right? They really have to. They take out the Kufra right off the bat. They don't want... One of the things about Kufra is the fact that now a while ago they made it so, you know, when he's in a bush, he's charging up. You actually don't hear that sound effect anymore, that sound bite. So that's why Kufra, a lot of the times, people are like, you know, he's kind of situational, but really he just works so well for setups. And so they take that out. They might even possibly take out one more roam option.
Lolita?
You know, Lolita is another one that comes to mind, because we've seen time and time again Shark really have some massive games on Lolita, and love the big bobbleheads. You know, we need more of that here at NA. But response-wise, Outplay, they go ahead focusing down XP lane. There's the Lapu Lapu ban.
I'm thinking after that Lapu, possibly a Yuzong ban onto T. It's been another big pick for him. And like I said, you take out another tank. Now Lolita, Grok, something like that. I think the Grok could also go good. No, they already have the Kaja. So, I mean, I think definitely focus all onto Shark here. Best player at this point, you're not going to limit him too much, right? Like, you've already taken out the Fanny. At this point, you got to just kind of let him get whatever he needs. And if they waste too much pressure on that, they could possibly let Shark have something too good.
Well, and that's the interesting thing is we took out the Kufra, so we still have that Lolita, which, I mean, is Shark's bread and butter. And maybe we're looking to kind of bait him into taking that, maybe pick up an Esmeralda into the side lane. Hasn't been, I've already answered my question. They take Lolita off the board.
You know what's funny about that, though, is like a lot of teams, when they have this kind of pattern of drafting, they do leave the Lolita open. The reason why they do that when they have the Valentina is because Terrify works so great against it. It forces the Lolita to really set up in bushes, or at least weird angles, so you're not just charging up the Numen Blast and then all of a sudden you're terrified, you know, and your whole game plan kind of goes out the window. But BTK, they're like, you know what, we don't want to bother with it anyway. Let's just take it out. Whittling down the options here once again for Shark. Last ban, though, for Outplay could possibly, again, be towards the XP lane. Now, something to think about, too, is BTK. Now, I know Kaja is there, and it's most likely going to be in Roam. But we've seen Kaja in the jungle, too. I don't know how you guys here feel about that. You know, if that's kind of... Not sure if I want to see Kaja in the jungle, right? But still, it's someone that is left open, and that usually isn't, is the Fredrin, right? And you're so used to seeing Fredrin picked up in the first phase, or possibly even banned out. So now, there it is, last ban, the Yuzhong.
I mean, I feel like the Fredrin has been kind of, it is very good, but it's not always ban-worthy now, at least recently in these playoffs and towards the end. Now, my question is, does BTK pick up that Fredrin now? Do they wait for T to get the final pick? I almost think they want to save that jungle pick, right? The Lancelot's still open as well, so that could be something to throw up. But T, he already has his matchup, so it might be smart to let Zane wait it out and try to get a counter pick here.
Well, the interesting, and there goes the Fredrin pickup there. And what I was going to get into is that they have played. We've seen already in the past, OP is not afraid of the Fredrin. They've come together, especially when it comes to those objectives, to kind of isolate Zane out, make sure that they can secure him down while they get the objective. So we're going to have to see if this is going to be the point of contention for BTK. Can they come together? Can they make sure to protect Zane during those objectives?
All right, I love it. Outplay goes ahead and locks in their first composition with a Tanks-a-Lot. It's going to be that Tanks-a-Lot, and then paired up with the Franco here. So it's going to be up to Shark, you know, landing the hooks, finding those pickoffs if he can, play around that, build momentum. The response from BTK, though, we're going to find out the last pick, right? And Fredrin being there is probably one of those choices. It's just like, hey, let's opt for safety. Let's go that route, utility, focus on these objectives. Going back to the breaking points earlier, right? Focus, slow down a little bit, because sometimes it does come down to who dances better, right? When it comes to turtle dances, lord dances. And there you go. It's actually the Terizla last pick here for BTK. Gonna park that into the XP lane. A great option that has another hero that kind of has risen, I would say, in the ranks as of late.
Yeah, and T's had a very weird relationship with this hero, right? Yep. Early season, he had a lot of rough games when he got forced to this. A lot of rough games when he got forced to this or the Dairoth. But in the playoffs, he kind of stepped up. He made some big plays happen. Now, looking at BTK, it looks a little more closed in. We want to pocket up. Nobody's super big range except for ISO on this Beatrix. Now, Outplay a little more front to back. We have our divers, we got a puller with a hook, and we got Esmeralda that's going to sit there and drop some bombs down. So I feel like Outplay has a little more movability, a little way to kind of make some flanks happen, where BTK seems a bit more in the route of we're trying to jump in and take you out.
Yeah, I was just going to say there, when it comes to these, while on paper it does look like they kind of have the same thing, 2 suppressions, 1 for each side, 2 heavier, tankier jungles to kind of sit in that objective a lot longer. And then you have the Farja and the Valentina who can both potentially have that feathered airstrike. However, on BTK's side, a little bit closer range that they need to get to actually be a little bit more effective. So we're going to see if it pays off here.
I think one of the biggest things is, yes, how do you utilize the Valentina? How do you utilize taking those ultimates? One of the biggest things, too, is momentum, like I've been saying, and Kaja is the perfect one to do that for BTK. You have that available to you, right? Joybotch has to make things work because you've got a Divine Judgment, and you have to make a play off that. You get that numbers advantage. This is what we're talking about when it comes to slowing down those objective takes. If you have the numbers advantage, you're in a great position, right? And at the same time, Beatrix as a marksman pick needs time to build up, but at least you literally have a gun for every situation. But I think one of the big question marks here, for me anyway, with this lineup is, yes, the Terizla pick. Because sometimes, other than just being kind of a punching bag, if you are landing those penalty zones on, let's say, 2, 3, you're still a punching bag, but at least you're holding people down for the follow-up, right? And we've seen kind of in the charts throughout the seasons how much magic damage a Valentina can park early game. And how that kind of scales up. It buys time for your Beatrix to go ahead and farm up, get to where you need. Hopefully, we've seen ISO do amazing things before in the regular season. Who's to say he can't do it here in game number 1?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of ISO, we've seen him do great on the Beatrix. Up against Ackerman, we saw him miss a couple snipes, a couple of important ones. We've seen him not really have all of his grasp on every weapon when it comes down to crunch time. So a lot is on his shoulders here. He's one of the main damage dealers. Same there with Yato. He's literally they're the only two big damage dealers here, at least when it comes to late game. And Outplay feels comfortable in the late game. And like you said, with the Beatrix, you have all these different options. Is that going to be something that troubles him when basic, all he's got to do is hit the ultimate, hit the speedy light wheel, jump in, start dashing, and he's shredding things down.
Yeah, that's a great point too, especially because ISO feels like he has a few more boxes to check to be successful, and the targets aren't as numerous on the other side. I mean, you have Carry and Farza. Lance would probably be able to get out of the way. You're not really trying to put some damage onto Franco and Glue, who are going to be probably tanky enough to take it. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to need to be a very specific game played by ISO.
Yeah, again, I think the players are going to go ahead and find they're going to set things up here, right? They have to fix something. But still, this is going to be the same draft that we're looking at, the breakdown. We've already commented a lot about this too. And really, both teams have great pickoff potential, right? Have great momentum starting potential. And also, when there's a Tanks-a-Lot in the game, right? And it's against a Fredrin, it kind of comes down to no one's going to die, at least, in terms of like those two,
we'll
right? No one's going to go down. Unless something else happens, right? Unless, hey, best player has something to say about it, right? But still, typically what you see is there might be some early aggression. It also depends on how teams decide to invade or put pressure early game on the jungle, and then kind of start that, because again, what you want to do is delay things if you can, leading up to that first objective. They're set already. Like I said, the Lancelot, keep wanting to say Tanks-a-Lot. The Lancelot tank build with the Fredrin kind of serves the same purpose, but you got a little more like room for finesse to work on the Lancelot, right? You can bob and weave out of there and really kind of sometimes just steal away objectives. So one thing you want to do here, especially for BTK, is if you can put pressure on the jungle, then that might be a good scenario to start in the early game here.
Yeah, I mean, but that's something that BTK has had trouble with. Normally they're an aggressive team, but that was back when Shark was there, right? They're a team that likes to get inside of the enemy's jungle, and that is definitely something they should do here, but are they going to be able to get past that wall of Shark and Hoon? Are they going to be able to finally be on the opposite side of the river? Because most of the time when they go up against Outplay, it's the other way around. Hoon and Shark are sitting in their jungle on their side of the river taking up space. So that's going to be a major driving point in the early phases of this game. Are they going to be able to push that border a little bit the other way?
Well, and then it comes down to, especially Shark's amazing ability to kind of get the vision and be in the places he needs to be on the map. If a BTK wants to be successful with it, they're going to have to try to at least match that to make sure that there aren't any surprises we've talked about earlier coming for them. Because, I mean, OP, once they get that ball rolling, it is very hard to stop, especially when it comes to like the objectives. Now, when it comes to those objectives, we used to have the biggest player, I want to say, for that would be Yureshi and his placement. Are we going to be expecting the same thing from the XP laner here? Or is BTK maybe kind of planning to have a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to their placement?
I think that's the point, right? The why I said for XP lane in a way, as we're taking a look, right? Promise. He's got shoes to fill. And a lot of people know that, so there might be some pressure there might not be. He has done an amazing job even before when he was playing on a different team to where he is now. So he should be able to fill those shoes, and at least that's what we can expect. It's going to be massive, though, for that momentum. You're talking about a team, they're called Outplay, right? Some people say OP was overpowered. It depends on your idea about that, but they do become kind of overpowered to the point where they outplay the opponent. So we're jumping into game number 1 here.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is about to set the tone. Game 1, Outplay taking on BTK.
Okay, so like we said, let's lay down the story here. BTK on a road to redemption here. Can they take out Outplay in game 1? Like Naisu made such a great point of, I think something very important here is, can they be aggressive in the early stage? Can they try to push into the land of Outplay and maybe even try to secure something early on to best player? I think it's an important winning condition. We're already seeing some of that happen. Another big win condition for BTK is gonna be T. He's gonna need to be able to find angles onto Hoon on this Farza and onto Basic on this carry. I think if BTK can do that, then they can possibly take this. But Outplay Outplay, on the other hand, they have a nice late game. They have great scaling with this Farza, great scaling with this carry, and if they can find the positions in these neutral objectives, they can definitely take us through this.
That's the thing, though, is that both teams actually have great options for, you know, early game, late game potential here. But really, when all is said and done, who's able to secure the objectives? You guys talked about the Retribution battles before leading into this, and that's a big thing. You know, they have to be able to play around that. You can already see some focus here, top side.
Yeah, top side already 3 members of BTK kind of setting up there. Mobazane going to go ahead and start moving his way up through their jungle, Shark, making sure he still has that vision. But Turtle's going to be up in about 22 seconds. A little bit of magic happening here at the mid, but still a lot of respect for both of these teams.
Yeah, but look at BTK right now. They're literally taking the words out of your lips, Naisu. They've been in their jungle. They're taking some camps. They have a nice position, but both teams taking it slow. Even though Outplay likes to be the aggressors, this is grand finals, and you can tell they don't want to go too insane on this. First Turtle is up.
Okay, first Turtle here. They're going to be fighting it out.
Yeah, 2-on-2 here right now. We can see the Thorned Rose coming out. Turtle is down to about 50%. Best player in the midst of it's going to come out. Feathered Airstrike, best player, gets the first Turtle.
That's a big one. It's a good start. Luckily, nobody does go down for BTK just yet. But wait, ISO taken out in the top side.
Yeah, on off screen, ISO gets taken down, and that is not what you want from your marksman, who does need some time to kind of get that gold to be in the game.
So that's great, right? Outplay is able to get the first blood. They get the first Turtle here. They're off to a good start, building that momentum we were talking about.
Oh, hook land. Joyboss gets caught. Is going to be able to find an escape.
Okay, that's what we love. We love the hooks, right? That's kind of what you expect when the Franco's on the table here. So Bloodthirsty Kings, they want to be conscious of that. Where is Shark? As much as possible, kind of counterplay around that. Maybe even bait the hooks, right? And this is what they could go for.
Mobazane does get caught by a hook. Feathered Airstrike comes down. He's very low. Thorned Rose finishes the job.
And this is one of the problems, right? They can't get split up too late, but best player doesn't want to stop. Might back off here, but wait.
Yeah, 2-0 right now. Joyboss is trying to get onto the... Another hook lands. Feathered Airstrike of their own. It's not going to be able to protect them. Another kill for best player.
Oh, Outplay is taking off right now. This is going to be a little bit of a problem if BTK wants to try to come back here.
It's starting. That's the momentum we were talking about. 3-0 now. And leading up to, you know, we're 30 seconds away from the next Turtle. They got to be able to kind of slow things down like you guys mentioned. But at the same time, this is where they need to find pickoffs, right? Joybot has to come through for this.
I mean, and look at the mini-map. Zane consistently alone. But the thing is Shark is the one creating this pressure in the gold lane so that Joybot and the rest of the team, they have to stay up here. Zane is forced to be alone, and that's why he got caught off in the Lethal Wander earlier. Now, taking a look at some of these items, taking a look at Zane. He's got the Molten Core down, going even more into magic defense because we know that Hoon is a problem. On the other side, we have best player also a little bit ahead here. They are going to try to force this tower, though.
They force the tower, but do not find an answer. They're basically safe and snug as a bunny there.
That's rough, right? Because you now don't have the flicker, but now Turtle, the fight's going to ensue.
Yeah, we do have the Feathered Airstrike coming down. Turtle down to about 10% health. Mobazane gets the second Turtle. They are still fighting in here. We do see that suppression come down. Mobazane gets taken down. Feathered Airstrike of their own. Yato finds the kill onto Hoon. We are not done yet.
All right, so they get a little bit of something there, but wait, the slam!
Yeah, we do have the Thorned Rose come out. Yato goes back, but Joybot gets taken out by Promise.
Just when they thought they got away, just when they thought they took the objective and tried to even the game, Outplay gets the outplay, still holding a 3,000 gold lead here, but BTK not giving up just yet. Best player, though, now the aggressor in the jungle.
Yeah, and they're fighting over these buffs. Zane is having trouble trying to keep the best of him right now. You see, we were talking about Lance being able to kind of get in and get out without much hesitation.
Yeah, he bobs, he weaves, right? That's one of the great things about him. And you can see the pressure being put now on Mobazane. He's going to have to rely on his team to help him out a little bit here, buy some time. You guys already mentioned, 5.5 minutes in the game. The goal lead is there for Outplay, and this is, again, going back to the point that they love to build momentum here.
Ooh.
That was close. That was dicey, but ISO picking up a big item. This is going to start to help him scale a little bit here.
Listen, we're about 6 minutes in, and BTK has the fear of hooks in them right now. After Shark lands one or two of those, you got to start being careful. Well, look! Oh,
Feathered airstrike. Yato still is able to get out of the way. It was very close, though.
No fear there. He's like, you know what?
No.
Just kidding. All right, he misses one, but he's going to make up for it later on in the game. But BTK still holding on. They have to do everything they can here to kind of whittle down that gold lead, slow things down, because First Lord, when it comes up after this next turtle take, hopefully BTK can assert some dominance in this objective take, secure the...
Hook lands! Joybot's in trouble! Gets taken down by Hoon!
That is a problem.
That is
time
fear.
and time again. That is fear. Fear him now. Fear Shark.
Yeah, Mobazane with ISO here. It is a 3-on-2, actually 4-on-3 right now. Not sure if they have what it's... Oh, the Page's Grab does come down. Mobazane trying to get some positioning on here. Best player still gets the Lord, but down goes best player to Yato.
And the kill goes to Yato, and take a look at Yato, 2-0-0. Yes, the gold lead is a little ahead, but it has stayed at the same for about the whole game. Outplay has not gotten into a full-on snowball position just yet. We can't put all of our eggs in that basket just yet. Outplay's not taking the game. Here comes Joybosh.
And what a great read by OP. Always ready for these ganks. Hoon coming in from the back. They still very safe under their tower.
Okay. Joybotch, that's twice now, same lane. He's tried to make a pick, but that's kind of what he has to do, right? He has to take the initiative to get the favor back for BTK. So, you know, he might get, as long as he's not getting punished, it's just a failed attempt. It's down for now. They can fall back. Yes, Yato, so far, having a great game on the Valentina pick. He's 2-0. He's got the mystery shop too. Able to build up those items better here. The damage is also going to be in favor for Yato. So hopefully, this is all buying time once again for ISO to get to where he needs to be.
Oh, another hook does land onto Joybotch. A lot of damage. Best player picks up the kill.
Time and time again. When will this reign of destruction end? Joybaj, man, I think he needs to be a little more patient right now. He's a little bit moving all over the place. He's showing his face too much, and Shark's got a read on him, man. No matter where he goes, he's getting caught. He's getting picked. And it doesn't matter if Yato has the damage, because once you get picked and you're 0-4-1 on Akaja, you're going down.
Well, that's the thing, right? Joybot is he's died 4 times. You got to be a little more careful, but at the same time, who else is going to start things for them? Mobazane being focused down here, though.
Yeah.
He might have a counterpunch.
Just over half health, but up at the top, you see Joybot taking a lot of damage, goes down again. Now they're focused on Mobazane and T, trying to slow them down. Is this going to be enough to take down? Suppression onto Mobazane. ISO finds a tower off screen, and Basic finds the kill onto Mobazane. Shark goes down from a side panel there by Yato.
So, I mean, Yato right now is the only hope, it feels like. Lord getting melted down already. I don't think they want to try to contest this. They got to back it off. Luckily, ISO making some plays happen elsewhere, though, right? Uh-oh.
Yeah, feathered airstrike, and down goes Yato.
And it just looks like it's surgical at this point, right? They know, Outplay knows what they want to do. They know how to punish mistakes from BTK. So BTK is now going to take a breather. They have to deal with this Lord. It's coming down the bottom lane here. Still trying to farm up, gain some gold, and they're managing it, right? With the way things have been unfolding, it's about a 3K still difference, and time will tell, right? But they got to hold on here, deal with the Lord, hold on to as many Tier 1 towers as they can. So you can already see the pokes from the Renner is not just there against best player even. So buying time is the key for BTK.
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah, they need to buy time. I was a little worried, though, because Outplay does have some decent late game potential, but still, we can't completely count BTK out just yet. Once again, still only a 3,000 gold lead for Outplay. We're now at about 10 minutes in. Lord down the bottom side. Outplay may not be able to get too much out of this. They maybe lose this tier 2 at the top side.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They're going to go ahead and try to continue on to the next tier there. You see BTK not really in a position to contest this just yet.
Well, right now, it's just a space advantage that Outplay is continuing to get. They got the turrets they wanted. They might look to get this tier 1 in mid lane next, leading into that second Lord, where it gets a lot more.
Mobazane gets caught. Suppression lands, but penalty zone comes in. Hoon gets out for some more positioning. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Promise finds his kill onto T. T.
And one thing that probably a lot of people may have not seen there is ISO misses the snipe shot once again. Probably could have scared Hoon back a little bit. And then once again, Mobazane all alone, getting caught off, getting pulled in. And by then it's just too late for BTK. Joybaj, like we stated earlier, not really able to do much here. 0-5-1. You're a support roam. You're already kind of squishy. He landed that one, but it was a standing still target. Still though, we need to see them take things slow.
Speaking of which, we do have a feathered airstrike to go ahead and suppress. Hoon finds the kill onto ISO from the side. Promise coming in to still put pressure onto BTK.
All right, at this point, 11 minutes in, it's really tough, right? BTK is in a tough position, and most likely too, with the way things are unfolding, Zane's gonna lose these buffs, right? He's gonna lose the purple, he's gonna lose the orange, but some way, somehow, BTK has to prep up either to contest the next Lord in less than 30 seconds, or possibly just give it up, defend on the high ground.
Yeah, and you can see already a lot of suppressive fire coming down while they are taking these turrets. They're very smart about making sure they're able to zone BTK out to safely take them.
Most definitely. Now, with the way things are going, is there a win condition for BTK? Once Joybaj gets a little bit tankier, and if Yato can take the right ultimates, if we're looking at him right now, he has nothing. He hasn't really been able to get the vision, get close enough to be able to get that IMU off.
Oh, that's tough, right? No conceal available. They already used it. Gonna try to
Another hook lands, followed by a suppression. Feathered airstrike serving up some damage.
Return?
Shark actually taking low T. Mobazane gets taken down by Hoon. Joybaj is next on the list. Basic is on fire right now. Promise with the grab onto ISO, but he's going to go ahead and think twice about that. You see Yato, Phantom Execution almost went out, but was canceled.
You know, a lot of people, even us as the casters, are wondering about Promise. He's 2-0-6 right now, if you're wondering. He's looking good. He's in the back line. And what happened? He got a good matchup in T right now, 0-2-2. No one can get close because of the fear of hooks, the fear of Shark. So with this close composition that they have, where nobody has huge range, how can they get past that?
That's a good point. It's tough, right? Because as things kind of continue to snowball now, this is where, again, Outplay is in that momentum-based play style. They're taking risks because they can afford to, right? Mobazane able to get the purple buff here. They are trying to secure even the orange buff for ISO. They know he is kind of one of those cards that they're going to be relying on as the game goes on. They've got to deal with the Lord now, top side, defend the base here. One amazing thing that can happen is while they're defending in their base, you get a great penalty zone. You have your Beatrix already there. You've got Yato doing a great job on the Valentina, has damage. If they can just outlast that Outplay's kind of brunt damage, then they might have a chance here, but they're going to get split up so far. Lord's still top side here. Going to be worked on by Zane.
I don't think best players ever played on MS like this. That man is moving on the lance right now. I mean, he phased out of the Appraisal's Wrath earlier. He's just able to, he's hitting. He's what is he doing?
He's bobbing,
he's weaving.
He's got single-digit ping.
Yeah,
it's different.
We see a feathered airstrike come down and canceled. While they're going to go ahead and put some damage and finish off that top tower. Joybaj with the Divine Judgment. We do find a kill onto best player. Basically coming in with the kill onto ISO. We are defending for our lives as T gets taken down. Joybaj hits that immortality and he is down. Mobazane and Yato alone here to defend this against 4 members of OP. They are continuing on the push, dancing around Hook. Does go wide. Zane comes in, does not land the taunt. Feathered airstrike comes down, raining damage onto Yato, and then Yato very low. Feathered airstrike of his own.
Okay, that's a successful defense. It could have ended there, but BTK holds on with 2 members, Zane and Yato. They hold it down, but it also looked like that was the moment Tariza players are looking for. T had a great setup with the penalty zone. He flickered in, but unfortunately, that's the difference of itemization. It showed right there. He was kind of left to his own. But again, time is the answer here for BTK. If they can get another, let's say 3 to 5 minutes, they might be in a better position. That was also one of the first times Joybaj was finally able to pull someone. So a concealed play like this, even later on, if it converts into a kill, that's great starting steps for BTK.
I mean, at this point, they're using it just to check bushes, right? They never know where Shark is. He's in the water somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I mean, he's just waiting for you. But another very cool thing or interesting thing to point out there, Yato took a big risk in that high ground defense, right? He goes into the feathered airstrike. If he got another shot there, he would have been out. But he's able to pop the IMU, get his own feathered airstrike, and that secures them the ultimate defense there, clearing some of those waves.
Yeah, Joyboz gets spotted by OP. Down comes the feathered airstrike to zone out the rest of BTK as we are setting up around this Lord. We're starting on it, looking for probably a little bit of a bait. OP knows they have the team fight against BTK, so we're gonna look for an angle. Speaking of which, Angles Promise on the side of BTK. Lord is down to about half health. Promise just in there tanking the damage, trying to zone out the rest of BTK. Oh, you can see basically clearing out the mid lane as well. They're attacking from so many different angles right now. We hear the concealed play come out. Hoon gets grabbed up with the Divine Judgment, followed by the penalty zone. Up at the top, ISO goes down to Promise. The rest of BTK is in flight, trying to get away from an oppressive OP right now. Mopazane has been caught by Promise, and he is, he's not down yet. Still struggling to find his way out. Best player puts the finishing touches on him.
So they do stop themselves from getting completely annihilated there, but still, as you said earlier, Naisu, the itemization difference, they keep getting some decent plays. He gets the pull, he gets the divine judgment onto Hoon there, stops the feathered airstrike, but it's just not enough. And with all those angles, ISO gets pushed away. Everyone else gets split up, and Outplay has fun with him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That whole sequence there, Hoon took 2 ultimates, right? He took the Divine Judgment, he took the penalty zone, he Winter Tranche. And that was just like, all right, you guys wasted that. Everybody zoned out. So, you know, BTK just got kind of split up. Even Promise, the fact that he's playing this glue, having a massive game, he's quite tanky himself. He's able to be such a threat. So that's the thing right now is you have quite a few tanky boys for Outplay to deal with, right? You got to get through them somehow. You got to dodge the hooks and everything else. But BTK, once again, if ISO needs more time, right? He might have a couple items at this point, but really it comes down to outlasting that setup. Now they have to deal again in a similar situation just a few minutes ago with the Lord on the top side.
I do feel like they are starting to get just a little bit more comfortable, especially like you said, finding that Divine Judgment onto Hoon. It's just a point of that they are so far behind. But if they can elongate this game just a little bit longer, they'll start to even up those odds. Speaking of which, Lord up at the top, another hook lands, and down goes Mopazane. This might be the last push of the game right now. There are 4 members of BTK trying to withstand this push. Down goes the last high ground tower. We are now at the base. Crystal trying to defend. You can see here right now, BloodThirstyKings doing a decent job, and OP thinking twice.
Yeah, I mean, they're hanging on right now. Hanging on for dear life. BTK against the world. And Shark missing a hook.
Down comes the feathered airstrike. Joyboz lands a Divine Judgment followed by a penalty zone. ISO gonna have to top up. Joyboz very low. Promise coming in, swooping around. Best player deep in. Yato picks up a kill onto Basic. ISO finds a kill onto Promise as well. Very successful defense for BTK.
They do it again. BTK successfully defends their base when it looks like it was against all odds, but they're in the game still. Again, game number 1, quite action-packed here. Right now, some people might be saying, hey, Outplay's just taking some risks. They're quite a bit ahead. They're dealing with it. But what that's going to convert to is space for them to work with, right? BTK is going to get some resources. They're going to get some turrets and be able to move around the map instead of just being in their base, or at least their side of the jungle here.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken a lot from them. Not only that, they've gotten a little bit of gold back. Yato in a bad spot. We'll be able to get away from that, but still, at this point, BTK is now at least evened out the playing field a little bit, but there's still a huge gold lead. Taking a look at some of them, we're looking at Mobazane in best player. Right now, that's a 4K gold lead over to best player. He's max itemed out right now. Mobazane just got there, which is going to be important, right? As long as he can dodge those hooks, he may not get taken out too quick.
As long as he can dodge those hooks. That's been a common theme here for this entire game. We're talking about Shark, who just has this great like ESP when it comes to these hooks. But we're going to go ahead and start on it to see if this fight maybe ends up a little differently. We're starting to move on to the end of the game. There's only 6 items you can get. Things can only start evening out from here. Conceal plate comes in. Joybaj might be caught. He does get caught. Down comes the feathered airstrike, putting the damage onto ISO. It activates that immortality, and he goes down. That's 2 down for BTK. Zane is trying to get away. 3 members left, but if anything, this is going to go ahead and secure this Lord for OP.
So once again, Outplay sends that wave down the mid side. Mobazane forced to kind of head back. The moment that Outplay knows it's a 4v5, they pounce, they strike, and look what they get for it, getting the macro over BTK right now.
Yeah, down comes a feathered airstrike. Zane's gonna pay for trying to defend this purple buff. Immortality has been activated. Best player picks up the Lord. They are hitting them from all different angles. Zane gets taken down. Yatos, immortality is up. He uses that flicker, trying to gas his way to safety, is not able to. It's just T left. Here comes the Phantom Execution, trying to make his way back to the safety of the base. 4 members still here, and a wave here to help BTK defend. Down comes the feathered airstrike, basically gonna go ahead and use that Thorned Rose to negate some of the damage, but they are not lighting up. ISO picks up a kill, but here comes the Luminous Lord. Down to 10% health. This is gonna be game 1 going to Outplay.
And a good game 1 at that. I think it ended about 21, 22 minutes. Outplay does hold the lead the entire game, though. Is this going to be the momentum to take them quickly through this grand finals, Nice?
I'm hoping not. I mean, great that they got game 1, but I'm hoping not for a quick grand finals, right? We want to see it go the distance here. But yeah, game 1 was dominating. And you prefaced it earlier, Trex, you said, it's the fear of the hooks, because that's how it started, right? Shark was hunting, and most of the time, I would say maybe 90% of the time, he was able to find the targets that he wanted to, and at the end, he was just kind of risking those hooks. But the early game is really where it just kind of started for Shark, and to build the momentum for Outplay here, and they kind of just took off, and there wasn't really much chance for BTK. I mean, there was some moments where, they were able to find kills, they were able to find picks, but unfortunately at that point, the snowball just got too much to deal with, right? And they successfully defended their base twice, but they needed to get into a position where they could counter-punch Outplay. A lot of the times it was just reacting to them, and they really had to kind of get back to this. Again, one of the biggest things I think they can learn from game 1 is Joybaj. He's got to hold the trigger finger a little bit more, right? I know when you're the Kadra, you want to find those flicker divine judgments. That's what you want to do. But if it fails, time and time again, you got to kind of come up with a different game plan, because once the Kadra is out of the picture, you don't have that available anymore. T is still trying to build up, on that Terizla. Yes, he's kind of innately tanky, but it's not enough. And then it puts Mobazane in a position on the Fredrin where it's like, yo, guys, I can't do what I need to do, because now I'm the front line. And so there's a lot of things here that BTK kind of has to digest for game number 2 as we get set up for that. But even taking a look at the stats, there was 22 minutes. Trex, why don't you take us through this?
I mean, it's pretty textbook for the side of Outplay here, 26-8. I mean, from the beginning to the end, they just kind of held on there and were able to continue to push through. Taking a look at some of these items, taking a look at basic, he did pick up a little bit of magic defense there. Picks up the Athena shield, not too late on, and that's to help with Yato dropping that feathered airstrike, help deal with anyone that tries to get on him from the back line. And I think once that was in, Basic can now even bob and weave more. He can move around, he can get involved in these fights, he can take a shot or two to the face and still be okay and output that damage.
Yeah, and then on the other side, the biggest problem we've been going over it, Joybaj maybe getting a little eager out there. We talked about it during the draft. They had just a lot more distance to cover to be more effective. That put you more in harm's way. And unfortunately, with Shark, that's just where he shines.
Not only that, but again, when you're dodging hooks all day, with a big question mark for me personally and for a lot of people is Promise, man. And now Promise, he proved it right there. Game 1, he stepped into the shoes. He did an amazing job. I know we're going to be looking at the replay here from Game 1 in just a second, but you'll see kind of how, what we're talking about, how it unfolded, how momentum built from early on. There was great moments here, like I said, where BTK showed some hope, showed some signs, but they just couldn't get the favor completely in the way that they wanted to, right? And also, just the way that some of these team fights played out surgically, that Outplay had that upper hand. They punished mistakes from BTK, and they continued on.
Most definitely. I mean, taking a look at that, we see the one time that Mobazane does secure that objectives, but here, continuously, Outplay does such a good job at splitting them up and finding them in those moments when they are weak. Now, if we look at the way that Outplay moves around continuously, they're almost always all together in those crucial, important moments. And then, at the best of time, here comes Promise with the Slam onto several members. And once they pick off one, we just have BTK running for the hills. And this was a great point of the game. This is when they had a perfect play almost, but because of the giant gold lead from OP just flickers in, you get the bloody hunt, in comes a Slam, everyone's stunned up, and by that point, we just kind of knew it was a wrap.
Yeah, but the little signs of life from BTK, as you were saying, it really wasn't the execution, because they had some great sets, had some great cohesion. It's just it happened too late in the game when they were already so far behind. It doesn't matter how many kills you have on the Valentina if you're constantly feeding the other team more and more and more. There's not enough effectiveness that you can bring out.
Well, that's the thing is that's part of the, I feel like, a risk factor. And when you have, for example, a Terizla on the table and you need a little bit more time to build him up to get where you need to be, because it's great if you land the penalty zone on multiple members like we saw from that replay. But if you don't have the follow-up, because in that, especially that last one in the base defense, ISO was already gone. He was taken out. And that's what I mean by Outplay does a really good job at locking down those important targets that they need to. So even if the setup happens, looking for a counterpunch, it's not going to happen for them, right? They're able to keep it going. Outplay continues on. But with all that being said, we're jumping straight into game number 2's draft here.
Now, BTK on the blue side this time. If you guys remember that great introduction I gave you to the draft, that means they got first ban and they're going to have first pick. They don't change things too much here, right? They take out the Fanny, they take out the Faramis. I'm wondering if, is Franco going to continue to be a problem? Because Shark was an issue on that. And Franco's not always a hero that you see. He's normally not always like a first game ban hero, right? He kind of sneaks up on teams. And then out of nowhere, about halfway through a series of games, we're seeing Franco pop up early. And I'm wondering if that's going to be one of those big clutch plays for Outplay here.
The Franco or possibly having that Kaja out there, I felt like Joybaj just, the way and the movement for Kaja kind of left him really open for a Franco, because Kaja needed to get out there, needed to get vision, doesn't really have a lot of the mobility or the hiding. He needs to get super close to actually be effective when it comes to those sets. So do we actually take out the Franco, or do maybe we kind of go with a different type of roam that maybe won't be as susceptible to getting found out with those hooks?
Yeah, this is tough, right? Because last ban here for the first phase for Outplay, we'll have to see exactly what they feel like is worth banning so far, because still a lot is on the table for that priority pick for BTK. That's going to be the R-Lot, right? Because that was another option that is highly contested, highly prioritized, and boom, right away the response is from this 1-1. And if we take a trip back memory lane from regular season, that 1-1 in the hands of ISO, I believe, was the first Savage for NACT. Was it the first Savage? Second?
No, he had, maybe I'm getting confused right now.
Am I taking too far back trip?
Maybe. Listen,
I know there was
right
a Savage.
here, right now, man.
There was a Savage because
They're all
that
Savage.
happened to be one of the casts that me and Leo were doing, and it was like early in the morning, and I was like, wow, there's a Savage super early in the Philippines.
I haven't had my coffee yet.
But yeah, that's a great pick. That's a great option already for BTK to lock in here, the 1-1. And this is the thing. Now that you have a 1-1 locked in, you really have to be able to allow that hero to get to the point where that is the potential, right? You get those crazy kind of chain kills with the crossbow of Tang here.
Yeah, and here comes the big difference, right? T's going to get that Yuzong. You have the Wan. Last time they left T for the second half of the ban phase, and he didn't get the greatest matchup. He got put on a hero that was really not his favorite. Promise going to get the Lapu this time, so I'm excited to see how that matches up this time. Will this make the difference? And Hoon not scared of the Yuzong at all. He's going to pick up the Farza right into it.
Yeah, it's interesting you said something that he wasn't as comfortable, or maybe something that doesn't really have the greatest effect so early in the game. Here we're going to have a Yuzong, and as soon as he gets that 4, he's going to have that Black Dragon to be able to kind of swim directly for Hoon to get real up and close into the squishies. On the other side though, but we also have Promise on the Lapu. So they both have kind of the same, I want to say they're both going for the same thing. It's going to be who can do it a little bit more effectively.
It's like they're both flashy in their own way, you know, because if you think about it, Lapu, especially, let's think about some of the greatest Lapu players in the world. The way that they play this hero is quite mechanical, you know, and a lot of the times when you're finding ways to utilize that Bravest Fighter, even the flicker plays and you have that stun available to you, those are game-winning moments for some teams, the way that they play that. Now, on the flip side, when you have a Yuzong, your job is really to go in that dragon form, kind of zone some people out. The threat, you know, just the threat of him in the dragon form really helps him out. You find a Petrify, right, with the stun and everything else. This sets things up for your 1-1. That's really what you want to be able to do here. Now, all BTK has to do is manage those, lock down the objectives, let the 1-1 scale up really well, and just manage Outplay is going to do here with the Farsa, like we just saw from Hoon earlier. He's going to be looking for those setups and just not let Claude have that free farm mode and really whittle things down with the Blazing Duet here.
Yeah, I think something really important for Outplay is we've seen Basic on this Claude before. We've seen how mobile he can be. We've seen the macro he can bring to the map. And you pair that up with the Wings by Wings on this Farza, with the mobility of Promise. There's a lot of possibilities, and that's kind of been the weakness to BTK here is they're not able to keep up when Outplay is just everywhere. So BTK this time, I think, need to keep an eye on Basic. I think they need to trust T here, and just like how the side of Outplay got an early pick off to ISO, they need to try to get an early pick off to Basic. Now, taking a look at the last bans, we have the Kadita, and now we have the Kufra. BTK continuing to hammer into Shark here.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, on the opposite side, OP going to go ahead and take out the Franco and the Kadita. So, I mean, apparently you're not going to be afraid of the Franco, but I mean, that makes me very curious as to what Shark is going to be going on here as well. What I do see from the draft here, especially when it comes to OP, the Farza and the Clint, you're going to have an ability to really put on the damage from a distance. So it's going to be on how well that BTK can kind of close that distance. And almost an answer to that, we have a Kaja being picked up for OP.
That was your question. You know,
yeah.
what is that option going to be for the roam? It's the Kaja. Now, what I guess viewers and even ourselves are going to see is how does this play out differently now that Outplay is going to have the Kaja? How do they utilize that, right? And what is the round out option for them, especially when they're deciding what to put in the jungle? Response, though, from BTK as they get their last options here. There's the Grok, a solid choice as well. We've seen that also work flexible, but since this is already, the picture is pretty much painted for this lineup, let's see what their last picks here are going to be.
I mean, Yato still going to need a mage here. The Eve is still open, definite possibility. There it goes the Eve. And now for Outplay, we have best player. Does he pick up the Fredrin here? Does he pick up something different? Fanny is banned off. Maybe the Martis. A lot of possibilities around the map, and I would love to see him kind of switch it up because we're still getting used to seeing best player in person. We're still getting used to seeing him play on the low MS. Is he going to take a risk? There it is. There it is. The Hayabusa.
Which is very interesting here too, because this tells me during the objectives, you're definitely going to have a great placement, a great positioning for your team to kind of make sure that best player is going to be able to get in there with the Hayabusa. Because when it comes to duking it out, a Tanksalot, what Mobazane has there, he's going to be able to stick in there longer. He has more options for making mistakes during those objectives. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they clash into with both of these comps.
Listen, a year ago, I don't think anyone would have ever imagined seeing Mobazane on Lancelot up against Best Player on Hayabusa. It's assassin versus assassin right now. Yes, they're probably going to build a little different, but this is a sight to see right now in North America.
I was going to say, the challenge here is, come on, build assassin Lancelot. You know, like,
let's do it.
Break, I was gonna, don't do it. Not here. Not here. It's its own code. Break the trend. You know, don't go tanks a lot. But we're gonna load up here for game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2. Does BTK have an answer for OP? We already said we set the tone with that first game. We're gonna find out here for game number 2.
Okay, so my wonder is this time, since Mobazane doesn't have that tanky Fredrin, even though you do build tank Lancelot, you still maybe don't invade onto Best Player. Maybe take this a little bit slow. I want to say he may have the advantage when it comes to objectives overall. Best Player job here, maybe try to snowball, get a pick onto Yato. Once again, catch their squishies while they're slipping, catch them while they're alone, and if Outplay can do that, it could secure them another win here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, you can see already Mobazane already starting to get a little bit of harassment here, a little bit of a thumbs up there as well. Shark doing his job, making sure he has the vision, letting his team know where Mobazane is currently on the map.
Well, right now, you're already seeing some pressure being put on by Shark. You know, this is kind of what you're expecting him to do against Mobazane. And again, you got to go back to the familiarity of these teams, these teammates, these ex-teammates, how it all works out. They know how they like to play, and that's something that BTK has to watch out for, right? So we'll see, again, differently if this comfort option here, especially for Zane, plays out, right? Because right now, you already mentioned it, Trex, Best Player is going to be looking to snowball like they did previously, but this time, with his hands on the Hayabusa, he's running that Master Assassin emblem too. He's going to put pressure.
Yeah, he's got level 4.
Yeah, Best Player coming in, and he's not trying to give up on that damage onto Mobazane early. Already Best Player actually does take a heap of damage, but this is going to go ahead and set up for this first turtle.
I like the fact that Mobazane, I mean, he knows he doesn't have level 4 yet. He should hit it by the time he gets back to the turtle, which he does now, but still he doesn't risk it. He's like, I'm not going to go for that camp. I got a feeling Best Player is still there. I'm going to just go back to base, play it safe.
Okay, BTK is in a great position for this first turtle. T already going to push back Shark a little bit here. Yato holding on as well, has the RWM. They're going to wait for Mobazane to make his way.
Ooh, and you already see the Feather Airstrike coming down. T goes down. Maybe a little bit of punishment for having that Black Dragon and using it so early. Promise with the Bravest Fighter form is going to zone out the rest of BTK, and this is going to open up this first turtle for OP.
What did I say, guys? Hoon on this Farza is going to be an issue. He's only level 4, and he's outputting a nice amount of damage. He finds the positioning, and he combos. The synergy with this team is just so good. They all hit at the same exact time, and down goes T in a matter of seconds.
The biggest thing in that whole pretty much sequence there was timing. Right, the timing was better from Outplay. They knew how to punish BTK. They knew that Mobazane was probably off getting one of his buffs, right? They were able to punish the fact, too, like you mentioned, that T had already used that Dragon form, did not have that available for the fight. So now these minor decisions are going to build up here, but still BTK in a good position. They just got to hold on.
Yeah, we see the Phantom Execution coming out for Mobazane there. I mean, this is just unbelievable how much pressure that they are putting onto a Tanksalot here. 3 at mid now.
I mean, it's about a 600 gold lead. Game is still on. Joybot's been hovering in this top lane.
Whoa,
Basic.
big pop-up onto Basic, but BTK still unable to find a kill.
Oh, T.
Yeah, we see that Black Dragon coming out there, swimming around, just trying to zone out the rest of OP right now. And T lives to fight another day. Actually, Promise going to come in here on the flank to put some damage on there. Best Player comes in. You see that shadow kill coming out. Yato does survive.
That was a good play by Mobazane. He's like, all right, I'm going to leave my purple buff, get in there, help alleviate some of that damage from Best Player. And right now, BTK are kind of waiting for that mid-game spike. They're waiting for Mobazane to get a couple tanky items in, getting to a place where they can actually get in the fray of this fight.
Yeah, that's what they have to do, right? And oh.
Yeah, speaking of which, best player finds the kill onto Joybosh after a beautiful divine judgment by Shark.
I was going to say, you know, they were doing a great job up to that point, just kind of holding on, not letting anybody go down. Now, that is Joybosh's his only first death, right? So later on, he's going to have to be counted on to land those wild charge, those setups with this Grok pick. And it's a little bit better this time, composition-wise, too, because you're not completely relying on one member to find those setups, to find that pressure that they need. But now that this next turtle is up here, right, we want to see BTK fight for this hold down. But T, though, gonna get zoned out here.
Oh yeah, taking actually very low, big pop-up lands onto Promise. He is actually, you see best player coming in here now. Do have that shadow kill onto Mobazane, but he is already decently tanky enough. Not really a great target for that. ISO finds the kill onto basically off screen. Up at the top, that's gonna be the first tower for BTK.
Now when I was talking about mid-game, we weren't just talking about Mobazane, but there's Mobazane.
Yeah, Divine Judgment, he's gonna have to expend that Phantom execution to get out, but that gives up the second turtle.
Now, ISO. He's 1-0 right now, and honestly, the 1-1 is always the game changer possibility. Joybosh has been hovering up there a lot, and it is for this reason. Outplay is gonna need to be careful, but as
yeah, 3 members gonna go ahead and spread that damage out amongst them. Very smart play by BTK.
Okay, that's great. And as you were saying, I'm going to build on that here, Trex, because, yeah, ISO is the game changer for this game. And if Joybosh is just going to go ahead and protect him, you know, play kind of that babysit role for a while, let ISO get to where he needs to be, then that is one of your best options for BTK. Meanwhile, contest the objectives, slow it down a little bit like we talked about previously. But so far, it's going all right.
Oh, big pop-up on the Shark, gets caught slipping under the tower. T with the Black Dragon is going to chase down basically. On the back, you can see who's coming in with the stun. Does land that feathered airstrike. T with a little bit of help. Big wild charge. Hoon able to get away, secured and escorted by basically.
While all that's happening, best player chipping away at the tower.
Oh, takes down Mobazane with a shadow kill. We do have a wall coming out, but doesn't look like BTK want to continue that chase.
So they get a little something out of that, but right now Outplay still leading the game. But only 500 gold, and honestly, BTK's taken that tower. And even though it kind of feels like Outplay has been getting the better of these fights, I would dare to say it is still very, very even.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. You can already see, right? The damage being provided from ISO is there, and that's why you know, amidst it all, they're able to hold on not too much by getting out of hands with a gold lead, keeping it under about 1K or at 1K. ISO still putting in work too, right? But now, as we get further into this game, third turtle's gonna be up here. Outplay has secured 2. BTK needs to grab one for themselves, help them out here.
Yeah, Yato's gonna take the full front of a shadow kill. Is not gonna be able to find the kill, is a best player. This is gonna go ahead and set up this next turtle. You can see T on the side there, looking for an opportunity. He needs to be just a little bit more patient. You see ISO takes down another tower. Promise in a little bit of trouble. ISO trying to put on that fancy footwork, is gonna have to disengage.
I mean, I'm wondering, Yato better have some leg plates on or something right now, because you can just tell he's got a target on his forehead. Best player coming for him every time. Best player is leading right now. No, they're both 11-11, so the red tree's even, but down goes.
Blazing Duet takes down Yato. Mobazane focusing halfway down on this turtle. Gonna turn his attention to Shark. T with the Black Dragon swimming through these bushes, trying to clear out what he can of OP. Takes him down! Very low and takes the kill there. This is gonna go ahead, push OP away, hopefully help Zane to take this first turtle for BTK.
Today I learned dragons swim, Private, but there you go, they grab the turtle. BTK on the board here now, gold in their favor. You're gonna put pressure here top side.
Yeah, best player actually down to about half health as well. ISO putting on the damage. They've been utilizing ISO on this 1-1 very well. Tower after tower. Whatever lane it is, ISO is quick to get there. But in answer to that, you can already see basically taking a tower of their own for OP.
Is that the right play, though, right? Yes, they get something there, but having that top tower in, Lord's going to be up on that side. It creates a little bit of pressure. They're going to be able to get a little bit of vision if anything tries to come down on the bot side, though. A little bit of action. Both teams stealing some jungle away. So Outplay never stopping to try to make something happen. Even though they're taking a lot, they always get something in return.
Oh, yeah, you can see right now. Oh, Yato finding the kill onto best player. T has activated that black dragon forward, heading straight for basically is not going to be able to find a pop-up onto him. Luckily, Promise there to go ahead and head off that advance. Going to go ahead, Hoon with the feathered airstrike. Moba Zane able to get out of the way.
Okay, so BTK finds their groove a little bit here. They're starting to move around the land of Dawn, and they found some rhythm. Outplay on the back burner right now, but we've seen this before, guys. We've seen it time and time again. BTK gets so close, but they never get the win. Will this be the time of change?
This is the thing, though. They have to go back to the points you guys made previously before we got into the first game. They've got a lead. They got to slow things down a little bit. The next big objective is that Lord, and hopefully they can get the timing right, because Outplay time and time again throughout up to this point the entire season knows how to punish mistakes. So BTK holding on to this lead that they have to be able to activate ISO here. He's having a great game so far, and the 1-1 has not gone down yet. A single crossbow of tank for this Lord could be a game changer for them. So both teams getting set up here. It looks like everybody wants to be on in this. No one's going to be splitting any other lane, and this is also crucial. This is actually a time where it gets a lot harder for a Hayabusa jungle for best player to really work here, because if he gets whittled down in this pretty much dance fight between, it makes it harder to initiate and get that Lord, but they're going to be making the play first.
Yeah, they trade conceals because Joybaj used it earlier for 5 members. Shark finds the Divine Judgment. Joybaj is going to come in, tries to land the pop-up, basically takes him down. We do see that the Blazing Duet out there. Moba Zane in a bad way, the Black Dragon out. We talked about the crossbow king. ISO trying to put on the damage, down goes Promise. That is a 2-for-2 trade right now. They are still fighting, basically finds the kill onto T. But now OP in a bad way. ISO still coming in there, now putting the damage onto Basic. He's chasing him down. Shark is next on the docket. They want to take him down, and he is hungry for it. That is a 2-for-4 trade.
Oh, how the tables have turned, but still, best player always on the hunt. He got out of town in the nick of time and was able to put a lot of damage onto that tower. Moba Zane now back up on the field. Outplay now coming back up on the field, so it could still be a even contest for this Lord unless best player just stays away.
I think he's going to try it, right? He wouldn't be the Hayabusa if he didn't try, but he's going to be a little bit too late. Rather get his purple buff set up, use the Shadow Q to clear the waves. Gonna go back here and get ready for the defense, because now momentum to the side for BTK. They had a massive sequence there just kind of unfold. It got a little messy, but overall it worked out for them. And now, like you said, this is where we see if it's true what they said in the video. We've had time to refine that play style, make things, clean them up a little bit. And now that they have this in their hands, at least to march further into base, maybe not win it just yet, let's see if they can keep it together, because that's what BTK has to do.
When we've been talking about it, ISO has been just, I want to say overly utilized, but they have just really got their money's worth out of him. Now we're going to go ahead, start a little something at mid, not too much, but as we continue, Lord going to go ahead and be pushed up at top. We do have another tower down for Outplay. Lord up at the top, and it looks like we're trying to put some pressure. Hopefully, we're going to be getting that mid tower again for BTK, and OP makes short work of that non-luminous Lord.
But they didn't overpush it, right? So applaud to BTK there. They didn't try to force an inhibitor. I think they get all these towers, they back off, they try to starve them. Outplay is on the back foot, but the gold lead isn't too much.
Oh, hiding in the bush. And Moba Zane finds a kill onto best player with the assist from T. But Moba Zane gets killed deep into enemy territory.
Hey, it's a jungle for a jungle.
Mano y mano.
Mano y mano. It works out. But BTK still holding on to that lead. They're going to be looking to get more space to work with, focusing on the tier 2 in the mid lane. We'll see if they can still continue to dominate this side.
Yeah, you see basically coming in from the flank with that Blazing Duet. does his job of backing off BTK from this next mid tower. But you can see up at the top more minions starting to get there, but BTK wisely going to go ahead and think twice and reset on the map.
Listen, I gotta tell you guys right now, every time when that blazing duet comes around the side, I'm like, oh, this is the big mistake. This is it. BTK is about to get wiped, but they're holding it together. Still, like I said before, it's not the same gold lead that Outplay had last time, so there's still a lot of comeback potential for Outplay. A lot of possibilities here, but for the first time in this series, BTK is holding a very good lead.
This is scary, right?
Double
that
bump.
is a scary girl. Wan. Yeah, that's a terror right there. 3-0-4, massive already, right? We haven't even seen one of those big crossbow tank setups, but as we get further in the game, 15-minute mark now, the more likely that's going to happen, and that is something that Outplay has to worry about constantly, right? And that's why gold lead continuing to build up here in favor for BTK. It's going to get to the point where they're going to be even switching out some items later on, buying some time if they can. But yeah, biggest thing, like you said, Trex, is what they have to watch out for is the blazing duet being thrown at them from basically here. So now, once again, we're back to this Lord Dance. We'll see how it unfolds, the way that the teams manage these waves to get that advantage. You also have to consider both conceals from the roams. How are they going to use this? How will they get the advantage? You can already see BTK planning themselves up here on the top portion, and it looks like Outplay getting ready for a response here.
Yeah, they do have a bit of a flank down to about 1/3. Black Dragon has been activated. You can see a split push out from the bottom. 10% left on this Lord. So great job by BTK to zone out the rest of OP.
Okay, so Outplay maybe making a decision there. They got best player down there. They're like, we can't even try to contest this right now. They know their limits, which is actually a very intelligent move, right? Because BTK would probably not have done that. They're like, no, we're fighting for this. I don't care how much gold you got on me. But they decide to back it off. Outplay putting their cards on the field, testing BTK. Can you finish this without a mistake?
Again, this is what they're doing. Outplay is like, all right, we're going to prep for this defense, clear the lanes the best we can. Best player, though, going to get chased down a little bit. They're still holding on to this tier 2, but they will most likely lose it in this March, right? BTK setting up for that push. They might be even to the point where they're knocking on the base of Outplay, right? This is still something they have to be able to accomplish, but so far the discipline route has been there for both teams, and it's going to come down to that execution. Even Basic is at the point now, he's got that orange buff. They're trying to clear this out. They might look for a forced initiation.
Yeah, we have Basic coming in with that blazing duet to go ahead and zone out. Best player gets found out by T, and here comes Promise with the bravest fighter stance, but he's going to get caught up by ISO. You see the damage there. ISO finds the kill. That's another tower for BTK. That is only 3 members left for OP for this push. You can see BTK turning their attention back to these towers that are left. Not going to go ahead and force their way into the base just yet. That's a mid tower down. Now we have one last and final high ground. We see Hoon able to take down Joyboz. The rest of BTK quickly gonna go ahead and rethink their attack.
Which is smart. I feel like Joyboz going down was a small mistake there, but they do back off right now, holding a 6K gold lead. Ladies and gentlemen, did you think it was gonna be like this game 2? I sure didn't. If BTK can pull this off, we at least guarantee nobody's going 4-0 here in NA. Now, let's take a look at some of these items. Quite the contrast from last time. Wan maxed out right now, and that Wind of Nature is coming in clutch for her. I also want to take a look at Yato right now. He did pick up the Brute Force breastplate, and that is also helping. Best player has essentially been routed into just a wave clear here. He's doing it well, but he's not able to get the big pickoffs.
Look at this. This is scary.
Yeah, it's a BTK sandwich, and the meat is OP. Shark actually going to go ahead and activate that concealed play. Best player might be caught. Gets caught by the Black Dragon. He's going to have to activate that shadow kill, but does get taken down.
All right, you can't bob and weave out of that, right? There's nowhere you can go. They were sandwiching both sides, able to get best player in the perfect time too, because now this is pretty much a free Lord for BTK unless Outplay's like, we can try to do something.
Unless Hoon takes it right out of his fingertips.
He could, but I don't think it's going to happen. That's wishful thinking here. Give it up go for the defense. Now you have to wait for best player to be up, and this is kind of typical, right? This is once again why Hayabusa, in a way, it's a risk, because late game things get tough. You have these defensive items, especially for BTK, and you're kind of there to just either shadow kill later on, pick up those kills if you can, clear the waves, help clear the waves, push, put pressure on the split, and now outplay on the defense.
Yeah, not just that, but even with max items already out, max items for basically just not able to find the effective blazing duets onto BTK right now. We have the next Lord about to come in here, and this Outplay needs to find an answer for these pushes if they want to be able to defend this.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy, right? Because just like last time, I felt like Outplay had a very strong late game. BTK this time, in my personal opinion, has the much better late game, so they can take this slow. And once again, unless they just completely whiff something, they should be okay here. ISO still deathless, 4-0 and 6, so we haven't seen any mistakes from him, and Joybaj babysitting paid off.
Yeah, now we see Hoon is going to get interrupted from that feather airstrike. T's going to come in there. ISO finds the final tower. Zane going to come in there. Yato finds the kill onto Hoon. We are now onto the base. Big pop-up on the basically finds another kill. Half health. This is going to be it. BTK ties things up with OP.
And we're at a 1-for-1. It's not going to be a sweep today, ladies and gentlemen. And now the series has evened out here.
Listen, guys. All over the world right now, grand finals, 4-0s, 4-0s, 4-0s. You want a real best of 7, you come here to NA. We're bringing it to you. BTK versus OP, 1-1. This series just started.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. We were talking about if the first match to set the tone, the second match, an honest answer from BTK to tie things up here.
It's great. Again, I'm happy. I didn't want to sweep, I'm tired of them. So now that it's 1-1, love it. And if you look at this game, I know we're going to be looking at the replay in a little bit here, but the way the execution was for BTK, we said they got to learn quick from game 1, man, right? Because it was quite the difference game, and this time it looked like they checked those boxes, not just from the draft, but even the way that they moved around the map, the way that they played. And we knew that priority pick, once that 1-1 came out, you knew the game plan and how they kind of wanted to have this multiple dimension kind of setup for the 1-1. What I mean is having the pretty much bases covered where you just didn't have one guy as the roam or, to be that tanky front line, because you needed 1-1's time to be built so that she could have the items she needs so she could pop up. But that's the thing. We didn't even see an amazing crossbow tang. It was a lot of those kills that ISO had were just kind of whittled down, utilizing that corrosive scythe that he had to kind of just pick people apart. And that's another way to play the 1-1 here.
Yeah, I mean, he always knew when to find his target. I think one of the moments when we really knew ISO was online, it was during a big top fight skirmish. It almost felt like Outplay had the advantage there, but ISO picks things up in the top side, gets a kill onto Shark, but it's an immortality pop, and he's just like, nope, I don't care about you, Shark. I'm going for basic. Takes down basic, reroutes back, and still ends up getting the kill onto Shark there, though. Now, into these stats. Take a look at the rich guy, ISO right now, not really a question. In the sandbag and the forgotten one, going to Joybaj and Joybaj. Yes, that's one man, but still the carry, the man, Hoon, even on the losing side, always outputting an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, that is amazing and that's why OP is so dangerous. Even with such a dominating performance by BTK, Hoon has always remained that just a special player, especially when it comes to the mid. We were talking about ISO, and you were talking about the utilization. I was so excited once I saw that first tower go down, and immediately ISO went ahead all the way to the other side of the map to go ahead and start focusing on that tower, which told me how fast and how quick BTK was trying to push this.
The thing I love about this, too, is the difference for T. This game was a great game from where he was on the Terizla, game 1, and then this time he had the Yuzhong. The way that he played around that and everything worked out so well for a lot of the setups. That's what I was talking about. Boxes were checked here. So, that's game 2 for us. We are going to be taking a short break, though, before we get prepped up for game number 3. So sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. I know also here in the audience with us, and we'll be back after this short break for game 3.
those minions. Oh, and Lob Cutie does go down. Beautiful ultimate there from Slade. Coming in now. Oh! That cold altar has been activated. Beautiful pull there. Numenor Blast coming out. Don't have the flicker, but we still catch 2 members. Golem does earn himself a stun. Play coming in with the damage, but there is an immortality on Jays. Are the 3 members going to be able to take him down? But they're actually going for it. They're going to try to put enough damage onto this mid tower. They do take it down. That is the play hitter. You do earn a pull on together. We have the cold altar coming out. Now Golem does find the kill on together. Immortality has been activated. That's another one for Area 77. Can we find the damage onto this core right now? They have to escape. K goes down. Another death, but Assault does get taken down. Are they going to be able to find it? You can see the score down to about half health. Are we going to be able to find the damage? Chase Cutie taking down one punch. Chelsea! Escape here. Look how low they are. A stun onto Halay. He does find a kill. Onto Chase Cutie does Mar. But Mar Cutie, man, look at the damage coming out for him. Immortality has been. It's not enough. It's not enough. It is. Down. Go, Lady Thompson. They might be out of this tournament, but they can ruin somebody's night, and that is Area 77. Good at what? They're brilliant at that. He's down to about 130. Now they'll be able to take this inhibitor. Arms to be able to take that power. From Jordan's attack. He's going to be able to protect it. Oh, beautiful pop up there and a beautiful way to break this down. This is the turnaround for Area 77 as they secure game 1 away from that final.
Seed quickly at this game with the high ground in that crystal base.
Watching his way on Galaxy. Nicolette have to fall back. Damage much on Uzi. They're going to lock on a base. Waste no time. Waste not one. Now they're trying to finish things here. Galaxy will be the first to fall award. Still on the base. In comes Anna. Look for the pick. Galaxy with the trouble kill. Nicolette able to find Mello though. Anna trying to lock on the base, but the base finally goes down. Ackerman falls out, and Fallout takes game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, joining us from either live or around the world where you're watching. These are the stats. Now, these stats are from game number 1 and 2. We are now at a 1-for-1 if you're just joining us. And you can see, right, average kill, average death, average assist, and damage per gold, like we talked about earlier. A lot of you guys, this is pretty well known, but damage per gold, that is the utilization on how they're using the gold with the items, how much damage they're getting from that, right? And especially, that's a useful piece of information for gold lane, for XP lane, how they're doing that, and even, hey, mid lane, because we've seen even Hoon popping off. So far, that's twice in a row now that he has gone with the Farsa. So I'm not sure, you know, if game 3, he's going to go for that once again, or if it's going to be banned, but we'll see. We'll see how it unfolds, because right now momentum's there. And there you go. Once again, I want to go ahead and introduce our 2 new casters to this set. With me here, I'm still Naisu, and I'm joined with Eunice and Brody. Well, people like to call you Brody. It's also Steph Wheezy. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
I'm doing great, but these teams are doing better. 1-1. What a beautiful way for us to jump into this, right? We were sitting with the audience. We felt the energy the teams are putting out today, and you don't really know which way it's going to go.
We don't at all, and we did see a pretty tight match for the first game and second game, actually. So a lot of people could have anticipated the 4-0 sweep from the playoffs, right? So they were the undefeated team, but it's staying different right now for grand finals.
I'm happy, you know, and I'm sure you guys heard that. And I know people that will eventually, even around the world, part of the world is asleep right now, but hopefully they catch this, because now the series is guaranteed not to end in a sweep, right? We're going to have one on our hands. Hopefully we can go the distance, really, at game number 5. And just a bit, actually right here, we're going to be taking a look at the replay. Now, you guys were watching this, like you said in the audience. How did you feel about this game 2?
I mean, the first match was a little bit, I would say, one-sided. But in this match, though, however, Zayn running the Lance was doing pretty well as well. And the rotations coming in from BTK, I feel like was a little bit more stable coming in. And also for the second match was good, but it's a one-sided story.
Yeah, I definitely don't like to see one-sided stories, and I'm just pumped up to see it go 1-1. Game 1, it was looking crazy, right? Looking at Shark with the Franco.
Yep.
And that man could hit a bullseye from 300 meters away if you asked him to. But then game 2, you seen BTK flip the script. They had a little bit of a struggle through the regular NACT spring season to be able to claim a victory over on to Outplay. And this is going to be the second loss that Outplay has ever taken. The last one was Fallout, and now seeing BTK kind of change history right in front of our eyes.
I mean, we saw earlier, you know, how much they had to say about each other, right? This is very familiar faces between each other. There's a lot of kind of tension, and you can feel it even in the gameplay, right? The way that they play against each other. Again, game 1 was kind of lopsided. And then we're wondering, okay, we're so used to seeing teams when they get that game 1, they build on that momentum. And could they continue on for Outplay? But BTK was like, no, not today. You know, now the momentum is in their favor. And this all leads to game number 3. We're now jumping into the draft here for game 3. Let's see how things change. It should also be a flip of sides. We'll see Outplay is going to be on the blue. We got BTK on the red, and now Ban's already coming out here. Eunice, I know you have been really analyzing a lot of these games, through the regular season, you and Steph Wheezy. Is there anything so far that's surprising, at least from the 2 games, anything to expect for game 3?
So if I had to harp on a little bit of the first and second game, obviously Wheezy and I were watching from the audience, so we kind of saw everything from the backside. So for the first match, the Kaja was a little bit not as usual as we would want to see it, especially, you know, kind of diving in on the basic in that goal lane, but was able to get out a lot of time. So the flicker pull wasn't as useful as, you know, how people would have thought it to be. But what are your thoughts about Outplay?
Well, I'll definitely say the Kaja, right? We've seen Joybox having a little bit of a struggle, not able to really get online and protect the gold lane, but an opposite story over there for Shark with the Franco, opening up the doors for Outplay in game 1. But game 2, you've seen BTK come alive, so that's what we want to see. Nobody wants to see a one-sided story. We kind of harped on the story between these 2 teams. You have a lot of members that were once a part of the Valley, right? The super team for North America in this previous year. And now to see the split, Mobazane on one side, bringing back BTK, and Outplay on the other side with 3 heavy hitters, Shark, Hoon, and Basic, and some additional players as well. And you never know which way this is going to go, but looking at the draft so far, right? ISO has been a heavy hitter as well. We've seen him dominate on that Wan, and now he's going to pick up that carry who we did see previously inside of the hands of Basic.
Yeah, same thing. You know, this time around, it's a different hero, but so far it should be a similar draft pattern, at least for BTK, or at least a game plan. Like, let's go ahead and get ISO where he needs to be, let him pop off later on, carry from there. This time, too, T's going to have the Lapu Lapu. We were just talking about that earlier, too, how in game 1, rough, you know, the Charizla, that's just kind of the story of Charizla. It doesn't narrow down to T, but that's usually how it is in the meta. and then the Yuzhong popped off. Now, Lapu Lapu, this is a great hero for him to use too, especially now that he's comfort. I feel like you're comfortable now. 2 games are under your belt. You're going to game 3. You should be able to do that. On the flip side, Outplay's response right here. This is usually banned out, right? Roams have been the focus, but now Kufra comes out paired up with Yuzhong here.
So, I mean, I've been watching the first and second games with Wheezy, so we actually talked about this in the actual playoff season. It's always the Lapu and the Yuzhong matchup, actually, and then the Valentina and the Farsa matchup. And if you kind of take a step back, and if you do rewatch any of these games, the draft phase for Outplay versus BTK, in the first half, it's always the Mage and the EXP laners getting picked up early. But actually, in the first match, EXP laners got banned out by Outplay, and the roamers got banned out for BTK. So like they swapped those roles, and which made Promise a little bit easier to kind of wiggle around that EXP lane, but it kind of limited Shark from picking up his main really comfortable roams like Lolita, the Shark. They left open the Franco, but everything else they banned out, and because of that reason, I feel like they have that little bit of that advantage. But in that second match, however, draft pick was flipped actually. So.
Yeah, draft pick was definitely flipped. And speaking of the draft so far, right, we are seeing Mobazane going a little bit more of that comfort pick, picking up that Fredrin. But when you look at Outplay, right, this is going to be the first time today that we're going to go ahead and see this Kufra picked up into the hands of Shark.
And that's the scary thing for me, is because anytime Kufra does pop up, like I said, a lot of people think it's situational or what have you, but still, Kufra is one of those heroes. He's just an OG hero, works really well, has single-handedly won games and championships around the world and everything else. So now that you have that, right, the setup there too, paired with the Valentina, like we talked about earlier when this was locked in, is how do you utilize Valentina the best way? Because you're going to have a lot of options. And even on right now, you can kind of see the draft here for BTK is kind of response to the Valentina pick. That's how it has to be. You throw in the Grok now for the next choice. This is a possibility. Do I take the wild charge? Do I use that against them? Could I possibly, we've even gone as far as Valentina's taken Appraiser's Wrath to really capitalize on the way that mechanic works and get those killing blows, basically. So BTK is in the response. Also the last ban, the Harith ban. Now, I don't know how often this has actually popped up in NACT, where you see those kind of mage picks being placed in the gold lane. You know, it really comes down to certain players that like to do that and have that deep hero pool. Is Harith something that's popped up quite a bit in NACT?
Actually, yes. From Fallout, Guapsi, the marksman for Fallout, actually ran Harith gold multiple times.
There it is.
So maybe that could be the reason, but we do see, I also want to harp that even though Valentina gets picked up that early, it already creates enough draft pressure for BTK, right? Obviously, there are some things you can work around with, but I'm already liking the Valentina and the Kadita matchup, right? So I feel like that's such a common pick, and since Wheezy and I have been casting the entire playoffs, we've been seeing each team go head-to-head, right? It's either the Valentina Farsa, Valentina Kadita, or like, you can work around that, but the draft is finished, Wheezy. How are you feeling just looking at this?
Well, I will say one thing. You have answers on both sides of the table, right? You're looking at Mobazane going with that comfort pick on that Fredrin. You're looking at Yato able to slide in this Kadita. That rough waves can be a problem. A lot of CC on the side of BTK, but when you flip over to Outplay, right? You're looking at Hoon running that Valentina, and you know he's been a dominant mage so far, but you got to look at what he profits from, right? He has Joy Botch. You can rush in with that wild charge. He has Yato over there with the rough waves as well, so that's definitely something to add to his kit. But we got to keep our eyes on Promise, circling in with the Black Dragon, finding a way to disrupt the synergy and finding ISO.
Yeah, I like both team compositions here for both teams going into Game 3, because again, momentum being on BTK's side, you can kind of see the way that they drafted. They're like, all right, we're not too worried about the Valentina. We think we can control it, but we'll find out, because now we're going to be loading up into the Land of Dawn. Game number 3 here. It's a 1-to-1, and we'll see how it all unfolds.
Absolutely. Now we do see already both teams starting actually on opposite buffs, which means the rotations will kind of go the opposite way. Do see Zane coming in with this comfort pick, like we said, the Fredrin. Do know he likes to spread some pixie dust around the map. He is the king of the jungle. So we're going to go ahead and see him go ahead and pick up that Fredrin.
Yeah, Zane definitely very comfortable, but looking at best player, right? The rising star for North America, and we're wondering how he's going to go toe-to-toe against North America's #1 jungler, Mobazane. You're looking at him running the tanks a lot. You're looking at Zane running the comfort Fredrin that we've seen time and time again. And we got to say, when teams of this caliber, it comes down to the micro and the macro, the last-minute decisions, the slight mistakes can be very costly.
Yeah, the big thing thing here too is this time, Promise with the Yuzhong, will he be able to find the setups like we saw in the previous game, but on the other team, right? Now that is the work cut out, but you have a great kind of layering of CC and options, not just with the Kufra, but you've got that Yuzhong, the way that works, the Black Dragon form, and that's really up to Shark. Now, we've seen him do this before, and that follow-up, right, to allow that kind of scaling to happen from mid to late game for them. BTK, on the other hand, they've got to kind of throw the punches early and really get that snowball going for them. Now, scaling-wise, it could be in their favor as well, depending on how much momentum they build. But because you simply have a Kadita, right, in the hands of Yato here, you should be able to secure yourself some early momentum, some early kills. That's the whole point of drafting the Kadita here.
Oh yeah, and I think Weezy and I talked about this in our previous NACT games. Shark is such a menace in the jungle, right? Even with the first 30 seconds of buff spawning, because the zonish, but best player coming with a little bit of damage.
That's right, a fight over the first turtle. Best player in a tricky situation. Dodges T on the Raging Slash, but Shark winding up with the Tyrant's Revenge. Tyrant's Rage possibly on the way. The Petrify going down. The Rough Wave. Zane picking up the turtle, but can he get out alive? Predator's Wrath does go down. Hoon in a tricky situation as well. Gets the Terrify. Promise picks up a kill. First Blood takes down Mobazane, and T takes down Promise.
And that is a turtle into the hands of BTK. Now we did see the roamer for the side of Outplay. Shark was still not level 4, so the set potential was not there, but we do have to give credits over to T, right? The bravest fighter stance coming with the flicker combo was able to take off a kill, actually, but that's actually Hoon taking off the Lapu, which is going to be T.
Yeah, huge play over there for Hoon, the superstar, the Mr. MVP. But looking at the match so far, 2-1. Very explosive, nice and early from both sides of the table.
Yeah, so momentum once again is the question, but already the fact that BTK is able to hold on, they get the objective. Yeah, that fight wasn't the best for them, but still the way things kind of unfolded, the way the timing was, it wasn't their best fight, right? But the fact that they were at least able to secure the objective kind of gives them that ability to stay here, right? Stay in the game, lead up to the second turtle if they can. That's why Outplayed is going to constantly be putting pressure where they can.
Huge play over there. Yato takes down best player just in time. That is going to be the jungler out for Outplay.
Yeah, and if we kind of rewind a couple of seconds back, you said that fight wasn't into their favor, but getting the turtle, but Shark.
Huge battle on the mid-river. Shark on the chase. The passion goes out. Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall, stunning Yato. Rough Waves as well. A lot of utility on the board. The wall, the Guardian's Berry, and the Wild Charge onto Shark, and a recall for some additional damage.
That's additional damage right there. Joybodge powering up.
Basic.
Is going to rush away, needs to get out. ISO on the chase, a madman, but look at best player. Phantom's execution's in. ISO in a tricky situation, needs to get out. Thorn Rose unable to hit the mark, but Mobazane joining the fight, trying to kite, trying to allow ISO to get away. He is able to get out of there alive. A great save from Mobazane.
And that is a very tricky situation for Outplay. That is not kind of the rotation that you want. You did expect a kill, but not secured, but we do see neutral Ejector Turtle coming in just about now. We do see the rotations coming in for BTK. It looks like Zane's going to go ahead and take his hand on it first, but Shark already doing a good job. Zoning out Joybodge on this Grok, but best player
is going to rush in, is going to puncture into the turtle, but now facing the full team of BTK. Joybodge secures the turtle. No retribution needed. Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall. Yato and T. Rough Waves goes in. Yato secures the kill, takes down Shark. Speedy Light Wheels from ISO. Maybe able to pick one up. Thorn Rose goes down. A Predator's Wrath from Mobazane. Yato with the double takes down Promise, and out goes Outplay.
Wow. Okay, that is amazing. They get the second turtle, and you can just see, and the recalls speak for itself. Joybodge is feeling it, right? He had rough game 1, he had a great game 2, now he's having a great game 3 so far. And also the setups he's able to find with this Grok, the Wild Charge, really allowing the rest of the team to shine here. This is what I said minutes ago. You draft a Kadita, you get this lead. He's 3-0-2 now for Yato. This is the best start that BTK could ask for with this lineup.
And they are securing that lead, right? We do see a 2K gold already into the hands of BTK, but I also want to point out Joybodge didn't do so great, didn't show the best potential that he has as a roamer in that first game with that Kaja, but now you see in the games and like these ganks so fast, so tight. But look at bot side right now, the rotations coming in from BTK.
Yeah, you're seeing both teams getting very comfortable, starting to kind of elevate as we rise through this series. And I gotta say, Joybodge coming alive. He was looking a little shaky the first game, but the second half and the third game looking really strong. But now Joybodge rushing in, realizes 3 members of Outplay down there, not the way he wants to go.
Okay, this is the thing. Outplay is gonna want to go ahead and contest. There's some action top side though.
Yeah, huge play topside to stun onto Promise. Brave Spider Raging Slash Mobazane for some additional damage. Promise with the Black Dragon able to escape, but this will create the opportunity for BTK to secure that first turret.
And that is an objective down for the side of Outplay. So a good trade, I would say, for the side of BTK, but not so much for Outplay. Petri has been used, but midside
is going to get a knock-up. Airborne, put him on a trampoline. Yato takes down Hoon, but look at Shark rushing in for some additional CC. Not able to hit the mark, though. And so far, a great game for BTK. 2 turtles up.
All right, it's getting a little scary. Yato at this point still fighting for this turtle, right? Third one in the game. We'll see if they're actually able to secure it. Joybotch just 1 versus 2 at this point, feeling really good. It looks like BTK is going to go ahead and pull it out, start it, but Outplay wants to get a position. They really don't want to give up 3 turtles to BTK as they battle it out.
Yeah, a little battle inside of the turtle pit on the way. Thornrose does go out by best player who secures the turtle just in time and punctures away.
That was a 3v1 red tree right there. That was a beautiful red tree picked up by best player coming in on this turtle, but we do still have to remember that they could pick up these 2 neutral objective turtles, which is going to be the turtles and buffs and the creeps, but bot side looking like a little bit of setup here, trying to look for a trade right here.
And Shark gonna go ahead and wind up, possibly check the bush, knocks up Joybotch, but is gonna be surrounded by 3 members of BTK. 3v3 on the bottom side.
Oh,
but
they're still
play
going
on the way. Fight not over.
done.
Best player joining the party is gonna go ahead and continue his farm, but neither side gonna find any casualties.
All right, that was a great defensive deciding moment for BTK because it could have been way worse, right? They still have to hold on here though, because look at best players. You're gonna try to cut them off, put some pressure. Keep Joybotch quite low. Here comes Mobazane to help him out, though.
Yeah, Mobazane definitely joining the fight. Realizes we cannot lose this turn. We are up on the map right now. It is bleeding red, but on the top side, Promise versus T, the 1v1 is a shot. It's enough to keep Promise alive, and he is going to be able to get out without falling.
Not falling, but the objective is still into the hands of BTK. Took down 2 turrets on that top side. Only left with their high ground base turret for the side of Outplay. Now, they do need to make some decisions, right? They can either go ahead and be a little bit aggressive, but they do know they're kind of on the back end right now, right? They don't have the objectives and the turrets into their favor, and they do know the fight that they can take is up to them. But here we go.
Yeah, really, Outplay doesn't have much space to work with. They got no turrets so far. Oh, they're going to initiate, though.
Huge wild charge with the Petrify. The trampoline from the airborne knockup. ISO finding a kill, takes down Shark. Moon trying to get away alive, but Yato shutting him down, unstoppable.
That is a shutdown coming in, but we're gonna do it. The thing is with Outplay, right? Even though things aren't into their favor, they try to reset everything and him be like, hey, we're gonna take a step back, we're gonna try again, rework these rotations, rework these fights, and we've seen it in the previous NACT seasons as well, right? BTK kind of has the upper edge, but they flip it right away.
This is the thing, Bloodthirsty Kings, you know, they live up to their name for a lot of time. They're out for blood here, especially when they have the momentum, right? And T do an amazing job. There's not much Shark can do here. Turret after turret is going to be claimed from BTK. All the while, they set up for positioning for that Lord take. Best player trying to get some vision here.
Trying to give some vision, but may have been on more than he could chew. Is going to puncture out, but a good start for BTK, right? 9 minutes in, slowly getting to that mid-game and having control of the map. As you are seeing Promise need to get away. He's going to use that Furious Dive just in time, but Outplay needs to find a way to turn this in their favor. So far, this is a one-sided story for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
And we already see the rotations coming from both sides, from both teams. But we did see Joybotch actually use that wild charge and try to grab a little bit of CC. But knowing that Shark still has the Tyrant's Revenge coming in, but
huge battle on the way. The Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall. Who takes down Yato? Best player in a bad situation. Caught between 3 members of BTK. And Mobazane is going to be able to secure the Lord. No problem. But now, looking at Outplay, trying to secure some kills, trying to find a trade in their favor. Basic takes down Mobazane. A little bit of an airborne knock with the Petrify. Promise finds ISO. Joybotch left alone. Needs to get away. Is going to join T on the top side.
And this is what I just said, right? It looks like they were on the losing edge, but they just flipped it around. They did lose a Lord, however, but they were able to get some kills into their favor and now go ahead and take these objectives as well. They're going to go ahead and take their first turret, which is going to be in that mid side.
So this is the response, right? They're still going to be going basically.
Be taken down. T secures that kill. Is going to get a stun as well. Promise trapped by the Guardian's barrier on the run. T on the chase as well. Out for blood. Living up to the name, the Bloodthirsty Kings, as you are seeing best player. Bandit's execution into the orange buff and away to the base. But look at the zonage from BTK.
Absolutely. The top side, though, however, who's going to go ahead and get his hands on that Lord to go ahead and try and defend. But did you see how much pressure BTK just put towards the jungle side of Outplay? He really had to get out, but mid side.
It is a huge battle on the way. Huge objective falling. ISO taking the turret. T rushing in with the frontline presence. For the stun and the full commitment, knocking him airborne. T takes down Shark, but look at Outplay. Rushing in, trying to defend the tier 2 turret. Can they do it? Yes, they can, but the map is bleeding BTK.
This is a great, kind of back and forth what we're seeing from both teams. BTK, they might have lost, that last Lord fight that they had, but really it was just the numbers advantage that Outplay had. So now they're still going to go ahead and knock on these turrets, knock them down, trying to get the space advantage, and it's up to Outplay to really respond from this. They should be able to hold on to these base turrets for now, and about a minute and a couple seconds away, they're going to have to deal with the Lord, right? They don't want to just give that one away because they have fight in them. You can actually see it when they're skirmishing, when they're sometimes even full-out team fighting. They have the capability to actually contest these objectives. The biggest problem for them, because they only have one turret this entire game, is they don't have space to move with. And so that's what Outplay has to fight for. And if that's finding a setup, a pickoff, if they can, that's best case scenario. But the biggest problem is right there, bottom right of your screen, it's Yato. The Kadita is a huge threat, especially to someone like Basically who still needs time to build up here. And that's why you see them so crowded together, right? This is their form of just kind of the ultimate bonding experience. They're sticking together here.
Absolutely. And now the thing is, you have to work together as a team. Now Outplay, when it comes to this draft, you do have to fight as a team, but Shark just got caught out.
With the wild charge knocked there, Born the Petrified going down. Hoon joining the fight. Shark able to get out of there alive. Yato takes down Hoon. Amir's passion from afar from Basic. ISO caught by best player, but now Promise the best player on the run. T takes down Shark with the killing spree. Shot is activated.
Yato.
Promise may be able to take down Yato. Is going to use the rough waves to get out of there. The knockup on to Promise, but look at best player. Tricky situation as well. Needs to escape. Joyboss and T. Felt the low HP. Best player pass in, takes down Yato, punctures back through T and Joyboss, but T shuts him down for the mega kill. Promise and Joyboss and T fighting it out 2v1. Promise, the king of life still. Can he sustain himself? The wild charge for the knockup. The life still is still there. He is still alive, and he furious dives out of there. Escape from T, but look at T. Look at the drive, still rushing in.
Basic?
Both fighters fighting their lives out on the line, but Basic in the bush. Possible Lord still on the way. Needs to swap over. Could possibly get a little bit of a snipe first still, but look at Moon. Wraps around just in time. Zane has the retribution. T joined the fight. Ravens fighter, Rage Slash. Zane is going to go ahead and secure the turtle for BTK. Huge play. Basic takes down T. Zane takes down Basic to respond, but BTK claims the Lord.
Not the best trade I would like to see. They did try to go for that Lord because, just like Nice said, you can't really. They don't want to really give up this Lord, but if they give up this Lord, they're going to lose so much potential here.
Can I just say that is going back to the break point, pretty much the keys to victory for BTK. They slowed it down, right? They slowed it down. You're going to look at the replay here. That's what they had to do. The timing was great. It looked like OP would make it in time, but what a Guardian's barrier there to cut off Basic. He wasn't able to escape, and now they're marching in the base in the mid lane.
Marching in the base, possibly trying to claim some real estate. ISO find the turret. Yato taking down best player. The map has opened up for Outplay. What is happening right now? BTK, knock, knock. Who's there? Moba Zane and the revamped team trying to claim game 3.
It looks like they are trying to go ahead and defend this.
You are going to see huge play on the way. Huge invade from BTK. Promise front line trying to sustain himself, trying to stop BTK from claiming some more of these inhibitors. You are seeing Hoon on the bottom side, but look at BTK. Very comfortable right now. A little bit of that recall for that additional damage that we love to see, and down goes the top inhibitor turret.
I love T. He just bravest fighter jumps in there and he just stands. He's like, come on, who wants it? So that again is how good BTK is feeling with this game. Number 3, they're total control here. Again, Outplay at this point, 15 minutes in, one turret. Right now, the top side is holding on to about 1 hit away. They should be able to get that down, work around with it, but they got about a minute and a half to do something, right? Because next Lord's going to come up here. They don't want to give that one up. And conceals are going to be used. They're just trying to scout around the map. This is what I was talking about advantage-wise. Now, let's take a quick look at the items here, Eunice.
And we are looking at that 15-minute power spike. So we're kind of in that mid to late game, and this could go towards that late game. But we already see a lot of Immortalities being picked up by the side of BTK. Zane, one in that tank jungle, needs to go ahead and be able to front for a lot. ISO also picking up the Immortalities. So we're going to see a lot of those long, sustained fights. And my question is, Weezy, can you breathe?
Oh, man, I'm trying, but they're making it very hard. But look, 15 minutes in, right? Officially getting to the late game. The respawn timers are getting higher and everything on the line. As you are going to see this Lord spawn in 40 seconds, the question is, how can Outplay find their momentum? They're a team that's been dominating the whole 2023 spring season, but now taking some losses, right? BTK able to find their rhythm, and if they keep this up, it may put Outplay on the back end.
This is the time, you know, they have to, this is exactly what OP has to do. Move around the map together, scout things out the best way you can. If that's at the sacrifice of your conceal, then that's what you have to do, because if someone goes down, if someone gets picked off, especially from Yato, it's tough, right? The fact that you try to contest that next Lord, you cannot lose a member at this point of the game, so they're forced to stick together. They got to secure the buffs that they can here for best player, and then allow themselves to actually contest that Lord. You can see that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Basically, his positioning is crucial here, and if he can get into a setup the way that he needs to be, if Shark can find it, that's going to be huge. So already BTK controlling this side of the map, ISO making his way down too. Still, everybody has the green lights ready to go, and also the spells. Already some items being picked up too. Lord's going to be half health here. BTK taking it slow.
Doesn't even matter too much about this about the gold, you know? Usually in that early game stage, you want to harp on who is most fed, is able to get the most amount of creeps. But right now, we're already into that mid to late game, so gold doesn't even really matter. You just want to see what you can get out of this. And knowing that Outplay right now is in the back end, but T.
Huge play on the way, the battle in the Lord pit. Yato! Knock up, Yato rushing in. Shark is going to flicker away, but not the same story for best player. T is going to shut him down. The jungler does fall for Outplay. Retribution into the hands of Mobazane to be able to secure this Lord.
There you go. There was an attempt, but there was a forced initiation from BTK. They knew exactly what they had to do. Joybaj is massive this game, has not died, 12 assists for him. And that is crucial items being picked up for basically, because again, he wants to be able to survive those fights if he gets in a bad situation, buy a little bit of time here. So they have to hold on. Outplay has to hold on to this mid lane, get rid of Lord, get rid of those charged up minions, marching down, holding on to one last turret of the base here. And they'll see, BTK might press the situation once again.
That's right, definitely knocking on the door, trying to find their way into the base. Crystal, BTK sitting strong, Lord crashing into the base as well. You are seeing the battle on the way. Can they close this out? Airborne knockup, Yato takes down Basic. BTK leading the way, stampeding through the base. Crystal, they claim victorious for game 3 against Outplay.
Beautiful game coming in. We are looking at a 2-1 right now. BTK taking out Outplay in that third match. This is also a best of 7 series, so we actually might be here for a pretty long time now. What are you thinking?
Hey, I'm loving it, right? I hope everybody else is too, because some people were talking about before, you know, it's going to be a sweep. Well, it's not, and now, hey, it's 2-1 in favor of BTK. And I know earlier, I know this, some people are going to be like biased, right? But the three of us sitting here, let's take a quick recap of our predictions. I think we all said Outplay. And things have changed a little bit now, right? I'm still keeping it there. I'm not going to go back on the prediction, but this is an interesting series now. Again, a possible, hopefully 7 games from what we see, because so far, like we said earlier, momentum is a huge factor for both of these teams. BTK showing right here, and it's not just, you know, one member on their team, it's everybody. Joybaj, T. Everybody is there. Everybody is pulling their weight, and I'm wondering if they can keep that going here.
Yeah, definitely wondering if they can keep that grind going. Mobazane, this is the biggest challenge he has had in North America, right? Taking down 3 of his former teammates. They know his rotations. They know his play styles. That is the hardest thing that you could possibly go against, and to be able to have the advantage 2-1 is definitely something to be proud about.
Well, let's take a look at the stats here for this game number 3. Eunice, why don't you go ahead and talk us through this?
And we're looking at a more of a quicker game this time, right? The first and second match, we kind of saw a 20-minute game, so we kind of saw it go back and forth, but this one is going to be kind of one-sided towards BTK. We are looking at an 18-minute game, scoreboard being 8-17. We do see the goal lead definitely to BTK, but I also want to really harp on T. Huge setting with that Lapa Baby's fire stance, but also coming in with Joybaj. He really did great this game. He was really the setter for the wild charge, and we didn't see his great gameplay in that first match, but coming with the wild charge, he did been
That's
beautiful.
the thing. I mean, we're going to be taking a look at the replay here for this game number 3, but you said it, Eunice. You know, we had to see Joybotch kind of settle in. Game 1 wasn't a great depiction of how good he is, and you can see it just kind of unfolding here, right? This was the start of it all, and even ISO just kind of able to unleash this early on in a carry worked out so well for them. And across the board, really, just for BTK as a whole, was able to pull their weight. Again, Yato started the game massively, you know, and that's, again, why you draft the Kadita.
Yeah, that's what I want to kind of keep our eyes on. Yato, the man was alive, 6, 2, and 5. There was not a moment that he was out of place, creating the opportunity with the knockups, putting Outplay on a trampoline for BTK to push through, and they were able to close that game out, and now we're wondering how will Outplay respond, right? Which was once 1-0, 1-1, and now 2-1 in BTK's favor. A great series so far.
I'm definitely going to have to give a lot of credit to Yato, however, right? Even though the KDA was nice, him being able to dive directly onto Hoon and Basic and creating that that little disturbance, right? And that's not something, it's not easy to do that on Kadita. Like maybe if you have a Farsa or Eve, you have more AoE, right? So I feel like just Yato being able to get there to the back and be able to just say, hey, I'm here, but you're not going to be here. You're going to be taken off the board and put in the casters as we have seats open. So, I mean, if you want to hop on back, so.
You're out of here, you know, at that point. So, yeah, again, 2-1, game 3 is over, but we are going to be taking a halftime show, kind of like a break. So don't go anywhere. Sit tight with us because we've got something special for halftime. We're going to break some things down. We're going to have some special guests. And I believe also, even for the live audience here, we have some special things for you guys and even back at home. So coming up, halftime show. Sit tight. We'll be back after this.
To banish all darkness. You knew it was all in vain. I'm the blizzard that hovers over evil. Ephemeral, like the flash of lightning.
Fear not, for hope stands with you.
Poor swordsman.
We can win the race against time.
Fate is the path you choose. A glorious victory is now foreseeable.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're here live in Las Vegas at the Esports Arena, the HyperX Arena, and it's now a 2-for-1 in favor of BTK in a best-of-7, the grand finals for NACT spring season. And if you're just joining us, again, on desk with me, it's Naisu, joined here with Eunice, Steph Weezy. I know you guys are feeling away. That was your first game to cast, right? You just joined us at Game 3. How are we feeling so far?
I mean, our predictions.
Speechless.
It's not even speechless. Like that's how I already know the games are going to be so back and forth, like ping pong.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone expected kind of like a one-sided story, kind of at least for the first couple of matches. But BTK's swinging the rope around and getting a goal on him. So.
That's right. Both of these teams right now starting a movement. Pound sign, expect the unexpected. You never know which way this is going to go. Like you said, ping pong, back and forth. But we got to give credit over there, right? We all voted for Outplay, right? We kind of thought, stats don't lie. They've been dominating through the 2023 spring season, but BTK having a couple tricks up their sleeves, led by Mobazane, showing the world why he holds the title as the best jungler for North America.
Yeah, and there's a lot of focus on Mobazane, but like I said, previous game, everybody played their role to perfection there for Game 3. But before we talk about it more, of course, everybody here in the live audience, there is a carnival going on in the HyperX Sports Arena, Esports Arena. Join us because there's a lot of stuff you guys can win, exclusive prizes, of course, like we talked about earlier. And there it is. These are shots from earlier and throughout the day. Everybody playing these games. That's Trex right there. They're shooting ping pong balls in Trex's mouth, but also just winning prizes. And did you guys get a chance to check it out?
I mean, I did a.
Oh, you were working.
I was actually. I did the interview, the live interview. I kind of was a host, so I did walk around a lot of these booths, and they're actually pretty nice. The prizes, though, I wanted to get my hands on them and just take them home with me, but I can't do that.
That's right. A lot of exclusive merchandise and a lot of cosplayers. I mean, look at the Lunox, right?
Esmeralda.
Cyclops over there, the Esmeralda as well. Just so much going on, and you gotta love to see it. Me, myself, I cosplayed as the Brody, right? Brody in a suit. NACT 2023 spring season. New skin on the way.
New skin on the way. Also on the way is this new set of giveaway codes. You guys missed the juicy codes earlier, man. Those were packed. But now, again, if you're joining us, this is the advanced tournament chest. You can go ahead and give it a chance. I know the odds might not be in your favor, but still give a chance. Claim those codes while you can. Something, again, if you guys get a chance in the future, hopefully we have more bigger carnival and things going on. It's always great to come out to the live audience because there's a lot of goodies here. Mutan really supporting this, doing a lot for the live audience because even I got the chance to take a look at that merchandise, and I want to take some home myself. Also getting a chance to look at what's at stake here, right? Dave went through this earlier, but here it is again. The prize pool for this is, the first place is the $15,000 US, of course, with 100,000 diamonds. That's a whole lot. Also, I feel like this is really heavy here. The bid to not only Romania later on for the IESF championships, but also Cambodia, which is coming up very soon for MSC 2023. That is the first time that North America will be representing North America, obviously, in the MSC tournament, right? So there's going to be a huge thing, kind of pride factor there. And also, you get your names engraved in the trophy. Right now, it's currently the Valley Dude. I don't know if Dude is actually on the trophy, but it's you can't help but say it, right? So new name on the trophy, medals for each participant as we got it look earlier. There it is right there, right on cue. Jackets not part of the prize, unfortunately. Hopefully, maybe one day you guys have Letterman jackets out here, like we do over in the Philippines. But I know too that people are really excited. That part of the world is starting to wake up. They've been shouting out to me on Twitter and social media and whatnot, and they are also kind of surprised at so far these first 3 games, and now they're waking up at this point. I know we're at the halftime show, so as things kind of get settled in here, they can't wait for this to unfold as well and really, again, see who is going to be representing North America, because this region has slowly continued to grow and grow and grow, and the skill level of these players, it's not now just 1 or 2 players that are really shining. You look at these squads, there might be some new names here and there, but overall, the region, the players, the play styles have grown in themselves, and I know you guys, even as casters here, have had your own journey, and now you're here. Do you have anything to say so far about the series and what's to look forward? I mean, we got Game 4 later on after the halftime show.
I mean, if we're looking at 2-1 right now, BTK, when we both thought that, I mean, us three thought it was going to be a little bit more of a one-sided story. We're gonna be here for a little bit, and the games are not even like, they aren't like easy. We're looking at like 15 to 20 minute games. Like it's pretty tight right now. So I don't know. Honestly, looking at the first 3 matches right now, 2-1, I can't even. I can't
tell.
I can't say anything anymore. Like,
Well, unfortunately, we can't change our predictions. You know?
I know, right? Only. I mean, Eunice had the highest prediction rate out of all of us.
Yeah, I know.
Insane.
I saw it.
BTK, man, just saving a surprise at the final end in the grand finals. This is just insane so far to see, but I got to give credit to their whole team, right? You never know which way it's going to go. Yato shining in that match as well. 2-1, a huge start, but this is a long show, right? We want to see them go all the way to a Game 7. I, myself, do not enjoy sweeps, and you never know which way this is going to go, but overall, a very good start. I mean, we were sitting in the audience together, right? We were trying to figure out where we're going to sit. Are we going to sit up here? No, let's go sit and get the full effect, right? And just to see how explosive it was down there, everybody screaming their hearts out, man. Like, you asked me, am I out of breath casting? I got to ask the audience, are you guys out of breath screaming on this insane gameplay?
Yeah, because it's been a great matchup, and you know, a lot of the tension here was between 2 particular players, right? And I know we're going to be taking a look at the pretty much the stats from the 3 games there in just a second, but if you missed the early video that we had early on, it was an amazing video that was kind of outlined of really where the I guess the energy, the theme is between these 2 teams, how much tension is there, the fact that, yes, you know, it's ex-teammates, right? And you heard them, you heard Outplay, the members being like, yeah, I saw Mobazane, I didn't really say anything to him. You know, I looked at him and acknowledged him, or I didn't acknowledge him, and we moved on from our day, because even Shark's like, yeah, he's my enemy. You know, that's the kind of nature of this matchup here. And really, the two that are focused on is, you know, Mobazane and Hoon even. And you guys have seen this kind of develop over the regular season.
And I would have to say the tension just so unreal. I mean, I'm not even playing. I'm just watching. I'm just watching.
And you feel it.
Mind you, like, if you guys look at the arena right now, those 2, both the red and the blue side, like literally half of them came from the Valley. They were all together at one point, went to M4, literally played together, and all of a sudden, boom. They're calling each other enemies at this point.
That's so weird, because like I was there in M4 and hearing like the Valley dude, and like seeing that camaraderie. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
So Weezy, why don't you take us through the stats again? This is from Game 1 to Game 3 between Hoon and Mobazane.
That's right, 2 furious leaders for Outplay and BTK. Looking at Hoon, the mid lane for Outplay, you've seen him 4.00 average kills ahead of Mobazane, who's sitting at 1.67, but on the flip side, Zane average deaths a little higher as well, but the team fight participation, Hoon just kind of leading all the way across the board. We got to keep in mind, though, we're comparing a mage to a jungler, but nonetheless, when we talk about these 2 players, right, it's not only about these stats, but it's also about the IQ. Both of them leaders for the team, able to spearhead the way and lead them to victory.
Game IQ is usually a big factor here, especially for these 2 players, but more so, we're going to hear from our special friend once again, Assassin Dave, out there with the crowd. Dave, what do you have for us?
Well, first of all, we have a vibing crowd. That's right. We're excited. Now, this has been an absolute incredible match. I was watching in the backstage. I was like, what is going on? Now, obviously, today we have a special connection with our friend and a group in LA. There he is, Mr. Yue with his group. The Watch Party. How are you doing, Yue?
Hello, I'm doing good, Dave. Glad to be here. Super excited.
All right, let me hear some excitement from your crowd. I don't see it. Okay, you guys are like sitting in the back, just quiet.
Oh no, they're still here. They just can't hear. I mean, everything is over here.
I don't think they can hear it.
Asking everyone how you guys are doing today.
Yo, Yue. All right, there it is. Yue, can you see the crowd?
Oh yeah, I can see it. It looks absolutely beautiful. I wish I was there. Like, the arena's huge and everyone there is so excited.
But you guys have an incredible crowd, to be honest. This is in your home, right? You know how?
Oh yeah, this is my home. We're hosting like a little watch party. We got like a 10-15 people gathering. Everyone's here from the offline meetup and we're just so excited to be here.
Awesome. How you guys enjoyed the matches so far?
Oh, I mean, it is very, very close so far. It is 2-1 to BTK right now, and you know, that is a huge upset, and I really think, you know, like, the games are super good right now and super close.
All right, can you ask the crowd which team they're rooting for in the back?
Which team are you guys voting for?
Outplay. Forever. All right, we got an Outplay crowd in LA. All right, that has been absolutely incredible. To be honest, we need more of this meeting. But guys, I know our casters, Steph and Eunice, got something special for us, so let's quickly send it back.
And away we go. An amazing interview from an amazing talent, Yue, right? You see his house packed. Not too many individuals can pull that off. And Yue, he's been doing local tournaments as well out there in California, kind of showing the way for Mobile Legends in NA. But now a little bit of a special segment on the way as we're seeing a bunch of the audience kind of over there on Twitter chiming in on these beautiful matches.
All right, I'm going to have to kind of look at my eyes already on the second one. So someone said, I do not want to mispronounce the name, but T kind of looks like Shark's younger version.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, maybe kind of see it, but both of them top of the line talent, and we wonder which one would be able to claim victorious. But another comment, come BTK, please upset all the haters. Now, this is a big one to dive into. You've got the Zayn fans, and then you've got the Zayn haters. This is the biggest thing in North America. If you put them against each other, just like a 50 versus 50, I wonder who would be able to pull it off for a win. But now looking at another comment on the way, happy to see them going up, win or lose. They are awesome players.
They are, and every single one on the team right now, they have a lot of experience, right? So we're not talking about some random team that came up. They climbed all the way from, I don't even know how many teams, 96 teams?
That's right,
from
96.
the very, very bottom and climbed up to the very, very top. And now they're going to go ahead and claim, whoever does win today is going to go ahead and claim the MSC spot and the IESF spot, just like Nice said earlier. But wow, someone's already saying better than a PH final stage. Wow.
Well, I know Nice's over there. Like, what's going on right now? What are you talking about, man? You know, but hey, we got to represent. We're North America, biggest event. We're in the middle of a pyramid in Las Vegas. It does not get any better than that.
We are, and we're going to go ahead, and someone else said give fans a good grand final match, and yo, it is good. I can't even say it's like...
I gotta say, just to harp on that, right? We were down there, and after game one ended, I was like, bro, this is only game one.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it looked like it was just like the game ender, and that just shows you how much these teams have prepared for this moment. But now, moving on to some additional comments. There's one I like to see. Yes, Eunice, the E-Hive is alive out there.
Oh my goodness, but we are also looking at, I mean, I don't know why I'm in there though. It's supposed to be BTK and Outplay, but why am I in there?
Yeah, definitely love to see it, man. And we love everybody across the land of Don. Thank you so much for tuning in on these amazing teams and appreciate all the tweets.
Oh man, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm gonna defend myself a little bit here. We don't have a pyramid in the Philippines, unfortunately, you know, an esports arena. So, no, jokes aside, this is amazing, right? Now, the fact that I get to actually see this in person, I know parts of the world are waking up to, you know, all the Philippines out there, magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. And I hope, you know, also again, quickly wishing everybody a happy Mother's Day out there watching. We've got some very special mothers in the crowd too, supporting, you know, the teams. But yeah, there's a lot of talk so far on social media because, hey, people were expecting different things here. You know, kind of some people were leaning towards sweep, some people weren't. I didn't initially think it was going to be a sweep at all, and I'm happy it didn't. So, you know, now we have a series on our hand, and even to see some of the watch parties, right, that we have out there going on, and I'm sure there's others going on as well. It's great to see here. So another thing that we got to experience, and this was just last night, was a very special moment, right, that we got to see from Outplay. They had something kind of prepared for a lot of the fans that came out here. Again, a lot of people flew out distances, right? I mean, even we know this, fans flew out from the states alone and were here just to show their support. Now, yesterday, there was a special meet and greet kind of dinner situation that Outplay had with their fans, and it was great. I think we're going to be taking a look at that here in just a second.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet whom?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a lot of time now, so.
Okay.
What we here for.
Hey, y'all here for the Outplay beat too?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, nice. Oh, who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes.
Oh, hello. We're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us.
And this is my team. Let's all have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, give it up for it. Welcome in. Come on in, come on in. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Dosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say it's because of Hoon.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you. For coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line, Daryl. Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir. Hey, good job.
Man, that is amazing. Look at all the fans out here. You got BTK cheering, the MOBA Zane, a big head here. Also Outplay going. I don't know which crowd is bigger, right? But I will say too, I think Outplay also needs to go ahead and make new merch that just says Hoon Forever, because there's a lot of Hoon fans there. There they go. And it was amazing to see, right? Again, we were there in person as well, and we got to see that kind of unfold. And people were going crazy, going crazy for Outplay. I feel like a lot of people, it's the stories and kind of that journey that they've gone through.
I mean, going to that meetup, actually, we were both there. I did see a lot of people, actually, and they were all wonderful people. And being able to meet and kind of hang out with Outplay and kind of, chill, relax, forget about the game for a second. Let's just have a one-on-one conversation with some of the members, and Hoon being the big dog of Outplay kind of gives that little bit sense of security, kind of like, hey, this is my team. We're gonna rock. We're gonna see what it feels like to be in grand finals.
Yeah, started from the bottom, now we're here, right?
Yeah, now we're here.
Hoon dominating one of the leaders, the leader for Outplay, MOBA Zane, the leader for BTK, but both some furious and high IQ players. And not to mention the merchandise, right? You gotta make sure you guys get your BTK jerseys, get your Outplay gear as well. They're all out.
He's talking about both?
No, I'm talking about both, for sure. But I gotta say, nonetheless, whichever way this goes, North America is in great hands for MSC and IESF.
We're going to find out. Again, we're going to go ahead and just to wrap things up here for the halftime show, we're going to throw over to Dave on stage with Trex and Private. Let's see what they have to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the stage. This is exciting because we have two special guests, Trex and Private Dancer. Now, at the beginning of this video, you two fine gentlemen made some breakdowns, right, of what's gonna happen, like what's win condition of BTK. It's time for us to take a circle back of what happened. Now, there are 4 points. I think the number one thing is draft.
I mean, let's just make it simple, right? Game 1, BTK loses, but what happens? T gets not the greatest comfortable pick. He gets put on the Terizla, and then from there on, they make sure T gets the comfort pick, and it secures them the next 2 games. So coming in the next half, Outplay maybe needs to switch things up a little bit. If they want to take some wins, they have to make T uncomfortable.
Absolutely. T, he was making play on the Terizla, though. You saw those penalty zone. It was absolutely insane. Now, the second thing you guys talked about for BTK is tighter rotations. How do you think they're doing on that front, Private?
Well, they did well, especially to help ISO kind of get into the groove of things. We did see maybe a little bit, we had a little problem with Joybosh with some of his rotations early, especially in that first game getting caught. But as we moved on into that second game, he got more and more comfortable and wasn't getting caught out as much and was there for the team when they needed him.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot closer together. Now, the third front is actually more specifically to Mobile Zane, right? You said he needed to slow down on the Lord. Now, we saw the very last Lord fight in the previous game. Trex, tell us about that.
I mean, he literally does it to a T, right? What the man does is he slows it down. He pulls the Lord all the way over to his side, and what this does is Joybaj and the rest of crew, they find the bushes on the opposite side of the Lord. They're able to wait. When best player comes in, they sit there for a second. They give him a little bit of time just to where he thinks he's safe, and then the attack pounces in. So again, they're following, maybe they're not following what I said, but they're doing what's needed to be done, and it's working right now.
Absolutely. You saw those engages, right? It was actually very patient. Lord was down to like 1 HP a little bit. And then we saw the engage from Joybot. It was absolutely insane. Last but not the least, which is closing up the game, right? Now, Private, what do you think about PTK in the past 2 games? How do you think they did on closing up the games?
Well, we were talking about the patience, and in the end that they need to make sure that they aren't expending those abilities before it actually having the Lord kind of at those towers and where those abilities actually matter. We saw them actually back up when they felt that they weren't able to kind of close it down the way that they wanted to. They were more comfortable letting it slide, being patient with it at the end, and it's paid off. You have a more methodical BTK, which is kind of shades what we were seeing from OP earlier in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first game definitely fumbled a little bit with the Lord push, especially the mid-high ground tower, but they regrouped, recollected themselves, and you see what Game 2 and Game 3 have to offer. So, any last comments before we step into the remaining of the series?
I still want 7 games. I don't care who takes it in the end. I just want 7. So Outplay, you better come out and outplay something.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. I think as casters, we want to see it go. We want this to be a long night, and I'm sure the fans want it to be a long night as well.
All right, I know the crowd is excited for the remaining of the series. Now, with that being said, we're gonna send it back to you, Naisu. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from you guys. Dave, Trex, Private. Again, I know everybody's waiting for that game number 4. We're going to take a quick break while the teams get settled in, get back in their desks and chairs. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
those minions. Oh, and Lob Cutie does go down. Beautiful ultimate there from Slay. Coming in now.
Oh!
That cold altar has been activated. Beautiful pull there. New Blast coming out. Don't have the flicker, but we still catch 2 members. Golem does earn himself a stun. Play coming in with the damage, but there is an immortality on Jays. Are the 3 members going to be able to take it down? But they're actually going for it. They're going to try to put enough damage onto this mid tower. They do take it down. That is the play hitter. We do have a pull on together. We have the cold altar coming out. Now Golem does find the kill on together. The immortality has been activated. That's another one for Area 77. Can we find the damage onto this core right now? They have to escape. K goes down. Another death, but Assault does get taken down. Are they going to be able to find it? You can see the score down to about half health. Are we going to be able to find the damage? Chase Cutie taking down 1 punch.
Joshi!
Escape here. Look how low they are. A stun onto Halay. He does find a kill. Onto Chase Cutie does Mar. But Mar Cutie, now look at the damage coming out for him. Immortality has been
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
It is.
Down. Go Lady Thompson. They might be out of this tournament, but they can ruin somebody's night, and that is Area 77. Good and what? They're brilliant at back. He's down to about 130. Now they'll be able to take this inhibitor. Arms to be able to take that power. From Jordan's attack. He's going to be protected. Oh, beautiful pop up there and a beautiful way to direct this. This is the turn up for Area 77 as they secure game 1 away from that final.
Speed quickly at this game for the high ground in that crystal base.
Watson chipped away on Galaxy. Nicolette have to fall back. Damage too much on Uzi. They're gonna lock on the base. Waste no time. Waste not one. Now they're trying to finish things here. Galaxy will be the first to fall forward. Still on the base. In comes Anna. Look for the pick. Galaxy with the trouble kill. Nicolette able to find Mello though. Anna trying to lock on the base, but the base finally goes down. Ackerman falls out, and Fallout takes game.
Welcome back. Joining with us here again at the caster desk. We just got done with the halftime show. If you were watching, you got to see actually a lot of prizes being given out to the live audience here from Assassin Dave. Again, one of the perks of joining these live events, and hopefully there's more in the future that you guys can join. A lot of people flew out that we got to meet, thankfully. And also I spotted an Echo jacket out there. I'm wondering how we got an Echo jacket out here. But Dave has a little bit more for us, so we're going to be throwing it over to Dave before we jump to game 4. He's with a special guest. Dave, who do you have for us?
Oh, thank you so much. I have the handsome, look at this beard, Hyder right here. Hyder, how you doing?
Hello. Hello. Hello, all of NA.
So why don't you tell everybody who you are, and then what part do you play in the community for Mobile Legends?
So my in-game name is Tyrant. More like an event coordinator, offline-wise, meaning I create events in real life, meaning like, and we had 2 in LA, in-person meetups, great turnout. We had one in Texas. That was also a great turnout, maybe like 20-ish people. Basically, we bring the community together. They huddle up in one place. We just play, we hang out, we chill. You know, we get to know each other. It's a good way to make more friends, new friends.
Absolutely, and we have some pictures right behind you. Look up. Now, some of the events you host yourself, right?
Yeah, so there's 2 in LA. We had one in Long Beach. We had another one in downtown LA. This is a Texas one. I wasn't able to make it, but we did find a host. We're planning 2 more. We're planning one in San Francisco and one in New York. So this year, yeah, May and June.
So how do people follow up into those events? If I want to go to an offline meetup, what do I need to do?
So we survey around first, and then we put out like an application. Whoever is interested, they just fill out the form. If they're able to make it, they let us know, and then we like, what is it? Shit, I forgot the word. But basically, we have forums. We look through the forums. We invite everyone through there.
All right, guys, and if you want to be part of the meetup, if you want to host a meetup, if you look on the screen right now, we have some QR code you can scan in your city, and if you have events that you want to host and you want to hit up Hyder, scan the QR code. This is the time to do it. And while you guys are scanning the QR code, I have a special announcement. Today is actually our community manager Hyder's birthday, so I want to let's all wish him a happy birthday, and we have some special gift prepared for Hyder. Hyder, what's in it?
Oh,
happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. It's soft hearts. Yeah, it's very nice.
I don't even get it, by the way.
Huh? You didn't get this?
All right, what else is in it?
Oh, okay, wait. We have. What is this?
What is that?
I'm not sure what this is.
It's Moscow.
Oh, it's Moscow, but I don't know what it is. But maybe a poster.
All right, show the other stuff.
Yeah, what is this?
Show the camera.
It's The tag? I'm not sure this is.
It's some cute stuff. That's what he's trying to say, okay? Just his back itself.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, we got a Lance pin here. And we got a Moskov pin.
Oh, that's right.
Does he turn around?
I think that's about it.
Oh,
yeah. All right. Just so you know, if you want to get all this great stuff, make sure to scan the QR code and join the next meetup event because there are a lot of exclusive stuff that this guy or maybe some other hosts will be giving away. Now, this is going to wrap it up for us here on the stage. Nicer, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dave. And also, Hyder, it's great to see you guys here in person. Now, once again, if you're just joining us because we're down to pretty much the second half here, we want to just let you guys know, if you missed the video, exactly what this matchup, the rivalry between these two teams means. So let's take a look at this video.
This isn't just any rivalry. This is the rivalry. Two teams with mutual disdain. Born from repetition. Bound from familiarity. More than an adversary. Greater than an enemy. A rival.
From North America, give it up for the Valley!
Their opposition seems ordained. Connected by history, and utterly perfect. We don't remember days, only great moments. The stage awaits.
And there you have it. That's exactly the tension between these two teams. And I think if you also talk about pretty much the saying here, grind, bond, reach beyond, that's a good pretty much painting the picture, right? These guys have grinded together, they bonded, and now they're reaching beyond NA. Again, what they're calling for, this time it's just different teams, and there's a lot on the line here. I mean, how are you guys feeling as we get prepped up for Game 4?
I mean, knowing that these two teams actually coming from, some people coming in from like Indonesia experience, Philippines experience as well, the way that they grouped their teams actually, it wasn't even like, it hasn't been for too long even. They kind of threw it together on the fly and was like, all right, this is my team, we're going to Grand Finals, you know? Then, you know, bringing them in NACT, even in like the playoffs, like we saw some teams even not have a good start actually, right? Because we know that Outplay has like the undefeated score or whatever, BTK had some losses in them, but they did grow as a team.
Yeah, and these are the stats to pretty much paint that picture even further, right? Steph Weezy, why don't you go ahead and take us through this? This is through Game 3 so far.
Yeah, you're already looking at the average kills, and so far, Outplay having a little bit of a higher average, and average deaths, more deaths on to the side of BTK. Looking at the assists, Shark, right? We've known he's been more of the dominant tank. Not really too many players can go toe-to-toe with him. 34 average assists for the team, and then the damage per gold. This time, swinging over into the favor of BTK.
Yeah, that paints the picture well, and now I think we're prepped up and ready for the draft for game number 4. Let's see if BTK can get us to match point or if Outplay can even the odds here and take us to 2-2 for the best of 7 series already. Once again, BTK will be on the blue side, Outplay on the red. Bands coming out. There's the Fanny. The 1-1, I would say that's some respect from what happened earlier in the series.
Oh yeah, and I already see the crowd going crazy over these two matches now, and these two teams are neck to neck, and we are going to be looking at, this is the 4th match of the night currently, and we are seeing these bans, and these are common bans. There's nothing really too much to harp on, but just like Nice you said, I saw running this 1-1. He did run that Savage actually in NACT playoffs, so we're gonna have to give a little bit of a respect ban over there. So
that was ISO, right?
That was ISO. That was.
I wasn't having brain
Zane
fog.
was very proud. We could say that, right?
Yeah.
Getting the first Savage. So
yeah, first Savage, definitely impressive nonetheless. And like you said, kind of what we've been seeing between the first few matches, a very pre-calculated draft. Both of these teams doing their homework. Like we said, Mobazane going up against 3 of his former teammates, the biggest challenge he has had so far in North America.
oh yeah, and now we're gonna go ahead and see the Valentina ban coming out from BTK now. I feel like BTK maybe has to focus towards the mid, right? Because I feel like, yes, there is obviously tons of heroes open. Obviously, you can kind of be flexible with your picks, but knowing that Hoon and Shark's synergy is really, really tight right now. They have played together in M4 series, and maybe putting or forcing one of them on not something they're too comfortable with, right? Because usually we see the EXP getting zoned out, or we see the roams getting banned out. It's just one or the other, right? I haven't really seen such a heavy mage focus at all for any of these drafts. It's always just the roam bans or the EXP bans.
That's right. So far, we've seen the Glue, the Lapu Lapu, the Yuzong, but Arlot has walked through this time, and I'm wondering if BTK will pick that up. Definitely been a menace, but speaking of menaces, Joy walked through as well.
That's 2 great heroes that are left open, right? So Joy and Arlot, but wow, what a response from Outplay. They're like, you know what? We don't even want that Arlot right now. We want to go and take it back to game one where we had Shark on the Franco, right? Landing the hooks, it was the fear of the hooks, and he was hunting, so he kind of wants to replicate that here for game 4, but now, yeah, this is the thing. The fact that do they take Arlot later on? We'll see if their 3rd pick ends up being that, right? As they locked in the roam, they got their marksman pick. This is something that Basic wants to take. He wants to lock in that carry. Now the response, on the other hand, BTK having a Joy already. Now, mostly, Joy could be parked in the XP lane. This is one of the heroes that is very flexible. Jungle, mid, XP. Usually XP, right? That's where really Joy shines. But still, the fact that it was locked in 1st pick, you don't 100% know. But now we get the picture, right? At least there's the Karina being locked in. That's going to go in the hands for Mobazane. Then you have a hero we don't see too often, but actually you're kind of wondering why. Like, why has Atlas not been picked more? When you land those Fatal Links, it's monstrous, right? I mean, so already first phase here looks pretty good for BTK.
Yeah, but even with the Atlas pick, I feel like it's still too early, right? The Mage hasn't been picked up right now for Outplay, and Best Player coming in with this jungle, he is able to flex around these picks, right? And knowing that, I'm gonna talk about Zane and Best Player really quickly. Knowing that Weezy and I, knowing we have been casting for the off season for NACT, the anti-Mobazane. Right, anti-Mobazane. So since Best Player has a bigger pool right now, right, because he can immediately flex the tank jungle, but can also flex the assassin route. But now my only issue is that really going to be situational with Zane, knowing that he's always going to continuously go tank? But actually, this is a really good trade I see. It's going to be a Joy for an Arlot. So I do see kind of a trade going on in the ban phase. So I think that was what they were kind of aiming for. So I feel like the EXP lane, it's an equal balance.
Yeah, definitely equal balance, but we did see Arlot walk through last minute, and you know he kind of profits off of some additional CC from the team, but you're only seeing single target CC so far from Shark, so I'm expecting Hoon to kind of make up for that, to give Promise an easier time, but kind of keeping our eyes on Joy Boss. He locked in that Atlas. I love how you mentioned, was it too early, right? You can definitely work against it. Possibly pick an assassin like a Ling, who we've seen Best Player kind of dominate on, which would be a very hard game plan for Joy Bosch if they do slot that in. Not to mention the Franco, a very solid pick against T on the Joy.
Not only that, but because it was so early that the Atlas came out, you have to also consider the fact now we have to put pressure on. We got to pick up a couple purifies most likely, right? Unless we actually have seen teams when an Atlas is picked up, they're like, all right, we'll take the risk. We'll just have the flickers, and we're relying on our quick reaction times, right? That happens too. But I think this is at least you're going to see a couple purifies picked up here for Outplay to try to outplay the setups coming out from the Atlas, right? Pun intended there. So now last bans as we get to it, you're going to see BTK kind of focus in more on that mid lane. Look, already that Faramis, that Valentina, Eve are taken out, right? Still on the board though, possibility. I'm not sure if they really want to go with it again. Outplay for Hoon at least. Does he want to go Farsa again? Is that going to be banned out as they're focusing on the gold lane response, right? Taking out 2 gold lane options here. BTK still has 1 left. Do they go mid lane?
Yeah, but I'm already looking at BTK's picks. They are like beautiful right now. I do see the wonderful trades coming in, right, from Team Promise, but they already have a lot of magic, right? Once Yato slots in that mage as well, that's 4 members. Well, Atlas, obviously, not the actual magic damage coming in, but if we counted the Atlas, that's 4 members of BTK already having way too much magic. Now, Outplay can go ahead and flex that, right? Hoon and Best Play can run the mage, but even if with 1 magic dealer, you're actually pretty good. So I am looking for more of a balanced comp coming in from BTK, maybe some physicals. But let's take a really quick recap on the bans though. Yves and Lance did get banned out, and Beatrix and Claude, just like Nice who said, the Marksmans did get banned out.
Yeah, and I was about to call it the Farsa. Definitely a great option to pick up here. Even though you're going against T, he can rush him with the electrifying beat. You ban out the Claude, and it's an excellent read.
It's you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the board as well. Into the hand of ISO. One of the only marksmans I got a Savage in the spring season.
Marcutie.
Yeah, basically Marcutie, right?
Marcutie.
Marcutie, yeah, he did get one as well, right?
He did get one.
Yeah, so definitely top of the line. You have to be careful. But with that Farsa being slotted in, that is an artillery mage. You definitely have the control in terms of zonage, but we have to see how this will play out. Got to keep your eyes on T with the Joy.
Yeah, and there it is.
Good call.
I did call it. The Kadita and the Farsa matchup, I just feel like is the most neck-to-neck you can go, because with the rough waves, you know, being able to dive, and Yato played this Kadita last game. Now, obviously, Outplay didn't have the best response to this Kadita. The rough waves really did disposition a lot of people. Now, the only issue is now Joybosh with the Fatal Links and Yato coming with the rough waves is going to be a very, very cancerous combo. But I'm still looking at the draft. Okay, now it is settled. Best person to go ahead and go for that tanky route now. It's going to be this Martis. So we have 2 tanky jungles, but I feel like it's kind of more like physical versus mage right now, right? Outplay has 4 physical with 1 mage, but BTK has 4 magic with 1 physical. So I kind of want to see who wins.
And that's the thing, right? Looking at the lineup for BTK, it's very early game centric.
Yeah.
Like the damage is loaded early game. Especially, this is to be said, anytime you have Kadita. Late game also could be good if they get to where they need to be. That's up to Outplay though, right? And that's why if you look at this lineup, it's very durable. Yeah, there's some burst damage. You got the, you got Hoon on the Farsa here, and you need time for the carry to really come online. But you're durable. You can also withstand quite a bit of CC. You have the Martez locked in here. Yeah, you have Arlott to help you out. And that's one of the things about Arlott too. And I know you guys also opt for some different Arlott playstyle. It really depends on the team. But one of the highlights of him is that he can switch out emblems pretty well depending on the playstyle.
That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, as we jump to game 4, can Outplay even out the odds and secure this series? Or are we going to see BTK secure match point?
And I want to go back to what Nice you said, right? Arlott being able to kind of flex that emblem and be able to either go towards that little bit of that high damage or maybe the tank emblems, right? Go for more that sustain, just like you said. But it's all up to Outplay. You need to scale, but we already see that Promise is actually going to go ahead and run in with the tank emblem. So we are looking for more of the sustain and letting basic coming with this carry, the speed of light wheels, be able to do a lot of chip damage while Promise coming to is going to be able to tank a lot.
And this is the thing, as I said, there's the 2 purifies as well.
Right.
You kind of need that to counterplay Joybodge. He's on fire right now. He's feeling confident. I'm not sure if that, the halftime kind of cooled him off or not, but we'll see if it works. Shark, once again, trying to replicate that performance he had already. ISO, though.
That's right. A similar story from game 1. Can he secure these iron hooks from 300 meters away? Definitely something BTK has to watch out for.
And we already see, he kind of did a little peekaboo, said hello, a little bit trick-or-treating down there, but best player already trying to get T.
Yeah, Retribution is going to use the Retribution, showing their early aggression so far. But I got to keep your eyes on Hoon as well. He's rocking the Purify, but he's going to go up against a lot of CC, so definitely an upscale battle.
Yeah, kind of like that's what you're expecting. One of these teams has the tools that you need to get an early first blood, get the momentum going like we've been seeing so far throughout the series. But, you know, biggest thing actually for Outplay is kind of to drag things out. Avoid Yato this time. Avoid the Kadita. Don't let him get that snowball going like he did in the previous game, and just kind of contest these objectives the best way you can. I think that's why Best Player picked this, but they have something in mind.
Huge play. Speaking of objectives, Best Player may have found himself in a tricky situation. Joybot secures first blood. A huge start for BTK.
That is not a huge start for Outplay, right? I do see the rotations coming in for Outplay. They really want to take T underfarmed as much as they can. The electrifying beats is a little bit too much. The record player might be broken over there, but we do see Turtle being picked up by Zane.
Another airstrike going down. Zane with the retribution just in time, able to secure it, and the Ocean's Oddity Yato on his way out.
So there you go, already starting off, right? That's the first objective of the game, pretty much being locked in by BTK. Bottom side Shark, though, one hit away, able to get out just fine. But still, you know, where do you put the focus on here for either team? Right now, BTK looks to be putting pressure on Basic.
Yeah, but for the side of Outplay, they're trying to put pressure on T. Now, usually when you give up these trades, you have to be confident, right? They willingly gave up Joy, and they willingly gave up Arlot. So they are looking for that very aggressive EXP lane, sustained team fight. But I also want to harp on Hoon, actually. He did run in the Purify, right? But he has to decide, right? Is it going to be for the Atlas or is it going to be for the Karita? He has to really be careful. But Zane
is going to get hit with the Retribution. Shark needs to get out of there. Iron Hook for the pull in and the stun. The Mortar Coils as well. Yato takes down Shark. Ocean's Oddity on the way out and a lot of sustainability. The stun for the Petrify. The Fatal Links for the set.
Wow.
Mortar Coils from Best Player. Decimation goes down. Takes out Yato. Can he get a full linebacker, the jungler for Outplay?
Now look at the bot side though. ISO and Basic is going at it back and forth. And look at the top side as well. It's actually pretty sustained. And we're going to see a lot of battle, I feel like, between T and Promise. Knowing that T's going to go for that Joy, but he does need time to scale. So he went for that Magic Shop to get those items a little bit more quicker than other mages you see. But Hoon, Hook.
Beautiful combination of synergy between Shark and Hoon. The Iron Hook and Hoon with the damage.
If Basic was there like a second earlier,
oh yeah,
might have been, you know, that might have converted to a kill there. So, you know, timing, but T off Cram gonna fall, and it looks like it was towards the top side. I think he was cutting, but you know, either way, that's another kill going to the hands for Outplay. And that's a good thing that you mentioned that, Eunice, because T needs time. He has the mystery shop, but one of the great things about Joy is really throughout the course of the game, you are kind of, in a way, she's a pest, right? You're popping the beats, you're going for the back line, you're dealing damage, you're whittling people down, and now they battle it out here, pretty even Stevens for this turtle.
That's right, a battle over the turtle. Both teams on the way. Double set with the Fatal Links and a possible pickoff. Best player with the Retribution secures the turtle. Joybot gets a kill, takes down Hoon. Final slash on his way out. Promise takes down ISO. Look at Promise, needs to get out of there, but Yato with the denial. Best player rushes with the Motor Course onto Zane, onto Joybot, takes down Joybot, but taken down by MOBA Zane.
That is a turtle into the hands of Outplay, but the scoreboard says otherwise, so welcome to the Caster's Desk. We'd like to welcome you up here. We haven't saved a little bit of seats for you guys, but we already see Yato setting up early onto the side of Outplay. Now, I did mention this, and I'm going to mention it again. Hoon actually used a Purify in that mid side. Hoon can't be as aggressive as you want, right? Maybe he has the Flicker. He is able to get out of the Fatal Links if he is able to respond fast, but he really has to be careful knowing that since he did use a Purify on this Karita, he was not able to be positioned correctly for the turtle, which means he just got immediately taken off.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As we take a look at the replay, right, he had to use a Purify, but unfortunately, when he is taken out this early in the game, he's the damage, right? He is the big burst damage that they're looking for. So with Hoon not even able to use the Feathered Airstrike to provide for that fight, you lose a lot of firepower for Outplay. So BTK finding some wins here. It's still pretty even though. With everything that's happened up to this point, gold lead isn't anything too crazy. In terms of turrets, no one's got that just yet. Objectives even traded side for side right now. But best players having a great game so far, starting with this Martiz.
And you are seeing Best Player rush in. Hoon takes down Yato. MOBA Zane looking into the eyes of Best Player. Basic off screen takes down Joybot. 20 part memories on Shark and Basic's retreat. And look at Zane, Best Player trying to fight it out in the jungle. definitely everything on the line. BTK trying to secure this match for match one.
Top side, Promise just took off T.
Yeah, did take out T. Look at ISO, need to get back. Outplay with the proxy of the lane, secures the first turret.
And that is a beautiful rotation coming in from Outplay. Now we're going to go ahead and see Promise and Best Player work for that top side. And we already see the rotations already. The response is extremely fast. T just got taken off. That is not good. And just like Nice said, needs to scale. But Joybaj is being really aggressive, but basic.
He's going to rush in with the speedy light wheels, forcing the flicker from Joybaj.
Okay, they're gonna secure themselves this turtle here. So they get the third one of the game. Still looking to find some control if they can. They did get the turret as well. So starting for Outplay to get their footing on the ground here. Hoon also able to pick up a kill. Again, he needs that time to even scale further. He is a big piece of that damage for Outplay. Now the response from BTK, they grab their first turret of the game here, and they continue to trade cross map. That's what's happening. Even action-wise, everything is happening everywhere.
I also want to harp out a little bit on the rotations. BTK actually goes the 1-2-2, so you kind of see Joybaj and ISO kind of more together. But if you look at Outplay, they either go 1-3-1 or 1-4-0. So you always see Promise always split pushing somewhere else, but we see the top side, right? They did this in the M4 championships. It was the 1-5 rotation, but it's a little bit different with different players. But T
is on the chase. T does dodge the Iron Hook, electrifying beats, trying to clear out the minions. Basic and Shark on the prowl, trying to claim the staging turret. Yato rushing in with the rough waves. Feather airstrike on the opposite side of the map from Hoon to clear out some of these minions, but Shark sitting strong. Basic secures a kill, takes out Yato in the top lane.
And just like the rotations, right? It worked, right? Maybe that is the answer that they need. So the 1-5 position. So basically the roamer and the marksman is going to go ahead, and it kind of gives them a guaranteed kill, right? The CC followed in by the highest DPS, which is going to be that marksman early game. And Basic is doing beautiful at that right now.
All right now, still, Outplay finding movement. That's what they have. They need space to work with. They're moving great around the map, so BTK kind of has to respond to that. They are holding on. Gold lead slipping a little bit out of their favor, though, but still, if they can find a pickoff with what they have, again, you have a Kadita, Joybaj as well. Sometimes he might just have to use the Fatal Links to get the Purifies down and put Outplay in a situation that favors BTK. All this, though, couple seconds, we're away from the Lord here. We'll see if they're able to actually fight it, contest it, but look at OP's positioning.
Yeah, great positioning, trying to contest on the purple buff. Hoon drops the feather airstrike. Yato denying it, makes him cancel it out and forcing Outplay out of BTK. Juggle with the Fatal Links and the stun, the Iron Hook from Shark. Basic takes down Yato. Torn apart memories going down as well. Huge play from both sides.
Now, Outplay will definitely have this aggro now, not only because, yes, members got taken off for BTK, but so many spells have been used, so many ults have been used as well. So Best Player's gonna go ahead and secure this Lord. Zane, looking for a little bit of vision, tries to get a little bit of something out of there, but we already see that they're gonna go for trades, so they're gonna go ahead and take out that top side. But looks like Outplay is just starting to get their foot in their shoes right now, and they're doing great on it.
Yeah, their shoes are on. At this point,
they're on now.
They're moving down the lane now. Lord is taken here. So this is momentum like we've been talking about. Outplay now having it in their favor. They're in the driver's seat, if you will. And we'll have to see, BTK, can they respond to this, right? How do they respond to this? The fact that they've got a couple towers, they can find some space to work with. But also, how do they play around the setups from Joybaj? Is he able to pull it off? Because so far, Outplay has been kind of elusive. They really haven't fallen for those initiations that BTK is looking for. Now the setup here, though, with the Lord.
That's right. Shark sniffing out a setup with the concealed play, but the Fatal Links does go in for the stun. Basic takes out Joybaj. Feather airstrike from far from Hoon. Hoon finds Moba Zane, and they're able to claim the tier 2 turret on the top side.
And the rail flicker hook.
Oh, Shark's not done. A bullseye with the Iron Hook takes down Yato. Hoon securing that kill. Lord in play for the inhibitor. Torn apart memories from ISO. T takes down Basic. They need to get out of there. T gets pulled back with the Iron Hook. Promise secures the kill. But look at ISO trying to get away. The stun with the corrosive strike on a Promise. Torn apart memories secures the kill. Joybaj with the perfect match, trying to get the stun. Unable to, and Outplay pushes out toward the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
2 members taken off from the side of iPlay. Basic and Promise did get taken off, but the amount of objectives they just took, they were just rushing down like a bullet train down that top side for the side of BTK, but they are looking to hunt Best Player down and get him off the map. Flicker.
Ooh, ISO really wants that kill. Look at the commitment. The Fatal Links. Joybaj takes down Best
commitment. That was a committed hunt down there from BTK. They're definitely thirsty for blood, so they grab that. Right now, the thing is, given how everything kind of unfolded there, they're still working their way back from that deficit they have to deal with, right? But if you're looking at this, they're actually in a position where can they actually contest the next Lord? Now, when you looked at how things unfolded, again, Joybodge winning with the Fatal Links, things kind of, oh, hold on.
Bloody Hunt goes down. Who secures the kill, takes down Yato. Man.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
so
that-
going back to the point here.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to be up by the time the Lord is, right? But that's the thing. The firepower from Outplay is OP. Like, it's scary
It's
at this
OP.
point. Yeah, it's OP. This is tough.
no.
Joybodge,
Needs to get out of there. Caught himself in a rock in 3 hard places. Basic on the chase. Secures the kill with the speedy light wheels.
And now, I just want to harp on what Nice said, though, right? The Lord is up now. The commitment is beautiful. I love it. BTK does want to take best player out of Outplay for these Lord fights because, you know, it is a retry battle that this is what everybody's been waiting for, right? Best player versus 8. Who is the better retry? Who is the better jungler, right? But committing all of that much, and now, for the sake of Joybot, just got taken off. Now this is a 5-man setup for Outplay, and now Yato, ISO, and Zane is looking for a response, but bot side.
Bloody Hunt goes down for the suppression. Hoon secures the kill, takes down T. Unstoppable, a good foothold for the Lord pit for the side of Outplay. But Petrify goes in. Yato tries to find a kill.
Wow.
Basic shuts him down with the swiftness, forcing Joybot and Mobazane to think twice about pushing into this Lord pit.
All right, they might just go ahead and secure themselves this Lord. It looks like BTK is going to call it off. They just want to go in the defense here. And it looks like Outplay has had an answer for Yato, right? He really hasn't been able to use this Kadita the way he has in the previous game. And so now with their backs against the wall, BTK's got to defend once again. And it's tough, right? Because Outplay, riding on this momentum, will most likely force a situation, force a team fight. Once this Lord marches down, you're going to see them manage the waves, manage these resources, but they have so many tools available to them how they want to start this fight. So we'll see. BTK, do they have the answer? Is it going to be the Fatal Links? Do they land the rough waves?
Basic checking the wrong bush, finds Joybot and Mobazane, but now they need to retreat the full side of Outplay on the chase. Hoon drops down the Feather Airstrike, the Bloody Hump suppression. Look at best player rushing in. Hoon secures the kill, takes down Mobazane. The battle for the inhibitor on the top side crashes down by the Lord. Outplay has found their way.
Weezy, you're not done,
Joybot! We are not done. Down goes the Fatal Links. Down goes the Decimation. Best player takes down Yato. Look at the base crystal.
Can they close?
1,
Can they
2,
close?
3. Can they close this out? T wretched with electrifying feats. Takes down best player. Basic on the tail. Takes down T. Joybot wretched in ISO. Fight Basic. Here we go. Promise fighting ISO as well. And Joybot falling to the Dauntless Strike. And that is a huge play. A full wipeout for BTK. Ladies and gentlemen, Outplay has done it. They have evened out the odds 2-2 against BTK.
They seriously put on their shoes, tied their laces, and made it a wraps in the book. Now we are looking at 2-2. Score is the same. Now, everybody was kind of wondering, we were even wondering about the score being 2-1, but now it is tied. So I think I can kind of breathe a little bit, right? We are looking at one of those long games, but that was such an intense match. And oh my goodness, I'm like out of my seat right now. Like what just happened right there?
Yeah, a lot on the line. I can't even, you can't breathe. I can't
No,
breathe.
I can't. I don't know what happened.
Poured my heart out. That was such an insane engagement and a very fast closeout to even out the series.
Yeah, the way that kind of ended there, I was holding my breath, man. Weezy, you were going off there because it almost looked like, you know, they were actually going to hold on for a little bit longer, have that successful defense, but it didn't happen. Another amazing hook there, too, at the end. So now, like you guys mentioned, it's 2-2. We have a series on our hands, hopefully going 3 more games ahead of us, but it's been amazing so far up to this point. Now, in just a little bit, we are going to be taking a break here for get prepped up for game number 5. I believe, you know, this is your guys', we're going to switch casters once again, so thank you for joining me on the caster desk. It's been amazing to have you guys, Eunice, Brody, Steph, Weezy, and so sit tight. We'll be back after the short break, and we'll be back for game number 5.
To banish all darkness.
You knew it was all in vain. I'm the blizzard that hovers over evil. ephemeral, like the flash of lightning.
Fear not, for hope stands with you.
Poor swordsman.
We can win the race against time.
Fate is the path you choose. A glorious victory is now foreseeable.
It's over. Tombstone. I feel alive. Supercharged. Back to the grindstone. Let's re-gear and turn them into plasma.
Welcome back here. Again, these are the highlights from the previous game, game number 4, and it evened out the series, right? OP able to take us to a 2-2. So now we have guaranteed 6 games. This is turning out to be a great grand final. It was really a battle in this one. So far, it's really a great, just kind of overall series. Back and forth, just like this game. It looked like there was going to be hope, too. I mean, there was great picks. You love to see the Atlas, but unfortunately, hey, man, OP just had the answers, right? And that's kind of what we see unfold here. Shark going in with a decisive fear of hooks, right? Just on the hunt, always. I'm not sure if this man's going to get the Franco again. Hopefully he's not able to if you're rooting for BTK. But still, there was signs of hope here. It's just, unfortunately for BTK, they didn't get enough time to build up where they needed to be. Now again, joining me on the caster desk / chairs, Trex, Private, it's good to have you back. We're going to be rounding out the series with you guys.
You know, to all the people overseas that have maybe just woken up, your dreams have become reality because this is 2-2. I mean, it's insane.
I'm thinking about the meme. Like, did you guys see the meme out there that had like all the copied Spider-Man and they were all pointing at each other, right? It was 4-4. Now, like, what is the new meme gonna be? Private, how we doing, man?
Yeah, it's great. And this is when we couldn't have asked for anything better here, especially we were talking about a long night here to have 2 teams so even, so ready to put everything on the line here. And that's just how big this is here in Las Vegas, the grand finals for NACT.
You wouldn't have it any other way. I don't think any of the viewers here, of course, would either, whether you're live, whether you're watching at home. And, you know, what a way to end your guys' season, because this has been an amazing journey so far. And now we're jumping into game number 5 draft, right? This is where things really get dicey. Again, if you guys joined us earlier, you saw the video with these 2 teams basically talking smack to each other. That's what they were doing, right? That's the tension here. And this is the crunch time, right? This is the crunch time of the series. It's 2-2. You've got at least 2 games ahead of you. And so drafting even becomes more crucial, right, than it is, because you've learned a lot in 4 games here. Anything sticking out for you, Private?
Well, the thing is, as we were talking about the XP lane and how important it was, and especially for there to be some type of comfort on the side of BTK for T. He did pick up that early joy, but then when coming against an R-Lot, he was having a little bit of issues there. And it almost seemed like for both teams, it was a rush to kind of utilize those early game advances that they had with the joy for BTK and then the Martis for Outplay. But Outplay just kind of really came in, and we were talking about it. The Franco Shark on that was just really a great answer.
Yeah, it felt like Outplay kind of read them like a book there. They gave them the joy and immediately pick up the Franco, which is just a beautiful counter to it. And it kind of felt like Outplay was just letting them draft into them, and they definitely outdrafted them last game. They outplayed them, and now BTK, just when we felt like they were just going to run through this, the momentum has now shifted once again. I feel like we're at a stalemate once again. It's a best of 3 essentially, and it could go any way.
Could go any way at this point, and now too, the first pick for Outplay being this carry. I mean, is that just kind of speaking volumes on how confident they are to put that in the hands of Basic here, kind of unleash from there, build around that lineup, protecting this carry here?
Yeah, very interesting here, but we leave open the Faramis, which, I mean, it has been banned thus far throughout all of this. The big thing for me that I was very happy for watching that is that Outplay has never actually had to fight from behind. So I was very glad to see out there with the fans cheering to see that they indeed are able to kind of pick themselves back up again.
Most definitely, and that's, I mean, it's probably the greatest point of all of this. It's what we were all worried about. It's Outplay was the undefeated team. They never really took a real loss, I would say. And for a second there, we're wondering, oh, are they still talking? Are they hyped? Can they bring it in? And they come back after that break, and they show us the Outplay that everyone loves. Now, taking a look at some of these picks, I think BTK should probably lock in their gold lane early, maybe pick up the Claude here, something important, because that's where they really fell out last game. They got stuck into that Brody, and right now, Brody just doesn't feel like it's it. The Melissa was open. I would have liked to see that, but a lot of options. But here we go. Once again,
Once again.
Fear of hooks.
Fear of hooks is that's where they're going. That's the trend, the theme here. And not only that, but they also locked in the Valentina. So this is kind of expected because you have that Faramis on the other side, and because Valentina is open, you might as well go that traditional matchup. So at least, hey, you're not the only one fighting against the Cult Altar here, right? And this isn't a surprise as well. The Claude is going to be locked in for BTK. Again, that is a great response to the fact that, all right, yeah, we do have to deal with a Cult Altar now, right? We need to whittle that down as fast as possible. And also, you just don't want it to get banned out, because if you didn't pick that up in the first phase, it's most likely going to be one of those bans in that second phase for Outplay here.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see what we go through here for the second round of bans here. We already have the Franco out there, which is what we were saying. I mean, I feel like BTK was having a little bit of issues with Shark on that. I mean, he is surgical when it comes to those hooks, just almost like premeditative. He's able to know where you're going to be going, what those great little outlets are for it to catch these people. We do have a good little backline diver there on the side of BTK as well. T going to be able to come in with that Bravest Fighter form to get into the backlines. It's just going to be very interesting to see if we have an answer, if we've been able to discuss it to get around this Franco.
All right, so the Hayabusa pick, or ban there. I mean, I guess the Shadow Kill does maybe help deal with the Cult Altar a little bit. It's something to maybe cover your bases. But I was thinking maybe ban into Promise here. He still needs something. BTK already has their EXP lane locked in. But with this, are they going to throw another ban towards Best Player here? Maybe take out that Martis? Then they get to pick up the Fredrin or something along those lines, really limit him down. It could be the major target here.
Yeah, it's funny because, in a way, the jungle hasn't been the most like chaotic, I feel like, through the series, right? There's been great matchups here, but most of that pace setting isn't in the jungle so far from the series. A lot of it has to do with how are the roamers playing? How are the XP laners rotating throughout the map? How are the mid laners even doing a lot of that early kind of aggression, and who's able to get their gold laner scaled up faster, whereas the jungle matchup really is that utility matchup. How does it turn out? Yes, we saw the Hayabusa earlier. It was working a little bit, but then it kind of just fell off, and that's one of the downsides of, you know, those assassin options. Unless somehow, some way, you pick it up, you get the snowball going really fast for your team, they profit off that, so you are the shining hope of your team early game. Late game, you let your team pop off, right? That's really what you're going for.
Well, it's really interesting that you bring that up, especially with the utility junglers, that they can survive out there, but they don't really have that like burst killing, like super outplay potential. However, we're talking about having two Cult Altars on the field, which really shine with those utility jungles, with those tankier type of compositions here. I do feel like Outplay may be looking for something what they need right now, probably looking for something a little bit early game that we can try to carry Hoon into the late, that we can carry Basic into that late game where that Speedy Light Wheel can start dishing out damage.
Most definitely. Now, with that Tanks-a-Lot beam, I was surprised by that Tanks-a-Lot ban there, the
Yeah.
Lancelot ban, because I was thinking they might leave that open. That way, they can at least trade something here. But Outplay definitely having a trick up their sleeve. I feel like they got to pick up the Fredrin here, right? Something along those lines. I think it works well with it, pairs well with the Faramis. You kind of have a little bit of an Ube going on, but you have ISO being able to dance around and tee into the backside. But now Outplay,
there it is.
What do they have left here? I guess the Martis again. I mean, we saw that pair up a lot sometimes. If Fred would get picked up, they would pick up the Martis to kind of zone away, push him away. The Akai is also open right now, but I think they need something to get Fredrin out of those pits. Something that can do that without getting taunted, right?
Yeah, get it out. Pretty much of objective range, right? That's the best thing you can do. You still have, again, this is one of the things about Best Player, though, is you don't really know exactly, is he going to opt for utility? Is he going to opt for that objective playstyle, or does he have something else up his sleeve? Again, that's why he has been such a dominant player, you know, in the region, and kind of just going back and forth with Zane. But that's interesting. Now, the Martis is not the interesting one, because you called it, right? That's the matchup we're kind of expecting. The Esmeralda, though. We saw this pop up a couple times, even in Grand Finals in the Philippines, right? The playoffs, and what you see is Esmeralda, I know we have one in the crowd, by the way, but
where you at?
Shout out to Ritz. But the Esmeralda works. It does work pretty well. It's just you have to be able to play it to a T. You know,
gotta be NACT.
you gotta channel the NACT if you want.
Channel your inner NACT.
There's a very little room for error on as an Esmeralda. There's a lot of boxes. I talk about this all the time. There's a lot of boxes that need to check for it to be successful. But I mean, Promise is a great Esmeralda. We're gonna see how well it can kind of scale into that late game. You make it to the late game with Esmeralda and you being successful, she's gonna be an unstoppable force. You start getting caught in the early game, you start making mistakes. I feel like it's gonna, we've been stressing it. XP lane right now is the focus of a lot of these games.
Hey man, I'll take it. You know, back seasons a while ago, XP lane was not very exciting. You know, it was like you had Uranus and Esmeralda. That was the matchup. So I love where it is now. You have room for flexibility, you have room for flashiness, but this time it is, you know, this time it's Lapu Lapu versus the Esmeralda. How will that play out for them? Really, it depends on how they want to play this composition. And the fact too, again, so far, the trend for Shark is he has had massive games on the Franco. That is why I'm kind of surprised that he got his hands on it again, because he's the playmaker, right? He's playing this Franco like crazy.
All right, everybody. If you're in the stadium around the world, let's get it together. This is BTK up against OP in a best of 7. It's 2-2 right now. Who's going to take the next game?
Yeah, we were talking about the first game setting the tone. Now we have 2-2. So the next one, they are looking for that momentum. They want this game to kind of bring it in to try to give this into a close.
Okay, and as we get situated here, right, both teams going to kind of set up exactly how they want to go through this rotation. Nothing out of the ordinary just yet, but one of the biggest things is, I was going to say, Shark, right? He's going to try to delay as much as possible, and this is what we were talking about even before game 1. How much pressure can you put in the jungle, and how much can you get away with, right? That's something you want to keep an eye on. Oh, Yato.
There's a little pressure right there. Shadow Stampede comes in. Shark taking a little bit of damage, throws the hook out. BTK will be able to get away, but keep our eyes on best player here. He's going to keep vision, but nothing too major.
Yeah, what I do like is how they're moving together there. ISO actually coming back. This is kind of shades different from the earlier game. I was a little worried about having Joyboss on Kaja again, but he is now, I feel like the synergy is up there with BTK now as they move around the map.
This is like Joybot saying, you know what, I have made up for that game 1, and I'm here to do better on this hero. And I think he's, you know, he's hot right now. He's doing it. We'll see if he's actually able to turn this game into their favor, unlike in game 1. Right now, a lot of just back and forth. Still, both teams looking for that first blood.
Here comes Yato, almost getting the pullback. And right now, I will say this. Yato and Joybaj are definitely controlling the mid lane a lot better than they have in the past. Outplay not able to be as aggressive as they normally are in game 5.
You know, the one thing I do want to see, like in first game, we did see a couple of failed ganks. And I think that's what's going to set the tone for this game, is how well BTK can kind of go to those side lanes and force the pressure and maybe force the kill.
Right now, both teams just kind of setting up. First turtle of the game is going to be here. Both teams not committing just yet.
Falling Star Moon. Promise, we doubted the Esmeralda, but look at that damage onto Zane. This is going to give Outplay a very nice position over this first objective. Promise should be able to get away from this, and at this point, BTK gives up that first turtle.
Yeah, and we were just talking about this Esmeralda, especially in the early game. They go ahead, it gives them the opportunity to secure that turtle, but Esmeralda actually having the way. Oh!
Bad Bloody Hun. ISO taking a lot of damage, and Basic picks up the kill. A good kill to go into his pocket at the start of this game.
Yeah, and great there. You can see Joybuzz there in the back and go ahead and try to put some, I guess, hopefully help out here, but he still has 3 members of OP up at the top. Like we were saying, the early game from Esmeralda is going to be so important here. Promise doing such a great job.
Well, right now, XP lane-wise, it's kind of just this stalemate, right? You can kind of expect them to really show just how useful these heroes alone are later on towards, let's say, mid to late game, how they play around that. Right now, they're just going to be cutting waves and dealing with that. Now, as things kind of line up here, we're still a minute away from that turtle. They're going to put pressure, trying to get any resource, trying to get any ultimate out if they can. But really, for OP, it's in the hands of Shark. Can he land the hooks he needs? And even Hoon, you see him, he took the Divine Judgment. That's something they can play around with too. If he decides to go ahead and use that flicker combination with the Divine Judgment and get a pick off from BTK, that's great because now they have two options to work with, right? So Outplay has to be conscious of that along with BTK, working around any counterplay possible for them. Again, you also have to take note that the Faramis being locked in here, can you utilize that Cult Altar better, right? Better in this situation.
Ooh, JoyBot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Cult Altar, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go. Another kill into best player's pocket. This is the last thing you want. Yato trying to get away. Shadow Stampede does not work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Out comes the Blazing Duet. Best player taking a little bit of damage, but ISO has to flicker back to get away. OP closing on this tower.
What a great play, outplay there by ISO to go ahead and use that BMI to get back into the tower. Almost kind of like a little trick there.
Most definitely, but wait, they're trying to lock on a promise here, but this Esmeralda is fast. The taunt, the stop, back up on the top side though. Basic, JoyBot up against each other. ISO just trying to get away, but the tower goes down. That's freedom. We're in. We breaking through, and down goes JoyBot. ISO might just be next. He has the BMI. He goes under the tower. He's taking the shots. I'm going down, but you're not getting the kill. But wait, Yato finds Shark up on the top side. Mobazane up against best player. Yato here to help out as well. Best player in a bad spot. Low, down to about 10%. Can they get the finish? He closes in and he gets away. BTK unable to get the kill.
Just so much pressure being exerted by OP. You have the top being pushed there, and then best player going ahead and putting the damage onto the turtle there. They are coming from all different angles, and BTK have to be able to catch their breath.
This is something they have to do, right? Because now, taking a look at the gold lead, it's obviously in favor for Outplay. The way that they're playing against BTK is what's doing that. It's building that snowball even further. Again, when you talked about the XP lane, Promise is 0-0-0. And at this time, so is T. They haven't really had much impact other than in their own lanes, in their own world. But as we get closer to, let's say, even the Lord,
Best player gonna get caught up, pulled in, but he's still able to get away. He's slippery right now, and ISO hooked, taken out. Basic picking up another kill. The taunt comes in. Best player in a little bit of trouble. Mozane doesn't care. Hoon pops the Cult Altar in the nick of time, and BTK still unable to secure anything here. Promise dives in the back line, but right now he's just harassing.
Yeah, just a little bit of mistiming there from Yato, not able to pull out the Cult Altar to go ahead and save ISO there.
Again, the thing you gotta note here is ISO's having a tough game, right? When you lock in the Claude, you're doing that again to fight the pretty much stolen Cult Altar, but you really want to just be able to farm up, get those 2-3 items that you need, and now they're going to lose it here.
Jumps over the wall with the Falling Star Moon. Zane in a bad spot. The speed of the light wheel melts him down. Best player, though, finds a kill. Yato gets pulled in, taken out. That's a double for best player. Tower is going to fall next. Bloodthirsty Kings trying to make some plays on the opposite sides of the map, but will it be enough?
They do have a little bit of an answer up at the top, but man, and we were talking about Franco actually being a part. Shark hasn't really landed too many great hooks, but still, such a dominating and forceful push by Outplay.
Uh-oh, JoyBot's gonna get caught off once again, and JoyBot, we saw it in game one when he's on the Kaja. I just don't think it's the pick for him. He likes to make those sets, he likes to make those plays, but right now, he's 0-2 once again.
Well, that's the thing, right? You have the Kaja locked in, but also this needs to be up. Here we go again.
You don't need a hook when you got that, but wait, he's pulled back onto the tower. Cult Altar from both teams. This is a sustainable battle, and T is gonna last it out. He gets a stun. Hoon able to flicker though. Basic holding around the distance. BTK with the conceal, gonna back off, but watch best player here hiding down the bush. He wants to try to make a play happen. Gonna get pulled in. ISO, Yato are onto him, but BTK gonna keep things slow because they're still behind.
I do like that BTK didn't just go like a forceful to try to go ahead and push onto them. They got an advantage. They didn't like what it was, so they kind of backed off just a bit there. Still patient. They are still in this game.
Well, that's the thing. Going back to the point here, BTK is lacking damage. Now, it's great to have Faramis here, but in terms of damage, he doesn't. It's not matched to the Valentino, right? He is going to get out damage. You do have that Cult Altar, but really, oh no.
Oh no.
Here it is once again.
Oh, ISO, not like this, and that's it. Another kill to Basic. That's 4-0, and Joybaj will be next. Make it a mega kill over to best player. They try to find Promise, but he's just too bulky right now.
Yeah, and it's shades of the first game where they were finding the pick-offs out there, but even here right now, they're not even able to find those great sets. Speaking of which...
Falling Star Moon comes on top of T. Tower's going to go down, but Shark's still holding the front side. It lands, and down goes Yato. OP might just fold him like a taco. This is looking bad. OP keeps coming in. T able to take out Hoon, but it's looking troublesome. Best player finds him. The lands again. Colt Alter makes him last. Now they're trying to respond. BTK here. Basic low. Shark finally goes down. Promise with the falling farm move. Able to find ISO. Mobazane though looking for Promise here. Will be able to get away from this, but that is a 3-for-2 trade. BTK hanging on.
Yeah, just under 5K lead by Outplay. Defense went in favor of BTK there, but still, like we said, they're so far behind right now that they do need to be a little bit more patient, still need to kind of get this game on just a little bit further before they can start making those plays, getting those sets, and coming together as a team to find those kills.
Like, that looked like a time, like, again, if you referencing that video where they're like, yeah, we're Outplay, we're pretty confident. That looked like a confident decision that turned out okay because they're so far ahead. But if they continue to do that, that overconfidence might punish them, and that's what BTK is looking for. But right now, Lord is going to be hard to contest here. Yato in trouble.
We were wondering about the Esmeralda. We were questioning it, and Promise is showing that he knows how to use this hero. Like you said, it was the only thing a lot of the XP laners played for a long time. Now best player taking control of this Lord. They got suppression on him. Mobazane. He's melted down in seconds. Joybaj forced use a flicker. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one. Basic wants to chase him down. He's hungry. He wants a bite, but Joybaj will escape for today.
Yeah, we were talking about the XP lane, and right now, Promise, and especially coming in, hasn't been on the season with the Promise just showing just such talent here right now.
He's channeling his Kuya Naths. That's what he's doing, right? And it's showing. The guy's 5-0-3, and that's what we talked about earlier. Early game, XP lane was, they were in their own world. Everybody was 0-0-0 for T and Promise, but now look at Promise impact here at this point of the game, almost 11 minutes in. He's a nuisance to deal with.
Oh, T, you can't do that. What are you...
Unfortunately, he kind of bites off a little bit more than he can chew there. Get
just T things.
Quickly.
Just T things. Tea time.
You know? Sometimes. But right now, BTK, they're on the defense. It's nearly 10K gold deficit that they're working from.
Yeah, and right now, they're going to go ahead and start pushing down mid.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing. I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything out of this, but they are going to try to force it. Promise, holding on the front side. Joybaj able to pull in best player. Colt Alter comes out. Hoon's had that one ready to go for a while. Promise still in the midst of things. Will be able to walk out safely. ISO wants to try to get the chase. BTK, though, still keeping it slow. Outplay holding the lead with about 9,000 gold.
And we were talking about this before. The better the game that Promise has in the early game, the better he's going to do in the late game. You saw him well behind enemy lines there, deep into the base, and still able to get out there. What does BTK need to do to kind of turn this around?
Biggest thing they need to do is just wait for ISO. Like, ISO needs the items he that has to build up. He's got to get an amazing blazing do-it off. They also have to work around the timing, right? Hoon is going around. There we go.
Oh, there's a blazing duet. They find Shark. Best player on the run for the first time. OP might not want to take this, but Hoon takes it in the make of time. Down goes Mobazane. Yato might just be next. Joybaj on the run here. ISO, all of them. It's 3 up against 4. Lord's going to be up in about 50 seconds.
Utilizing that divine judgment from the IMU, Hoon able to go ahead and put a halt to that push from BTK.
Yeah, that was an amazing play. I mentioned that earlier too. You know, he has the option to take a couple ultimates here, and that time he took that divine judgment and played with the flicker.
Promise. Is he going to get away from this? Drops Falling Star Moon, will get stunned. Is he going to get away? No, he's taken out. But wait, OP's here to revenge their fallen brother. They made a promise and they're going to keep it. ISO goes down. Joybaj will be next. Basic able to pick up the kill. And while all this is happening, Hoon's up at that top inhibitor, melting it down. That's 1 down, 2 more to go, and a crystal.
Yeah, and they're starting to push in now. We have minions at the mid. Right now, they are just a force. Hoon up at the top, flanking here. Only 3 members left for BTK.
Yato down about half health. OP trying to maybe finish this right now. BTK on the brink of destruction on game 5. This could be it. No, Basic able to take out Yato, but wait, lots of stuns, lots of damage. Shark, immortality pops. Joybosh still able to defend with his team. OP, got to go back for this Lord, clean things up later.
Look good. It looked like they might take it to match point, but BTK holds on a little bit longer. Question is, can they actually contest this Lord? Do they just give it up? What is that best plan for them here, Private?
Yeah, just right now, it's already over 10K. There's not really much strategically that you're looking to contest here. They're even able to split push here. You can see T in trouble.
Should be able to get away from this one. Maybe not. The Promise catches him under the tower. Promise gonna take that one.
Yeah, Mobazane trying to come for an answer, but already too late. You're saying he should be able to come. Right now, Promise is just a maniac.
Man, this is a massive game here for Promise and just for the squad of Outplay right now. Securing themselves that Lord, they're going to wait to march in. This is going to be tough for BTK to defend again. Again, the itemization is not in their favor. They're down by quite a bit here. And look, the setups are looking to already happen. Shark's planting himself there, top part of the map. You have the others here in that bottom portion. And this is tough, right? They have to deal with the Lord as well before those lanes push through. Here comes the defense. Let's see if BTK can do it.
All right, conceal play comes out. ISO with the Blazing Duet just trying to melt down the Lord. That is the goal. We don't care about double wave. Hoon instantly annihilated. Promise forced to back off. ISO still up. Best player pretty low. Down comes the Falling Star Moon on to 3 members. Best player able to pick up the monster kill onto ISO. Yato, Joybosh down to about 50%, and OP have closed the distance. They're on the tower. BTK trying to defend the pullback. The Shadow Stampede, and down goes best player. Immortality pops. He needs to try to get out. Another wave of minions still coming. T with the bravest fighter finds Shark. Best player on the run. Promise now on a T. Will get stunned. Joybosh able to find it, but the immortality still up. Best player down to the top side, and Promise needs to get out of town quick. This is bad. 3 members down, all for the price of ISO. BTK just found a deal.
Basically, and Promise alone to tell the story, but maybe overextending just a bit there. Outplay stayed too long, and BTK came back with a vengeance. There's still about a 10K loss. We're going to see what they can do with this advantage they have.
It is amazing that BTK just pulled that off. They're so far behind, and they're going.
Oh, they're going for it, all right. Down comes a stun. Can he take out Basic? No. He needs to back off. Shark gets the hook. In comes T. Gets the kill. Wait, watch Hoon. Colt Alter. They flanked him. They came around the back, and Mobazane's under attack. Needs to get out. But wait, he wants to go in. They find it. ISO with the Blazing Duet, but it's not enough damage. Promise for ISO, a fair trade in my eyes. BTK forced to back off, though.
Yeah, they have to back up. They have no towers. There's only so long that they can keep up with these engagements while minions are starting to force their way into the base.
Oh, this is tough. Can they pull it off? Can they pull off a miracle once again? And they're down 2 members. They got to buy time here. They got to clear the waves the best they can.
That's not how you clear waves. Zane gonna get pulled back in. Basic focusing on the base, but still no minions. Another wave is coming. Joybosh down to about half health. They're gonna lock in. They're trying to finish, but wait, T's still here, able to get a kill. Yato goes down. Joybosh trying to pull Basic away. Basic one hit, 2 hit. He's down. They're still defending. BTK doesn't want to go out today.
A strong gust of wind would have taken that crystal down. BTK prevailing, showing they are not down and out just yet.
I think Basic was just a little bit too late there. Maybe 1 or 2 hits. Oh my goodness, BTK does it again against all the odds, and they might secure themselves this Lord. Promise might try to do something about it. Hoon also making his way here, half health. But BTK could be flipping this one around. They have worked from a massive gold deficit. And just like that, they're going to secure themselves this Lord here by Mobazane.
And they have cut this lead in half. Only about a 4K gold lead right now. A collective breath of fresh air for BTK as they now have a little bit of room to breathe.
This right here is what we've all been waiting for. This is Mobile Legends. This is only game 5. We could be going on all night here, and I'm happy about it. OP looking for the conceal play or just trying to cover ground. There's the hook. T, you got found. Immortality pops. Yato is here with Gold Altar. Might save him. Should be able to get away from this. He's the bravest fighter to get out of that skirmish, but now Zane's in the midst. BTK, I think, just want to try to stop the fight, and they're able to.
Yeah, great call by them not to go ahead and force the engage. They actually able to use that call Ultra to go ahead and protect T. Now they're going to have the pressure on these lanes.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and take care of the Lord. That was the bottom side for BTK. They lose the tier 2. They might lose a couple more. It looks like the eyes for BTK are set on the top lane. They're trying to get as much space to work with as they can. Again, the majority of the game, they've been playing in their base. And now they've got this.
Oh, yeah.
That's bad. Down goes Promise, able to get the pick off. This time, BTK on the chase. Big damage. Best player, Immortality pops. That won't save you today. Who's going to be next? The Appraisal Wrath drops, and heads are on the floor. Outplay on the run. It's 2 up against 5. Lord up in 90 seconds. The gold's been even, and once again, we're at a stalemate.
Yeah, BTK have turned this around. They have tied up the gold right now, 27-16, but that doesn't matter at this point in the game. 19 minutes to go, and you can see the lead. You can see the saliva coming from
again.
T into the backside. He will get suppressed down, but they don't care. Taunt, stunned, taken out. Shark will survive. But at this point, the base is cracked open. BTK, wait, no! The stun, Yato will be able to get away. No, Basic picks it up, so it's some sort of saving grace.
Yeah, they pick off Yato there. They're still, I mean, so even here right now with these both of these teams right now. Even at the late game, you think that BTK have the lead, and then Shark able to catch another hook.
Just want to remind you guys, BTK was down 10K at one point. Now they're a little bit ahead, right? They've made things work in their favor. But you're seeing it. Now at this point, with this type of gold, it's just juggling items, trying to get that advantage, whether it's with that Winter Tranche, whether it's with the Immortality. We're just about half a minute away, or 20 seconds away from that Lord spawning here. Both teams want to duke this out. Now, the only downside for BTK is their base is exposed, right? That's the advantage that they have. You can also see Promise picking up an Immortality here. That's going to really play a part. Now, Shark, if he gets a pick off here and they can get a follow-up, that might turn the tide for this fight. Lord now spawning on the top side of the map, everybody getting in position, and this is where placement is very crucial and how both roams decide to play around with the conceal.
Yeah, and that's just as you mentioned there, especially having Shark on this Franco, you can't relax. Even being in that bush, T is exposed. You're just waiting for a hook. Concealed play.
Joybaj looking for something. The flicker comes in, finds him. Down goes Hoon, best player on the run. Shark and Basic a little late to the party here. With Hoon gone, that's their sustainability right there.
Now, yeah, they're going to go ahead, start on this Luminous Lord OP. You can see Shark and Basic looking for a little bit of a play here on the other side of the map.
Oh no,
they don't have the minions.
They don't have that available. They're going to cut it up a little bit here. Lord, though, still being juggled around.
They might be trying something. Promise, getting chipped down low. ISO finally online. This should be a Lord for BTK. They take it, and it's coming soon.
Yeah, I mean, and that comes to a play. They took a risk. They had Basic. They had the split push there, looking maybe for a backdoor. Unfortunately, what that meant is they didn't have the force there at the Lord.
The problem, I mentioned the problem, right? The base was exposed. It's something they have to worry about. But with this, BTK able to claim this Lord, it's going to get even tougher, right? 22 minutes in the game. This is a beefed up Lord. It's going to march top side. That turret's already down. BTK will most likely be able to grab the other turrets of the base and work around that. Biggest thing for BTK here, avoid the set, avoid the hooks from Shark. That's something that they can do here.
So private. Carry versus the Claude. I know the carry has shred, but I think the mobility of the Claude right now is giving them a little bit of an advantage in this late game. Big stun. Joybaj very low. Cold Altar comes in the nick of time, though. But they are under 2 towers. Falling Star Moon comes down. BTK still going. Best player. Immortality pops. Hoon able to find Yato. Joybaj getting pulled back in. Taking out best player. Taking out Momo's but the Lord is here. It's a base race right now. BTK trying to end this. This is bad. Lord's still up. All they got to do is lock on. Can they do what Outplay couldn't? Ladies and gentlemen, that's match point for BTK.
Oh my goodness.
Look how excited they are.
They're at match point. Momo Zane is feeling it. BTK the fans are feeling it. What a turnaround. You can hear the crowd. Wow.
Are you happy you're here?
Are you happy you're here? I might be a little jet lagged, but I am glad to be here for NACT. Holy moly. Philippines, I know what people can say about our grand finals, but holy moly, the NACT grand finals is where it's at right now. And I just want to remind you guys, if you just jumped in at the end of the game there, BTK was 10K gold behind. They had like one turret.
A sliver of health. A sliver of health on that base.
It was looking dire.
Where's my Clippers at?
What a game, what a game. Match point now.
An absolute turnaround, and that's just kind of, especially when it comes to Mobazane, he's been in these positions before, and what composure by BTK. I know a lot of us were worried about a lot of the members from BTK not being up in the live stage before, but to see them compose themselves for that defense and still be able to kind of flip it around and come back ahead. Wow.
I'm speechless.
I am. Hey, NACT.
Talk for me nicely.
Grind, bond, reach beyond. That's the saying, by the way. So, again, it was an amazing game. I don't even know how, you break down everything that happened there, because majority of that mid game especially, OP was knocking on the doors of BTK, right? And they held on. Just an amazing way of managing the waves, managing that defense, having that high ground defense available to them, and really work around that, like punishing mistakes, making moves like that. This is tough. This is now a tough situation here for Outplay. If they can bring us to a Game 7, that would just be perfect. But they have a lot to figure out from this. I mean, from this game, because again, when you look at it, they were winning this by a landslide.
Another very important thing is every single time, Outplay is normally the king of the late game around here in NA. And for the first time, we see BTK not rely on the early game. It just shows how much they've grown. But Private, take us through these items.
I mean, it's not even just the items, but look at the stats here. You're talking like 8-2-17, 8-4-5. I mean, these aren't the stats you'd expect from a team that just lost. And that just shows how bad, or how down bad, Bloodthirsty Kings were at the beginning of this game, especially having to deal with Promise. But they somehow were able to kind of flip it around there.
Down bad. They're down bad. And even at one point, I thought Trexu was going to say, my saying the big damn that came out, because you said big damage, and that's what Outplay and BTK ended up having. But the way that things were, again, controlled on the macro to micro level is the deciding factor there, right? So, even looking at the stats, once again, it was a very big turnaround there for BTK, and that's why, hey, the fans here are hyped. They're holding up the Mobazane head, and really, you could see how hyped up he was for it, right? Because now you're in a situation, again, going back to this all, people were thinking it would be a sweep, and it's not that. And now that we have a potential, maybe we only get to a Game 6, hopefully we have that game number 7, but still what I can say is so far both these teams putting a lot there, putting all they have on the line. Again, we saw what was pretty much at stake, right? Again, whatever team wins here is going to be qualifying to represent NA at MSC coming up, and then IESF later on. So there's a lot, and plus all the amazing prices, the diamonds, the cash, of course. But I feel like it's that pride to say, like,
the glory.
The glory, right?
Glory.
Pride,
Forget the
glory.
money.
Yeah.
Forget the skins. It's for the glory.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just been amazing to see here. I mean, I don't think North American fans could ask for anything more when it comes to having their two favorite teams colliding here. Nobody likes to see a sweep. You want to see these guys put everything they have out there on the line. We were talking about before, you even, Mark, talked a little bit about how OP was getting maybe a little overzealous when it came to some of those pushes. And do you think maybe that was probably what kind of did them in, which allowed a team like BTK to come back?
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the stats actually again with Hoon and Mobazane. I know, different roles here, but these guys are pretty much the faces of their teams too, right? Now, they all play a different role, but it's that impact, the way that they play the role here, right? And looking at the stats, how it breaks down, Private, what sticks out to you here?
Yeah, so right now what we're looking at is pretty much their stats just throughout these past 5 games. We're not looking at total season, but Hoon, throughout the season, always had, I mean, he was sitting at the top of the leaderboard for KDA, and recently, he's been getting picked off. And when they're able to do that, it is huge. Private, what are you thinking about Mobazane?
Well, I mean, as far as the versing the stats here go, I mean, it doesn't say much for Mobazane because he's on that utility jungler. His job isn't really to get those kills. His job isn't really to, his job is to kind of sustain, be that wall for his team to allow them to get that damage. And he's been doing such a great job of it. You were talking about it before, they were picking off Hoon. I mean, we were a little nervous seeing Kaja Joybots on the Kaja again, came through in the end as well.
Yeah, again, I mean, here's Zane on camera here. You know,
he's got the mom buff, you know that?
He's.
I don't know if anyone knows, but it's Mother's Day. Mobazane mom is here, and he has the mom buff. Please tell me that's what they're going.
I don't think that was it, but you know, he's the thing is with this too, is the fact that now going back to the stats, he had like average deaths were higher, but I think that's something to say about the way that Mobazane himself as a player has adapted, has grown, because he's to the point where, yeah, sometimes he is that kind of a sacrifice to the team so that they can profit off of that. And yes, he's a great jungler, and the way that he also has kind of opted for those utility jungle styles, the way he plays around that, and the shot calling is there, it's apparent, and it's something that Outplay has to also worry about, because yeah, you know, I wasn't feeling the Kaja either as much, but it started to work out for them. And again, it was a team effort for them to be able to not just defend once, but they did it, what, 2-3 times, I think? And that was the 5th Lord, I believe, for that push in the final one. So imagine the 5th Lord, they were able to secure. They held off, what, two Lord pushes or something like that. Basically, it was a miracle that they were able to do it. Now, that has brought them to the match point for the grand finals.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out too, Yato, I want to say at the beginning of the game, it took him a little, he was kind of slugging through, almost like he was going through murky water. There had, his cult altars weren't able to kind of catch up to kind of save ISO. As we started moving on, especially once it came crunch time for those defenses, great cult altars by him to help sustain the team.
All right, let's take a look at the replay here for game number 5. Again, these highlights are going to be very dominant for OP for a majority of the game until things started to turn around. And you got to ask yourself, you know, why? Why was OP not able to punch this one in when they had that kind of lead? And it was just, you know, the tenacity of the team for BTK to really flip the script when they were able to punish mistakes.
Not just punishing mistakes here. I mean, you can see here like a lot of dominance. Mobazane going down here. It was at that crunch time at the base. This being the turnaround point for BTK.
I mean, it's definitely huge, and they were just, they really did hold on to those defenses so well. Joybaj pulling basic away there, buying that Nick a second. Look at that cannon tower, goes down, and that saves them. The base itself takes out the cannon minion, and then they're okay.
The fact that Joybaj probably single-handedly saved that with that Divine Judgment, delaying that time for basic there was actually insane. You know, a lot just happens in these team fights, especially when things are kind of split up. And, you know, going back to even two, Promise had a great game on the Esmeralda. Now we're jumping in to the draft here for game number 6. It's match point for BTK. They're going to be on the blue side. We got Outplay on the red.
I'm almost a little confused here. I was so ready to be like, what do they do with a Franco and an Esmeralda on the same team? But you saw BTK had an answer. They were able to kind of outlast OP when it came to it. Maybe it's just a point of OP kind of maybe going for those little points that we brought up for BTK. Slow down, take a breath, and make sure that you kind of walk that Lord in. Make sure that you're not getting a little overzealous when it comes to trying to close the game on BTK.
You know what you do? I figured out. They figured out. You take enough hooks to your face until you're just immune to them and they don't hurt anymore. That's what you do, but it seems like those hooks kind of hurt when they're hitting you in the face that many times. So BTK finally bringing the Franco brand out.
That's how you overcome your fears, right? I'm going to say it again. Grind, bond, go beyond. Shout out to our friend Dave.
A great slogan. They do go ahead, take Franco out of the mix here. I don't care which way you put it. Always a menace. Shark has been on that. Especially when it comes to kind of the late game and you're trying to set up for like those great ganks, so going for those great pushes in there. It just adds that bit of variety there that you have to keep moving around because you never know when a hook is coming out there.
Yeah, I think at the same time, surprisingly, like if Outplay is holding anything, you know, up their sleeves, in their pockets, is this the time to take that out? Is this the time to present it? I mean, you're one game possibly away from, you know, losing this grand final. Do you want to just opt for comfort and go from there and try, you know, you could say go for momentum. They had momentum last game. You know, so where is that, what is that missing piece for them to finish the game? I mean, we see this before, even in other regions where teams dominate and then the ball kind of slips out of their hands. Like, what does Outplay have to do here?
For me, it's patience. I still feel like they had the game-winning plan in last game. They were so close to closing out the game, but they got let's call it what it is, greedy when it came to a lot of these pushes. They felt that they were so far ahead that they just couldn't lose. They started taking some deaths. They were getting maybe a little sloppy with it. You need to respect that cornered animal that is BTK.
Now, real quick, you know who else was always so close to ending the game and just wasn't able to do it? BTK. And what do we say? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. You gotta win the game, and right now BTK is at match point. Now taking a look at these bans, Joy, Glue, and Wanwan from the side of Outplay, Kaja, Franco, and Fanny, and the R-Lot's gonna get picked up front nicely.
Love the priority pick for the R-Lot here. They're definitely gonna wanna play around that. Put it in the XP lane. It's about as safe as it can get, but if I recall, traveling back in time with you guys here, regular season, when T had it in his hands, there were some games where he didn't have these amazing games on the R-Lot. So this is something for him to do, is be conscious of his placement, be conscious of how much force initiations he's trying to do with the final slash, you know, work from there. So we'll see how they kind of build out this priority pick R-Lot. Outplay, on the other hand, they go with Grok carry. This is a combination that we've seen many times before, but this time they're going to go for it. And I'm surprised also that the Grok is picked up this early.
Not just this early, but I mean, I've seen this before, especially if they're going to go ahead and give up Farza to OP. I've seen this before where these great early engagements with Shark with that ultimate, followed by Hoon with the feathered airstrike. They make these great engagements onto these side lanes in the early game.
I think Outplay wanted them to pick up the Valentina there. BTK says, no, we're taking the Faramis, which means we're giving Hoon the Valentina again if he wants it, right? But they just beat that, right? And I think Outplay wanted to go the opposite way. So right now, because the Valentina looked good, you got the Grok, like you're putting this bait in the air, like, here, look, you got a wild charge right here, man.
Take it.
BTK did not bite the bait there. At least that's just my thoughts on it. They also put ISO in a nice position here, picking up the gold lane. He's not going to get banned out like we've seen previously.
Oh, and we actually don't see the Valentina response from Outplay. They actually just decide, you know what, let's go with the Eve. Because again, this is something that you really want to fall back on. Objective-based fighting, right? Now you have the wild charge available to you. You have the also, like we like to call it, the death box. You have that RWM, and you can play around that. Again, you really want to set it up for either your advantage for those team fights around the objectives, but also if you need to help peel for this carry, you have to be able to do that, right? So Outplay already, both sides honestly having a solid first phase. Bans, though, now that we get to the second phase of the ban, Outplay will start focusing down those roam options here. They do decide to take out the Lolita. We'll see if they actually continue to use one more ban towards that.
Yeah, really interesting because on the first game, ISO had just a little bit of trouble with the Beatrix finding those great snipes there. We do see that BTK going ahead, focusing on that diving potential, who can get to the back line and possibly be able to shut them down. They're going to go ahead, take out Lapu as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ban so far. I think R-Lot, T, he feels good right now, and as long as they can limit Promise down, because Promise has showed, like we saw on that Esmeralda last game,
yeah, great
he was good, even on something that was like kinda we all questioned. So that could still be a fault, that could still be a pickup. I don't know how well it's gonna do against the R-Lot, but I think his hero pool is definitely deeper than all of us anticipate. A lot of us questioned how well he was gonna do here, and tonight he is definitely doing an amazing job.
Yeah, he's been promising, and we even said that before, you know, when we watched him play on a different team for NACT, but that's not really the cause here. You know, it's just kind of a team thing that they have to figure out to be able to end those games when they have that type of lead. You can see, just like we thought, the last ban was going to be focused on that roam roll once again with the Kufa being taken out. The response still towards that XP lane, right? That is narrowing down that hero pool option for Promise. We'll see how he decides to respond. I'm not sure if he wants to actually go for Esmeralda again, although he had a great game the previous one. It really panned out really well for him. So we'll see if he wants to actually go against how he wants to approach this Arlot in the XP lane. There's the Fredrin pickup, so we're going to have that in the utility jungle slot for Outplay. Or flex. Or flex. If it goes in.
Yeah, so and that leaves open, I mean, on the side of a BTK, you still have the Lance open, which you've started to see Zane lean towards more and more, and does kind of give great coverage when it comes to some of those objectives as well. So, I mean, right now, I mean, it's anybody, and there goes the Lancelot.
There it is.
You know, I was talking to some people down there earlier, and someone said they asked Mobazane if he was going to go Lance for the win. I'm wondering if those words will come true here. And no, boy, the Baj, the joy,
the Baj,
bringing out the Joe. Now he needs to channel that inner Yaoi.
It's funny, yeah, I was going to say, it's funny because, you know, I viewed Joy Baj's stream a couple times leading up to this, and he was practicing with the Cho here, and he's like, I've seen it. Right? He's channeling that inner Yaoi of him. We'll see if it pans out. This is great on both sides, and it's the Esmeralda once again for Outplay. Promise wants to give it another go.
Yeah, and what I see here right now is, especially with this big tanky lineup, it does mean that you're going to have to be waiting a little bit for ISO to kind of come online to a point where he's actually going to be able to take down the targets. Right now, especially when it comes to early to mid game, the only target he really has is basically maybe Hoon. As you start moving into the late game, you're definitely looking for that Demon Hunter sword to be able to chunk down Shark, to chunk down Promise or Best Player. So it's going to be great to see how that both of these teams can play this.
Now let's see if they can do it here. BTK, I like the draft. Yato, though, is going to have to be moving around a lot. Let's see if he can pull it off, because everybody around the world, this is match point for BTK. North American Challengers Tournament, ain't never seen something like this. Can OP defy them here, or will BTK take the trophy?
Again, as things set up here, both junglers getting us situated. OP wants to allow the best rotation possible for Best Player. They gotta let that happen. Joybaj gonna actually be quite aggressive, kind of expecting this from this Cho pick and how he's able to utilize that. And at the same time, once again, T will want to find those final slash setups. Again, they have a cold altar workaround. There's so much here actually for BTK to utilize, whether it's the Way of the Dragon or the other ultimates available. Outplay literally has to live up to the name. They've got to outplay those situations.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like too. They definitely have a lot of boxes they need to check to be successful here. They need to be on a point, especially with Baj on the Cho. He's going to be able to kind of wiggle his way in and out of some of these situations.
Take a look at Shark. He lets the first wave go. He stops the second wave. He goes halfway up the mid lane, stops that wave even more, then goes back to base. No vision on him until now. And I'm wondering if this is one of those tricks that we're keeping up the sleeve here. He's being awfully sneaky, and I'm wondering if is there a plan here?
There's always going to be a plan, right? That's what they have to. They have nothing else that they can really go with. They can't go in this blindsided.
And there's the plan. The taunt does come on to Yato. Nice damage. Promise able to get the falling star moon on to Yato again. Mobazane trying to keep him away. But Best Player Hoon are here, and Yato goes down. 13 seconds till this turtle comes up. Let's keep our eyes on T.
Okay.
Decides not to make the play, though. Doesn't have level 4 yet.
Yeah, big early kill for Outplay there, and especially going to be able to set up this first turtle for them.
This is the thing, too. Look, Promise already trying to be a menace. He might be in trouble.
That's the finish. Phantom execution. Best Player going to move on to Mobazane. Yato coming in the nick of time, though. Able to pop that Cult Altar. Down comes the real-world manipulation. Best Player in a bad spot. Joybaj able to get the knock-up. They want to try to get the finish. Best Player in charge. Wild charge knocks 2 of them up. And they will be able to get away from that one, but the turtle still on the field.
Yeah, it's still in the field too there, and it's so evenly matched right now. Oh, speaking of which,
T should be able to get away from this. Yato here going to be able to push him away. Promise, you're not getting that one today.
Yeah, he doesn't have the sprint available either, but, you know, this is the thing. He had that early kill. He's able to get that little bit of advantage, but he went down himself, so now just pretty much stopping the turtle take for now. And both teams might go ahead and reposition, but so far, the 1-for-1 is quite even across the board. Now that Joybaj has that Way of the Dragon available, he might look to initiate this, and then there to be the follow-up. There has to be a response. Hoon waiting for the ultimate available to him, Both teams kind of taking it easy, taking it slow. Turtle's going to reset for now.
That is the 2-minute turtle, let me remind you that.
Yeah.
And it just got reset. It's 3 minutes now. Neither team pushing their limits. Outplay, they want to be aggressive, but they also want to take this slow. They can't take any chances. Mobazane versus best player. Joybaj showing up, but Shark is here as well. Going to the backside T in a little bit of trouble. Promise will bring him down to about half health. Phantom Execution comes in, but it's more of an escape maneuver. OP going to make their way back to the turtle.
Yeah, such respect for both of these teams right here. Definitely don't want to be the first one to make a mistake, even when it comes to trying to take this objective.
Yeah, watch for Shark. He has that wild charge, and there it goes. Zane still takes it, though. Colt Alter comes out. Real manipulation drops, and now BTK's in a death trap, more like the death box, but here comes T, able to find the kill. Down goes Promise, and BTK make up the ground that they just lost. Hoon now a little bit of trouble for Thorn Roses comes out, and BTK disengages.
That felt like, I don't know, I was watching a turtle take in the Philippines or something, because it took a long time to get there, man. And it was just well executed by both sides. Eventually one team coming out on top, BTK able to secure it, and then the team fight following up. So at this point, again, it's not anything major. That was technically the first turtle, right, that they had to deal with. Now, so much is on the line. These two guys right here, Shark and Joybaj, they know how much is on their shoulders, especially early game, and it's going to be up to them. Shark still kind of getting vision. He's got to protect basic as well, as the focus is starting to shift from there. When the objective is not up, they might look for the gold lane.
Yeah, for me right now, I do have to kind of praise, especially the patience of Hoon right now. It's not really going greatly in the favor of Outplay, but he is not activating that real-world manipulation until you see that Cult Alter on. He wants to maximize the damage and make sure that it does enough, especially after the Cult Alter has been used, so he can actually take down the players of BTK.
Ooh, Promise down about half health. Will get knocked over by that final slash, but will be able to get away. A big point I want to bring up. Shark and Joybaj. This is the first time we've ever seen Shark kind of matched in NA, man. Right now, they're both keeping eyes on each other, but no one is pushing into the other. Joybaj has finally earned some respect here.
Yeah, he's, if you look at the series once again, it was kind of a roller coaster, but he's done an amazing job at just kind of getting it going here.
Oh, ISO able to flicker away. Big knock up. ISO taken out. This might be bad. Speedy Lightly comes out. Joybaj might just be neck. Basic comes in. That's 3 members annihilated. Mobazane, you don't want none of that. You gotta back off, and that's another turtle going over to Outplay.
A great recovery there by Outplay, especially giving Basic the time with that Speedy Light Wheel to just rain down damage on BTK.
Is he gonna try to go for this? No, he backs off.
Yeah, not worth it right there. You know, Shark providing the vision, and like you said, it's Shark Joybaj. They are these setters for a lot of this momentum building here. So now Outplay securing that. They are continuing to get that gold advantage going for them as well. And this is where BTK has to decide, do we push the gas? Do we slow things down a little bit? Do we recollect ourselves? Because at the same time, if you look at the lineup they have, they need time for ISO, right? That's usually the case for the lineups that BTK goes with. But so far, what they've proven is that they can do that. They can play that style. But let's see if they find a setup here in the mid lane.
Zane trying to push the gas at that, but he is caught in. Shark will be able to puncture through and get away. Private, how you feeling about this?
I mean, they're right now still so even. We do have Tower there for Outplay. And he was, as he was saying there, we do need time for BTK here. It's kind of shades of the last game. We have, as we go.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Final slash does come in. Wild charge gets a knock up. 2 Colt Alters ready to go. Mobazane in the backside punctures onto Shark. But here comes best player. Not able to output the damage. The damage now turned onto him. Hoon drops world manipulation in the nick of time. Yato gets away with the sliver. But Mobazane's still caught off. And Basic picks up the kill. T, what are you doing? Trying to get the final slash. Hit the dash. Not able to get the kill though. Taunted and taken out. That's a killing spree for best player 1.
And this is what we had seen in the last game too. T maybe getting just a little overzealous when it comes to some of these, especially when the fight is lost. You've lost some players. You just need to learn to be able to back up and kind of lick your wounds and come back to fight another day.
Yeah, that's the best thing that you could do here. Now, again, things building up for Outplay. Let's see, as this momentum continues on, we saw what happened the previous game. If they can close it out when they have the lead. Now, it's still quite early. They're going to be waiting for that Lord to pop up here. BTK still in a good position to actually contest things. It really just decided on how they choose their fights, how they approach this, right? Both teams, the fact that they're holding on to the tier 1 turrets, they can work around that, so they have to find a way to get an advantage here.
That might be the advantage. If they can take out Promise, it could be very helpful in their fight, but Promise doesn't want to go down. Finally get it. They collect it, but wait, it's a trade. T gonna get caught in the road manipulation and taken out. EXP for EXP. Mobazane now working down, getting some chip damage onto himself. Caught on the wall, able to puncture through to get away, but he doesn't want to give up this Lord just yet. Can they find a position or a way in? Best player working, chipping down on it. BTK are gonna have to give that one up.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for BTK. I mean, it isn't a Luminous Lord there, so they do have the patience for it. They are going to have a non-Luminous Lord coming up there through the top, so they're not down and out of it yet. It's only about a 2K gold lead for Outplay here.
Yeah, again, they can deal with this Lord pretty easily, right? It's just the first one of the game. Go ahead and take that out. But they are going to lose some space to work with. That's why Outplay trying to put some pressure here, tier 1. Let's see if they can hold on.
T trying to get the re-engage. Mobazane punctures in the backside. Thorn Roses comes out, gets some nice chip damage, but Outplay will have to back off. Lord still coming down the top.
Yeah, we were talking about that late game that we're looking for BTK. They do seem to have like rough times in the early game to kind of get their feet underneath them to a point where they're not making some of these mistakes, not getting caught out there and have the synergy that they need. Right now, I feel like they're being forced into some of these cold altars while Hoon is waiting. Oh,
wild charge. Joybaj does get away though. Mobazane just trying to clear out those waves. Lord down. They take some hits though. It's a lot of towers gone and the map is looking very red right now.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with. Promise is doing an amazing job at just kind of planting himself in a lane, putting pressure there, forcing T to respond. So when a lot of the times when you have an Arla and you're not able to utilize the final slash for those team fights, it takes out the huge value of that hero. So now, mid lane onslaught here.
Yeah, the tower will fall. Basic on this carry can be a problem. They did find the answer last time. Wait, Joybaj into the backside, gets a big knock. Mahoon drops down that road manipulation. Shark comes in with a wild charge to try to finish things up. Shark goes down. T able to find the kill, but 3 members of BTK are off the map. BTK still fighting back though. Yato back here. Mobazane as well, puncturing through, looking for the back line. Able to get a little bit of damage on a best player and Promise. Basic gets the final hit, and that's an unstoppable kill. T brings him under the base though and finds him. He's picking up the pieces. He's looking for the finish. I don't know what the final trade was on that one, but Outplay still holding the lead.
Yeah, looking at about a 4K gold lead for Outplay here. They're not making this, or at least they've kind of learned from the last game here. They really do want to kind of maximize this early game to kind of shut it down.
Man, Hoon has not died yet. He's 1-0-10. He's been having a great kind of defensive game on this eve, and I think that's exactly why they opted for it. Again, in the draft, we were wondering, why not the Valentina? That's usually what we see against the Faramis, but this time, this has been paying dividends for Outplay, the way that they're setting up objectively, and even in team fights, able to even help peel for Basic at times. So that is something that BTK has to figure out. How do we get to Hoon? He is kind of wrecking us with that real-world manipulation. So now, especially in these situations where they've got that advantage, the space is there for them, they're looking to set up. They're looking to poke down, whittle down BTK to the point where we don't even want to get in the zone. You know, meanwhile, it's just been T and Promise going head-to-head in whatever lane Promise decides to be in.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier, how he's being so patient and Outplay forcing out these cold altars early, and that allows Hoon to get into that late part of these team fights to kind of lay down that damage.
Well, right here, Lord down about 20%, but keep our eyes on Joybaj. ISO as well, but Shark finds him out, gets wild charge. Hoon also hiding out in the bush. ISO goes down, Joybaj might just be next. Wait, watch Zane. It's 1 against 4. Best player still takes it, and now Zane on the run here. He's going to try to buy a little bit of time here. Let's see how these moves work on his Lancelot. He's going to puncture through, looking for another one, runs into the wall, and that's going to be it. Best player picks up the kill.
That's tough.
Yeah, 2 down for BTK here, and a push coming straight down the middle.
Looking like we could have a game 7 here. Falling Star Moon comes down, T, in a little bit of trouble. The push comes in, brings them both onto the tower. Basic still working on it. Shark able to take it out. Basic finds the first inhibitor. Joybaj trying to keep him away. Hoon drops that world village. Wait, watch T. Looking for someone. Gets low, taken out, and that's a shutdown. Hoon finds another. ISO caught under this tower. We got to clear that minion. Joybaj also here, maybe looking for the kick, looking for the knock-up, not able to find it. They just need to protect the base. Another wave of minions come out, but the Lord is still coming.
Yeah, Lord is still coming here, and they have one player down. I mean, what does BTK need to do to defend this?
I don't know. They're going to look for it. Joybaj gets a kick. Will that be it? Best player taken out first. BTK trying to defend with all they can. We've seen them do it in worse situations. They take down the Lord, and they're hanging on once again.
Surgical, right? That's what they're going to do with that Lord. They made it work. They got the 2 turrets in the base, and they continue on. BTK, though, it's almost looking like the previous game, right? I feel like this one's a little bit more tough because they need things to fall in place for them like they did. Is it possible? And we get a quick shot there.
Don't put that on OP. Yeah, don't you put that on OP.
Got a quick shot there. But that's the thing, right? They need to be able to replicate the situation that they had in the previous game, right? It's almost as big of a gold lead. They have a little bit of 1,000 gold to work on here. And now the question again is, how do we get to Hoon? Because you just look at that past couple minutes. Hoon setting up the real world manipulation. It's so hard for BTK to escape that amount of CC, amount of slows. And even if they get close enough to basically or Hoon, they still have the Purify. So the kind of, you're playing math in your head, like how do we get there? You know, option A, option B, all the way to option C or D. And if it doesn't work out for you, then it's like, all right, we got to go and just defend in the base. Because when it comes to contesting these objectives, right now, OP is just in a better situation. Look at bottom side, though.
Oh, nice kick, nice way of the dragon. Promise, may get caught off here. The sprint, able to find him. That's a good pick for the side of BTK.
Yeah, and this is one of the shades of the last game. We were just talking about it. When it comes to the late game, Basic actually going ahead and trying to chase down Mobazane.
They're going to get cut off here.
Bunch of recalls.
Get out, Joybaj.
Should be able to get away from. Wait, no. Maybe not. Stunned. Speedy light wheel. No escape. Wait. No. Down goes Joybaj. Lord will be coming up right now.
It's just a little bit of a safer game here by OP, not allowing BTK to kind of get their breath. They get just the smallest advantage, and still OP there to kind of choke it out of them.
Okay, right now, this Lord could be a game-winning one. OP gonna go ahead and start it up. They obviously have the advantage. Joybaj still a ways away, 10 seconds to get up here, but Mobazane has to put his presence here. So this really depends on if he's able to keep himself here or be pressed out. T and the rest of the team are going to have to help him with this. Lord already being worked on, half health.
Big wild charge, keeping Yato at bay. T and Mobazane working around the back of this wall, looking for an angle. But BTK going to get pushed away right now.
Okay, T still might be that front line. Joybaj could look for it too. They have to get in the zone here.
Oh, and there it is. The zone has been found. Colt Alter comes out. They're trying to get some chip damage. T brought too low. Hoon saves it for the perfect time. Brings out the real manipulation. But wait, Mobazane finds Basic. Mobazane's immortality pops. Still up. Thorns out. Trying to get the puncture. Yato pulls best player away in the nick of time. And now Shark taking a lot of damage. ISO online once again. But Mobazane goes down to Hoon. Now the Lord could be in the hands of best player. It's back and forth. Punch for punch, slug for slug. And minions are on the base. Joybaj forced to go back, and this should be a Lord over to the side of Outplay.
Man, what a play there right now. BTK in the trenches. ISO still sticking around here. Not definitely gonna have to run away. Yeah, very dangerous.
Dangerous game. That's a 6-0-13 Hoon. Hoon forever, they say. He's doing it right here. And they're gonna go ahead and secure themselves this Lord. Joybaj might also have something in mind. BTK doesn't want to let this one go.
ISO has the sniper ready. Is he going to be able to make the play of his entire life right here? T's there as well.
Promise knows.
On him. He knows. He smells it. He wants more of a way. Promise might go down. Best player able to secure the Lord. Joybaj falls as well. Best player moving on to ISO now. Basic finds that kill. Yato forced to use the Colt Alter just for BTK to get away safely.
And right now, BTK is going to have a Luminous Lord coming down for them with one player down. Man, are we looking at a Game 7 here, guys?
I hope so.
I hope so.
I'm hoping for it. And at this point, right, again, Outplay having the advantage, having the lead. They've got everything that they need to push this one in. This is going to be another case of BTK needing a miracle to defend this one. ISO is starting to get there. Yes, you mentioned it, Trex, but it's not enough just yet because there's so many things to deal with from Outplay that's being thrown at them. Not just the immortalities, but the fact that they can't get to Hoon, and he is slowing and whittling down. Here comes the defense. Can they do it?
Can they do what they did last game? Once again, Outplay doesn't want to let it happen. Best player working his way around. They're bringing in the pincer. Everyone come from different angles. Shark does have the conceal ready to go. Wait a second, nice push. T trying to make a play happen. Out comes the bombs. Lord will get melted down. Joybot's able to kick, but now he's going to have to pay for it. Hoon able to pick it up. ISO might just be next. Down he goes. T trying to carry everyone on his shoulders. Looking for the finish. Robazane able to find best player though. T still in the midst of things. Not over. Not quite yet. Minions haven't finished it. Crystal finally goes down. And this is what everybody wanted. We're going to game number 7.
Game 7, NACT here for this series. It is do or die time for both of these teams.
Whoa.
Welcome to NACT. We're going to a Game 7 of the Grand Finals. Finally in a best of 7 series. We got 7 games here. And we're down to pretty much a best of 1. And man, oh man, can I say it has been amazing to watch this series alone and even see the crowd here and just alive rooting for their team. There's so much to digest. If you look at the previous 6 games here, how each team, each game has adjusted from game 1 up to now game 6. It's a 3 for 3. And I couldn't be happier, and I know you guys as well here.
All my dreams have come true. I can retire.
You can retire.
I can retire happily now. No, but nobody thought this was how it's going to go. Let's just paint the story real fast. I don't think anybody thought we were going to Game 7. I heard some 4-0 outplays. I heard some 4-1 BTKs. I heard some 4-2s, this, that, and that to the third. But right now, we're looking at Game 7.
Well, let's take a look at game number 6's stats here. Private, why don't you walk us through this?
I mean, you have to mention Hoon, 7-0 and 15. An amazing
Hoon forever.
Game. Hoon forever. Just carrying these engagements. So patient, keeping himself out of harm's way, waiting for those cult altars to come out, and then becoming that monster toward the late game as well.
It's something that they definitely have to work on as for BTK to approach the next game and how they're going to handle that, because you know it's the Eve was locked in for a reason, and it shows right there in the stats.
I mean, I think it just became a little bit too late towards the end of there. It's like, yeah, we can go for Hoon, but if Basic is let to just run wild, he's shredding everyone down, so they had to make a choice. And I think early on, if they could have slowed Hoon down, early on, if they could have slowed Basic down, maybe they had a chance there. But once it got to the point it was, I got a feeling it was just all over.
Yeah, it's the paintings are on the wall, right? The pictures are on the wall here. And now the question is, game number 7. How does it unfold from there to cap out this series? I mean, just watching that, I think I got something in my eye because of just how much action there was.
Tearing
and I was
up. You don't have to lie.
Yeah, I know.
He's crying. He's so happy.
I'm tearing up because, hey, we got a game 7. It's not a sweep. You know
I've never seen this before.
And, no, jokes aside, though, I can't wait to see what they have in store for Game 7, because we were talking about the Game 6, how exactly they would readjust their draft, and I think it was really well played both sides of the ball here.
Yeah, and a big thing too for me right now, Joybaj on the show. I'm actually questioning, I mean, what the targets actually were for Joybaj there. It seemed like he was kind of putting himself in harm's way more. Not just that, but we had an early game. BTK was kind of getting burst down, forcing out those cult altars super early from them for OP.
Most definitely. Now, take a look at that trophy real quick.
Yeah,
what a build-up. All for that trophy, all for those medals. Not only that, a ticket to IESF, MSC, BTK, we all thought they were going to be nervous, but they're looking good. Let's take a jump at these replays private.
Yeah, and you can see here already, they waited for the Colt Altars to come out before a lot of the real-world manipulation. Hoon, so patient, and be able to maximize the damage that he was doing to the team during these engagements.
Yeah, this is, again, looking at this, you know, there was moments for both of these teams where they were pulling the punches, but it's just OP kind of, I feel like they took a step back in a way, right? And they kind of recalibrated their game plan, and they kind of had to calm down because they knew that momentum, BTK, they were feeling it. They were feeling the hype. They were going for it. They were on fire. And they just kind of worked around that, right? And really kind of played to that emotion, it seemed like. And so now, once again, with Outplay having this, with OP in this situation, I think we just see comfort again, right? For both teams. Give it all on the line for game number 7. Go to that comfort, really just playing their hearts out here like they've been doing up to this point. And, you know, as we see this, I think one of the biggest things for BTK is, yes, you just settle back in. You have to, this was probably that kind of, check in a way, right? Settle back into yourselves, get focused up, calm the emotions down a little bit because now Outplay is on that, you know, that momentum with that win. A lot of that, looking at the replay there, they came out swinging and they didn't hold their punches, right? So I don't know what exactly BTK, how they want to approach that. They had a great draft, really. I would say maybe don't take the fairness. Like, opt for something else. Maybe opt for something that can provide more of that burst magic damage early on. I know Fairness is great. He's usually picked for the Cold Altar utilization there, but maybe this time approach that game 7, comfort picks, go with what you can, and for both teams just to duke it out.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like this is do or die time for BTK. Sure, in the second to last game, we were watching BTK able to kind of round it up at the end and rally the troops, but you can't always depend on those mistakes from OP. This is what we were talking about earlier, is how tight they get, like a snake kind of constricting around you and then continuing and continuing. And we saw that in the last game, fortunately for BTK. And I feel like this is going to have to turn into that early game. There's no time to kind of get adjusted now for them. They need to kind of come from the beginning and come strong.
All right, so you mentioned Yato, right? And like you said, the Faramis wasn't exactly it. He did it well in the game before, but now it might be time to change things up. Speaking of Yato, another player who has, is matching Hoon right now, who is considered one of the best mid laners in all of NA right now, one of the best mid laners around the world. Now, let's take a quick look at the bio. Favorite character, Yves. I don't think we've seen him played it once this game. Also used to have a really good Xavier back when that was meta. Another hobby outside of gaming, playing basketball. Will he be able to put some dunks on Outplay tonight?
I think that's what, as we see him here, get lined up and get ready to go because, we're down once again to that best of 1. Now, Yato and Hoon, that matchup in the mid lane, it's crucial, right? Again, if you're BTK, maybe don't give the Eve to Hoon. Because I think that if you put his bio up there, it'll be like the same thing. Maybe his favorite hero is Eve. I don't know, right? But the way that he plays Eve, it's troublesome for any team that has to handle that. Again, he did not die, though he really utilized the way he utilized the Purify was on point, and it's just troublesome to get to, and that's why Eve is such a kind of a monster mage in the mid lane. Usually when teams pick that up, it's that objective-based fighting. It makes it really hard to find the angles that you need because they get slowed down so much, especially when that first item is the Ice Queen 1. It's picked up right away, the way her kit works. It's a death box for a reason, right? So now with all that being said, we're down to a final draft. It's game number 7 here. It's either going to be Outplay or BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings. We got Outplay on the blue side, BTK on the red.
No matter what happens here in this next game, I don't think anybody can doubt that both of these teams went ahead and put it all on the line here in Las Vegas. You can see we're gonna go ahead and start with a Faramis and a Fanny ban for BTK.
Yeah, I think both teams probably going to take this ban a little bit slow. We got thrown right into this next game. I'm sure they have plans, but Outplay going to ban out the Grok this time. Now, this is something that they've kind of done a few times. They'll put Shark on a nice roam, then ban it out the next game, and sometimes it kind of backfires on them. But doing that, it makes me wonder, are we going to see the Francos?
That could be what they're going for, because so far, just the series alone, the Shark has been on point with the Franco. I'm not sure if, we'll see, BTK, if they want to actually go ahead and go and use that last ban, the first phase, towards that, because it's not, I'm not drafting for BTK, but I wouldn't want to give the Franco over, right? It's been enough, like you mentioned, Trex, the fear of hooks. Like, yeah, you were saying you can overcome the hooks by taking the hooks in the face time after time, but is that really something you want to put on the line? Again, pickoff potential is huge here. Kaja also being open could be something we see either of the roamers opt for, right? You can see how much focus is actually going on in this draft, because if you look back at game 1, 2, we went through the draft super quick, right? They knew what they wanted to ban out. They knew how they wanted to play, but now you have all this information, past 6 games for both these teams, and this is showing in the draft, right? In just a couple seconds, we'll see if they do go for that Franco, or if it's even Outplay, do they want to prioritize that?
I think the glue ban, right? Because that was what Promise like thrived on in game 1.
Yeah.
I think it's very important. I mean, they're going to go for the Franco, though.
The choices.
So glue up front, question mark?
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, you have the glue. Our lot is still open out there as well. So, I mean, there it is, the glue.
Do they respond with the R-Lot, though, right? Because, like we said, we weren't too crazy, but I like this pick. We take the carry away from basic here. I do think T needs to lock in an EXP before we go too late. He could pick up the Yuzong here. A couple options still open for him. And I think another critical thing for Outplay is pick up a gold laner before we get to second phase.
Yeah, and that's going to be what we're going to be looking for here. We do see the Valentina getting picked up for Yato on BTK. We saw this in the first game a little bit, where it was very selective of what the Valentina could use from that IMU, especially when you pick it when you've been picking it early against Outplay.
Yeah, the thing with just the way that Valentina works, right? You kind of have to decide now for Outplay. Do we want to go ahead and lock in a solid matchup? Yes, the Faramis was banned out. So, you know, what do you want to throw into Valentina? Do you want to go ahead and lock in? Once again, what we've seen for the majority of the series is that Farsa pick. They don't. They go with that outstanding performance that Hoon just had in the previous game, paired up with an iconic hero pick for Shark.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to finish things off right here, right? Put Shark on the Lolita. Hasn't been able to pick it at all. This whole best of 7 has gone other ways. Or do you think it's going to be the thing that gets him the victory here?
I mean, like you said, it's an iconic pick for Shark, and especially with the game that Hoon just had with that Eve, showing the patience that he has for it. This possibly, though, is kind of constraining. Maybe you're trying to see what you can force Yato into his IMUs. Which ults you're forcing him to do. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Yuzong here to go ahead and try to dive in on Hoon. Try to answer Hoon, because we said there was no way for BTK to reach him last game.
Yeah, this is probably the best answer, right? One of the best answers, so that you have at least a way to make it so that Hoon isn't comfortable. I feel like this game, this lineup, you really have to make it that way, because that's the thing. At least when he was playing the Farsa, he could wings by wings out of there, get out of dodge. Usually he was all right. But with Eve, he also has to, you want to make it to the point where Hoon's got to decide, all right, do I want to set up the real world manipulation right now? Do I need to be on the defensive? Yuzong, great answer for that. Last bans now for the second phase. It's going to be focusing on that gold lane option for basic, right? They do take out the Claude here. It'll most likely be one more if they want to. Yeah, the Beatrix, forcing basically to pick up something maybe that we haven't seen him play just yet. Not sure if something like the Brody would pop out, or maybe, again, Melissa hasn't popped up at all this series, or they go, I don't know if they would, because it's down to, yeah, I was gonna say it mage, right? But I don't know if that's a little too risky, because again, we're talking about most likely comfort, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing here unfold.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're looking for BTK, you're looking for somebody that's not going to get drowned out. Shark is absolutely stunning when it comes to those bulwarks, those shields from Lolita, to be able to kind of block a lot of that damage. So you're looking for somebody who can try to get around him, to kind of flank onto Outplay, to be able to put on that damage.
Okay, so I know we might all be a little confused by the Harith ban. They thought Naisu was coaching them, so they decided. No, but honestly, I think it's like the Beatrix, I think we can handle, but a Harris really could have been clutch in there because you have the Death Box, you have the Numeon Blast, you drop the Zamon's Force, and it is just a lot of slow all over the place. And I think in their heads they're thinking, I'd rather go against a Beatrix right now because we have the Yuzong, we have some answers to it, than a Harith. Lancelot's going to get banned out here. BTK with first pick up front. Does Mobazane finish this off with the iconic Moba Fred?
Moba Fred, right on cue, right? Picks it up, gonna take that safest route. Honestly, it is. And we might even see the response from Outplay for best player to do that the same thing, right? Again, going back, settling in, and just going the safest way possible if you can. If he decides to go ahead and pick up the Martiz, which is still available, that might just be that matchup where then again, you have to see how it's executed across the board in the lanes. And that's where I think you just go down to that matchup. There's the Brody pick. Shout out to Steph Wheezy out there in the crowd. He's going to be locked in here. And so this is kind of expected. I was thinking maybe the Melissa, maybe the Brody. I don't think we see him go in the on a mage in the gold lane because the Harith was taken out. There's the Martiz. So things are kind of falling into place. They're expected. This is kind of the matchup you're looking for. Now, for Brody, on the other hand, you can really work with the space that this composition provides. Outplay, especially if Shark can land the Numeon Blast. So one of the biggest problems here for BTK is to counterplay that, whether Shark lands it or not. If you can do something, again, Valentina Terrify, to stop those Numeon Blasts from landing, then you actually get yourself a little bit of an advantage, and then you actually are able to secure the Yuzong pick to find Hoon. Those are two biggest check boxes that need to happen here for BTK.
Yeah, you were talking about it before.
There it is. There's another one.
Kaja. You were talking about it before, having that Terrify to go ahead and try to take Shark out of these Numenon Blasts. But this means that BTK needs to be on point with their engagements, because right now what I see from Outplay is a very overwhelming early to mid game that BTK is going to have to withstand if they want to be successful.
You know, to all the people overseas right now, Mr. Dan, if you're watching this right now, Gideon, any of those casters, we're on game 7 over here in NA right now. We're about to jump into this. I like the picks, but honestly, when I look at both drafts, looking at that Brody pick, looking at the Martis pick, if Outplay does not scale up front, this could definitely go over to BTK. They have a lot of possibilities. Once again, ISO on this carry. It's been the thing that's been dominating BTK the past 2 games. They have it for themselves. We know the late game damage. So here we go. Game 7 in the North American Challengers Tournament Grand Finals. BTK or Outplay will be crowned here. And now, who's it gonna be?
We got a lot of pressure on both of these teams. This is what they came for. This is what North America asked for. This is what Mobile League, the world asked for. They were tired of the sweeps, and this is what we've given them, a Game 7.
Yeah, no, people probably waking up still around the world. They're going to jump right into Game 7 and be like, what happened? Well, you guys can always go back and watch pretty much how things unfolded. Again, it's been a great series so far, and at this point, it's anybody's game. It really comes down to, I can't even say it's the team that gets the momentum, because we've seen a quick turnaround before with a 10K lead where BTK turned things around. So all it comes down to, what teams execute it better, what teams have that better macro-micro play. Early game, I don't expect to see too much action. They might just settle in, like we were saying, to kind of hone in, farm up where they need to, play it a little bit safe. That's why the junglers are who they are in the hero slots, and work around it. Right now, for Mobazane, and Moba Fred, if you will, he might actually decide to just put the pressure on. Joy Bodge, this is another point where it's like, this is showing confidence. He's picked Kaja now after some bit. Oh, hold on.
A little bit of damage on a Mobazane there. Speaking of him, Basic trying to get the first kill.
Wow.
Mobazane will be able to get away. Joy Bodge trying to get that final hit on the best player. They move in. Goes down. Yato to the backside.
On the hunt
for another one. Doesn't get the Cyclone, best player. Gonna be able to get away from this. Basic though, getting the stun, but watch for ISO. He's here, ready to help out. Yato able to flicker away, and BTK coming out on top.
Yeah, 1 kill for BTK there. Cutting it close was Mobazane, using that Appraiser's Wrath to fill back up his health and then use the flicker to get himself to safety. Unfortunately though, it does look like we have a pause called.
Hey man, first pause and a best of 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say first one.
Another thing that NA is great at here. Just wanna, I'm hyping this up right now. What can I say? Sorry, sorry.
Hey, that's okay, right? We gotta get things settled in here, but still, you know, just going back to the early game, you don't expect too much now. There was a little bit of back and forth, right? And that's what I'm saying. Going back to Joybotch specifically, this is a crucial game for him, right? You got to shake off those previous games, and that's really how he should be looking at it, right? Don't worry about whatever has happened in the previous 6 games, it's done for. Now you have this best of 1, and this could be a massive game for Joybotch. We saw it actually in the turnaround. Remember, when they were down and defending their base, Joybotch had the opportunity to get the Divine Judgment on, basically pull them away from the base, keep them in the game. And that might be why they went with this pick again. There is kind of that trump card if they're able to pull it out, need to use that ace up their sleeve. But right now, still, it's too early in the early game, right? We don't really know how things are going to pace out here, but both teams still have a lot, again, on the line in this basically this best of 1.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like the early to mid game, I mean, OP, we've been seeing how dominant they can be. Maybe BTK kind of depending on that a little too much. I do feel like as this game kind of continues on, moving from the mid to the late game, it starts to favor BTK because that's where they start to shine. That's where they are most comfortable. Not just that, but I feel like the draft does favor them into that late game as well.
Yeah, I think they definitely had the late game. And there was a close moment there. Like, if Basic would have got that first kill on a Mobazane, then I could say it could possibly be over. That's exactly what you want for Brody. Exactly what you want for Martis. Luckily, Best Player slips away with that Cyclone, because if he would have got taken out too, another one of their early game scaling heroes, it could have been very doom and gloom on the side of Outplay. But they hang in there. Like you said, Naisu, essentially, it's still a stalemate. I mean, the pressure, the electricity, the tension. We're all waiting for this pause to end.
Yeah, but at the same time, they just got to make sure that everything's in place here. Integrity to the game, best of 7. It's the grand finals, and you wouldn't want them to be playing with any, issues at all here, because again, with a lot on the line, it's tough, right? And at the same time, even with things going the way they are, momentum-wise, both teams have possibility for it. They can play around with that. But objectively, right, which team here, Private, I mean, objectively, which team should have that advantage in your opinion?
I mean, we talked about it already. Martis, I mean, they do tend to shine in that early game. It's depending on how well, and this is what we've talked about with some of those points, is the team, because we just saw Mobazane kind of in enemy jungle there, didn't really have the backup from his team there. We need to see that during these objectives, to have the synergy from BTK to protect Mobazane, to kind of go in with him and not just having him get caught when he's trying to kind of farm out there.
Man, something about just seeing all the players here right now, all ready for this. Right here, we got Joy and Baj in the jackets they're wearing. Hoon praying right now. He needs this win. I like it. Both teams ready to go. I mean, even Best Player, everyone's just looking comfortable. I don't know. I'm still speechless. Like, NACT, man. Dude.
Well, this is I was gonna say, you're saying everybody's looking comfortable, but I don't know. I mean, some of them are looking pretty tense, man. I don't know if that's comfort or not, but this is a tense situation, right? Game 7, it's down to the wire here. It is early game. We're only a couple minutes in. I don't even think we've seen the turtle spawn just yet. So obviously, we did get word they got to fix something here with one of the players getting a little bit of lag that they have to figure out. So the thing is, though, again, when it comes down to it, these guys, now for the majority of NACT, right, it's been taking place online, and it's different, right, because you're playing kind of in a different environment. Now for the offline setup in this grand final event, things change a little bit. And you also notice, like, just watching them, I know you guys casting for the majority of the regular season, the reactions of even some of the players it's like they're in their final form, right? They're making these quick reactions, they're doing that. And I think that's one of the things, again, where it's like, this is a different form of both these teams. I think they said it, again, if you guys missed those intro videos, it would be great to go back and watch those, because they were beautifully made, by the way. But at the same time, they talk about, both teams, especially BTK, they talk about how they had a rough regular season, right? I mean, there was times where people, hey, they dealt with a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you guys mentioned this earlier. You have the Zayn haters. You have the Zayn cheerleaders. I don't know what you lovers, fans, whatever you want to. I don't know what you're gonna call them.
He's got
right?
a lot of lovers.
He's got a lot of fans out there. But that's the thing. Like, people were counting out BTK coming into this, and that's why, like you mentioned, Trex, before, so many people were like, man, this is gonna be a sweep, or it's gonna be 4-1. And at this point, this is why you see so much tension here, because again. And we just got word that they did get things settled in, so we're going to be jumping back into the Land of Dawn game number 7. We were 2 minutes in, so that'll be leading up. First turtle is up here, getting us situated. Both junglers grabbing their buffs, getting in situation, getting in position.
Yeah, getting in position here, and you see the turtle going to be taken out there. 1 kill for BTK right now, just a little bit of an advantage. I mean, you can't even really call it advantage, especially in the opening 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Yato just takes that Numion Blast. So we got to keep our eyes on him during this fight. He actually secures level 4 a little bit early because of some of that EXP from earlier. And BTK taking their time with this. Best player coming up from the bottom side, going to clear this camp and then try to make the play happen.
Man, right now, fighting for this first turtle. The game half health.
Yeah, big stun. Promise, trying to disrupt Mobazain, able to get the grab, pull him away, and best player takes the first one. Wait, there's Shark. 3-man Numion Blast. Everyone getting stunned. Yato taken out. That's a long-range decimation right there. Best player able to take him out. It's 1-1 currently. Outplay has a gold lead.
And this is what we were talking about, that early game from Outplay. And it is BTK's job right now to try to mitigate as much as they can to kind of push this, force it into the late game.
Oh, that's an important kill if they can get it. Shark. The Bulwark comes out. Shark always there in the nick of time, but here comes Zayn, sliding out from the side, picking up the kill. Hoon dropping down the road manipulation. Best player trying to get the finish, pops the decimation, able to secure it, and now Joybaj hiding out under the tower. ISO looking for a finish here, but I would say taking out that gold lane, that's kind of huge this early in the game.
Yeah, they need to do that, right? Put focus where they can. You can see the response, though. They're right on point. Wherever Outplay is, there's BTK. Wherever BTK is, there's Outplay. They know each other. Just like they mentioned in the video, man, they were ex-teammates for some of them. And how this all plays out here, it's showing in this series. And now as things kind of unfold, right? We've already got past that kind of early stage. The second turtle's still under a minute away. There's that item pickup. Hoon is now locked in with Ice Queen 1. This is where things got kind of dicey, right? The previous game. And it's something that BTK has to be conscious of. They can't get caught under that CC, especially because Hoon's running in pure rage, right? He's going to be looking to poke down, keep getting that mana back, keep poking people, slowing them down, and the follow-up is there. Shark earlier had a great Numion Blast. It was three, maybe 4 people. Can BTK disrupt that? That's what Yato should be doing. He should be on the hunt for that as they set up for those objectives.
Yeah.
Second, big pick on a Shark there, brings it down to about half health. Numion Blast, Yato the flicker. Down goes Shark, finally finding that kill. Hoon though, brings out the world manipulation. Yato will be able to get away from this, but Basic wants to try to fight it out. Yato with the re-engage. Looking for the Terrify. It lands. Basic brought down very low. ISO flickers in, looking for the finish. Not able to get it. Back down at the turtle pit. A little bit more action. Mobazain gonna get pushed away once again. Down to about half health, but here comes T. Maybe looking for the Petrify. Hasn't used it just yet. Best player able to find Mobazain. T pops the Petrify. Looking for best player here. Joybaj also here as well. Numion Blast doesn't connect. They sense it coming. They pop the flicker, but still the position of this turtle goes to Outplay.
Yeah, it's going to be a clean pickup for Outplay. Yato not going to be able to do too much to kind of reply to it. You see their best player going ahead and picking it up. And we were talking before about a T, and that's going to have to be the answer for Hoon as we start moving into a lot of these objectives, a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, again, you know, that's the assignment here. T has to be able to find Hoon as things go into the game. Yes, he has that 1 death. He doesn't have any kills, but it's more on that utility of the Eve, the fact that you set up that RWM, you work with that Ice Queen 1, you get the slows out, and it just sets things up, because whether it's Shark, whether it's Hoon finding that, you need to have an answer, right? And yes, Martis, he's tough to handle with, because the way that kit works, he's 3-0 by the way, so he's decimating all over BTK right now. Let's see how this plays out. There's a lot of action here being set up.
Yeah, they really want ISO here. Quick note to show, 3-3 in the games, 3-3 in kills on the board. Somebody's got to break this down and change it up.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom, Mobazane trying to ward off a little bit of this pressure that's coming up on top. And we do see the Golden Staff being picked up for ISO.
It's going to be big. It's going to be very important at this point. Looks like we're trying to make a play on the mid side. Best player going to get pulled in. Shouldn't be able to get away from this, but he has been slippery in the past. But no, not today. ISO with the shutdown.
That's what they needed, right? BTK had to make a pick somewhere. They have the tools to do it, and they made a good play there in the mid lane. They are going to trade a little bit, right? Turret is now down. Outplay gets that first one. BTK has to also be conscious of the space around the map. That mid is almost down. If they can get that down, hopefully work around it. The next turtle comes up here. It's going to be the third one of the game. If BTK can secure themselves the space they need, contest the turtle, grab it, they're in a good position, again, to go back and forth for this game number 7.
Yeah, and that's going to be the amazing thing here. We were talking about it. We have 6 seconds left on the turtle, but every single time BTK is able to shut them down, able to slow them down, it's working against OP as this moves more into the later game where they can start doing things here like being able to shut down Hoon.
Yato, speaking of Hoon, he's trying to get the shutdown, but he's in a bad spot.
Oh, no.
Gonna get hit by that road manipulation, and Hoon finds him instead. Another turtle down about half health. Promise gonna keep Mobazane at bay here. Best player able to secure it, take it from him. Wait a second. Promise looking for a play to happen. Joybaj is in the realm of things. They pull him right in the Numion blast. Mobazane's still up though. ISO now involved. Brings out the speedy light wheel, but T goes down anyways. Now Shark gets the stun. Outplay pushing back, looking to take this tower. They're gonna break it down, and the next target is the BTK.
And this is what we were talking about, that early game pressure from Outplay, and Bloodthirsty Kings are just not able to answer it, and you can't always bank on a mistake from them. And right now, the choke continues for BTK. They're starting to tighten this, is Outplay.
Let's look at the bright side. BTK, ISO hasn't died. He's got a couple kills on his belt. They might make a play up here.
And they keep on feeding ISO. Promise hits a split, should be able to get away here. Terrified, but still, if we notice, if we look at things, they've been sacrificing a lot, but it's all funneling into ISO. Does that have value though, Private?
No.
Wait a second, no, T. In a bad spot, caught up in a road manipulation. Best player with the decimation, able to get the finish. Mobazane's here, taunts him up, locks him up under the tower, but the tower still goes down. Zane in a little bit of trouble, brought down to about 20%. Shard tries to get the Numion, and it lands onto Zane. Basic picks it up. That's a 2-for-0 trade over to Outplay.
Yeah, and just when they were able to take a tower up at top, OP answers with 2 towers of their own and some kills in the bank for them as well. 7-4 and 3K gold lead for Outplay.
Right now, Outplay is just doing what they have to do all across the board. And as time goes on, again, this is only 10 minutes in the game, BTK might look to actually contest that first Lord. It might even be better if they just let it go and defend. ISO's all, like, going back to the point, ISO's doing okay. He's got the kills. He hasn't gone down. If they can get a pick off, going for Promise.
Petrified, stunned up, but he's so bulky. And the split comes in clutch every time.
That's my point. They did this just a couple minutes ago. They invested a lot on Promise, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but they still have something up their sleeve. Yato drops down the Numion blast. Hoon still keeping that real manipulation up. Promise finally going low. T looking for it, gets knocked up. The Numion returns, the T goes down. Joybaj now on the run here. The Lord should be in the hands of Outplay.
Nice to put it out there that they were baiting out a lot of these abilities. BTK kind of Promise doing such a great job of forcing his way into the back line and just taking all the abilities he can, which opens it up for Shark, which opens it up for Basic to kind of pull back and reply.
We're back to familiar territory here. BTK on the defense. They've made it happen before. Again, it's only the first Lord. They should be able to make quick work of it. There's a pull.
Pulling best player. A little bit of damage is coming from ISO. Shark brings out the Bulwark Shield. Luckily, the Numion blast does get stopped. Yato's got one of his own up his sleeve. Brings it down on top of Promise. And Promise finally falls. And mortality does come from best player. Will be able to get away. Basic drops the torn apart memories, but doesn't find it anyway. Yato does finally drop. Basic starting to pick up some pieces here.
Yeah, starting to try to get the maximum amount of value out of this non-luminous Lord. They do have the mid pushing. Here comes the Black Dragon.
Yeah, into the backside, gets the Petrify, looking for Basic, trying to get the kill on the run. Mobazane drops that Wrath, and 3 members have fallen for Outplay. Another beautiful defense. ISO almost caught up in that world manipulation, but will get away.
Kind of holding this at a 3K gold in shades of that last game that we were seeing where BTK on the defense really answering the call when the pressure is on.
Right there is exactly what Outplay has to watch out for, right? The game's going to go on here. ISO is probably the biggest hope for BTK. Other than that, T, as he gets a little bit more tanky, it's going to work out for him, right? He has had a couple deaths where he has to do it, right? Someone has to do it. It can't always be Zane, because Zane has to be there, especially as we get towards these crucial Lord takes. Mobazane has to be alive to fight for this. They get the tier 1 in the mid lane to work around with some space on the map. BTK, though, they're showing fight. They're not going to let this one go. Outplay still has work cut out for them.
Yeah, and little by little, you can see this lead starting to dwindle away. Just about a 2K gold lead for Outplay, and they need to have an answer, and they need to have an answer soon.
Yeah, if they go for Promise here, we're looking at Outplay hiding out in this bush. They're waiting for the play. They're waiting for that Conceal to come in, and that's what I'm a little bit excited for. They do finally pop their face. Here comes Conceal. Shark looking for someone, looking for the Hunt. Not able to lock on to T there. Numion Blast comes out for the Black Dragon, able to nullify it. Now BTK looking for the bite back, looking for the strike back, trying to bring the fight back. Conceal play comes out. Yato here, able to pull a Numion Blast for himself, and down to the bot side, they might just take some damage onto this tower.
That Conceal, they're just saying hi, right? They're not going to commit to it just yet, because no one wants to go down. Oh, Joy Botch. Oh, okay. He's all right. He's showing he's all right. He's got the recalls out, too. He's like, just kidding. No. There it is. I love that you can speak with the emotes, by the way. So now, all this, once again, you don't want to go down before this next Lord. It looks like BTK also wants to fight for this one.
Oh! Watch for Shark. He's still keeping his distance. That's the perfect bush for a Lolita.
Yeah, perfect push there. And Best Player already bursted down there. You can see the speedy light wheel starting to come online for BTK. We were talking about it as we start moving later and later. This might be the last Lord for the side of Outplay. They need to maximize what they can do with it.
And right now, it feels like a 50-50, even though Outplay has a 2K gold lead. Zane does get stunned. Numion Blast about to land. Zane in the midst of it. They try to change pace, but no, they're still on a Zane. He's down about 20. Everyone does get out of the room of manipulation, but Basic still finds Zane. Promise on top of Yato, taking him for a ride. Promise might go down here. It's 1-for-1 currently. Does BTK want to respond here? Best Player should be able to get this Lord. Still got to keep our eyes on ISO. 3-0 and 3. They might try to go for something.
Yeah, they might. I mean, great target focus by Outplay there, because it took down the Retry to be able to go ahead and get that.
Joy Baj able to get the Divine Judgment. Numion Blast! Yato blasted away. In comes the concealed play. Joy Baj in a very bad spot. Will get stunned, taken out. It's 3 members of BTK down, and the Lord is coming. ISO!
Oh!
That's bad. This is rough. He has to use the speedy light wheel just to get away, and that's another utility gone.
Yeah, we were talking about this, baiting out some of those abilities, but here now it does feel like BTK, the pressure is on, and they need to calm down. They need to be able to reset. This is where they're supposed to be shining. This is where they want to be in the game, but now a Luminous Lord barreling down the mid lane.
Tough situation to be in, familiar territory for BTK. Can they do it like they've done before? Holding on here, they gotta get away. Shark!
Not if that Numion Blast lands, luckily it doesn't. Mobazane able to move in, Best Player getting that grab onto them. BTK still defending, Lord down about 20%, should be able to melt it, but the inhibitor still goes down. BTK backs against the wall. Shark able to get stunned onto Mobazane there. They're trying to work their way onto this top inhibitor. OP doesn't want to give it up just yet, but I think this is the perfect time too.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier. ISO still deathless, 3-0-3. If they're gonna mount a comeback, it's gonna be on the back of ISO.
Oh, they're going in.
Does have that Numion Blast. I'm waiting for him to use it. They crack through another inhibitor. Basic able to secure it. Down to the bot side. OP making their rounds. That's 3 base turrets down. BTK, can they defy the odds?
Again, they've got to do it here. Almost 6K behind, no base turrets available. What is going to turn it around for them, right? This is one of the big things is, like you mentioned, Traxiato, does he land? Does he take that Nuno Blast? Does he take the real world manipulation? Which is going to work better for the situation, and all the while dodging these setups that Outplay is looking for here. It really comes down to even the conceal plays. Can they get a numbers advantage? That would be crucial for BTK to turn things around once again, but does OP even make that mistake? Their positioning has been on point so far. They're forcing BTK to stay together, to keep ISO farming and farming and farming up. He's already got the immortality. He has that flicker available to him, but once those are expended, once those are gone, is that follow-up there? Is it enough? And that's where it comes down to just a team effort for BTK.
And it's going to come down to not getting caught for BTK. I feel like when it comes to these clashes, especially at the 17-minute mark, if we're talking about a 5v5, I feel like that can be in BTK's favor. They just can't lose that early player to a bad rotation, to getting caught out there.
This is the thing. For Shark, we have something in the Philippines that's called sidestep Numen on Blast. A caster over there, Manjin, he called it out, and that might be what happens here, because Shark did it earlier in the game, and if it happens, BTK is in trouble. Can they counterplay around that? That's Yato. So hopefully Yato is able to utilize the Numen Blast he's holding on to now, because it's going to come down to that from both of them. This is crucial. Lord going to be worked on. Could possibly be the last one of this game number 7. Both teams taking it easy. T parking himself in the base there. Promise putting the pressure there. Might be looking to come from the back.
And right when he gets on top of Yato, OP wants to strike once again. Down comes real manipulation. Down goes Yato. Joybaj down about half health. They've closed in. The immortality pops. And Joybaj is out of here. It's 2 for 5. I mean, it's 2 for 0. 5 man on Outplay still stand. They might not even go for this Lord. They got a large wave of minions coming from the bottom. BTK has a bit of defense, though.
As we've been seeing from Outplay, attacking from different angles. Going to keep that pressure up on the base while they have best player down, taking this Lord. And this is going to keep the continual pressure onto BTK.
All right, all eyes on ISO. Can he make the play to save the day here? Basic focusing in onto the base. Nice petrify, but the Numen Blast is here. The flicker, the sidestep, the stun. Mobazane, immortality pops. Can he get away? No. Basic able to secure it. Promise does go down though. ISO, immortality pops. BTK defending with all they can. They're able to last another one, but in about 10 seconds, the Lord will be knocking on the door.
Valiant effort. BTK holds on to the base, but again, that was the 4 versus 5. The whole time, best player, he's like, you know, if you guys got it, you got it. If you don't, we got the Lord now. So there's no time for BTK to breathe. They have to recalibrate, let Mobazane get back alive and defend once again. They have no turrets here holding on in their base. BTK, question was, can they defy the odds? This is going to be it.
Yeah, it's do or die time. Luminous Lord looming into mid. 3 games apiece, and this is the one that decides it.
All right, it's all on ISO here, right? 3-0-4, we've been talking about him all game. Can he do something that really matters? And I mean really matters. They do melt down the Lord. They do it quickly. OP not going to be able to finish this just yet as long as BTK doesn't make any big mistakes.
Yep. Yato's also got the Numen Blast here. Again, he does not have the flicker available. Shark's going to have it in a little bit, so both sides pretty even here. They battle it out.
Moon drops down, the real manipulation. Maybe a little bit too early there. All BTK wants to do right now is clear these minions. They don't want the fight just yet. OP's gonna have to bring it to them. Best player dancing in, out, T up to the top side, trying to clear out these waves. Once again, BTK just needs to defend. OP backing off.
Here we go.
The dance.
The dance.
A much different engagement there at the base that we saw from OP. Very careful, very surgical back and forth there, making sure that they're not putting themselves in harm's way, because we know how BTK can be with a defense.
Well, right now, I think this is just, again, going back to it. We got about a minute for that next Lord to come up, and that will be the 4th one of the game. If you guys remember before, it took down to 5, right? 5 Lords. And so far, I mean, even gold-wise, things aren't too crazy. Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there, but still, BTK doing an amazing job. ISO, once again, he is pretty much online on this carry. They just got to watch out for this. Promise.
Pull on a Promise. Speedy Lightwheel comes out, not able to get the finish. Shark looking for something. Numion Blast. Sidestep! Zane caught off T in the midst of it as well, but here comes Yato with the return. Not able to capitalize on it, though. Promise does go down. BTK backing off. 1-for-0 trade. BTK able to hang in here.
Yeah, Naisu was talking about that sidestep. It came out there, shocked, surprised Zane, but still able to find a kill.
Sidestep, Numion Blast. That's how it goes.
He's the right in on him.
For any of the viewers that recognize that, that is a call from Van Gene, and now Shark is doing it. But T,
he's in a bad spot. Gonna get stunned up in the boss side. Should be able to get.
Oh no!
Has the immortality though, but still another big utility gone. Yato hunting for that Numion Blast right now. You can tell the way when he's stepping around. He's looking for an ult that matters. Lord getting brought down to about 70%. They're gonna keep this going. Best player looking for something. Joybaj as well. ISO holding the distance. But the thing is T has to stay in that bottom lane. He can't let anyone come in. He doesn't want to waste any time.
It's going to come down to this Retribution battle if they continue this. Less than half health here. Mobazane versus best player. There's the conceal.
Ooh, Numion Blast return though. Yato looking for the stun. Mobazane still has control of the Lord Pit. It finally gets reset. Shark trying to bring it down. Doesn't land. Promise. Pulls on top of Mobazane here.
T.
Finally leaving. Joybaj though. Wait. That's a lot of damage. Gonna go down here. And here comes the dragon. Gonna back him off. This could be this Lord for BTK, but watch for best player. Coming around the wall here. Shark as well with the Bulwark. It's still a 50-50. Promise in the bush. Trying to come into the backside. ISO there as well, but he doesn't have a speedy Lightwheel. Not going to be able to output too much damage just yet. Who's going to take this? Best player. Going to get pushed away. Shark very low as well. Forced to go back to base. ISO on the best player, but Basics on the base. They got to stop him. They got to stop him. Basic goes down. The stun. That's it. So close on the thread. That's how they live. Now it's still on the Lord. Promise trying to slow him down, but Mobazane won't let it happen. That's the first Lord of this game for BTK.
BTK coming back here on the side with minions at their crystal, able to pick up the Lord, and now the favor finally turning to them.
This was the question. Can BTK do it again? Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Numion flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants a return though. Joybaj, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No. Wait. 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But that is it. They said 99.9%. Well, today BTK is 0.01.
The Bloodthirsty Kings defying the odds. Game number 7 in the grand finals of NACT. What a series.
The emotion here in the HyperX Arena. You can see there the celebration by BTK against all odds. Not the greatest season for them, but when it counted here at the grand finals, BTK came to deliver.
BTK. What a series here at the NACT Grand Finals, HyperX Arena, Las Vegas. Nobody in the world could have asked for more than this, Naisu.
Man, I have seen some Mobile Legends Bang Bang in my time. And this is one of the best series that I have seen here going the distance. And we came into this with a lot of tension. That's showing now on the screen. BTK feeling good as they should. Because, man, again, you got to say, same thing. They worked from that deficit. It was massive, and they hold on time and time again. How do they do it? That's the question. Wow, what a series, what a game.
Yeah, an amazing game. We were talking about it, how well they can kind of come from behind and still the heart of a lion from BTK there. Never, always with the focus on it and still able to kind of come back. Even like we said, with that last Lord there, minions knocking on the door, even with the split push incoming as well.
I don't even know, man.
It's a little different from last time's last NACT
A little
Grand
different from
Finals.
every NACT Grand Finals. A little different than a lot of games we see. But today, BTK are crowned the champions. You know, we've been seeing that name a lot for the past 2 years. It fell off for a little bit. We had the Valley, dude. But now, BTK has returned to claim the throne. A couple new faces, but here they are, America. Your crowned champions.
Man, that is, and again, you got to give it up for Outplay. They tried their best. Again, the favorite for a lot of people coming into this grand final, having an amazing season. It was just a game, a series here again. Let's look at the stats real quick. Private, take us through this.
I mean, we were talking about it, man. Just a complete domination for OP, especially at the beginning here. But, I mean, 0-5-7 there for Promise, having a little bit of trouble on that glue, trying to get in with these initiations. But the story of it for BTK, we were talking about it. Down and out, but ISO, maintaining that composure and coming in at the end there to kind of unleash on OP.
Whew, I mean, looking at the stats here, you know, that's the series, though. Like, the majority of the series, it was this back and forth between two amazing teams. But one thing that really sticks out to me is just, again, tenacity of BTK here. Let's actually throw it over to Dave with BTK on stage. Dave, take it away.
All right, guys, I think everyone in the arena felt the emotion. I don't know what to say. Now, I want to interview Zane, but I want to get to Bodge. Bodge, I saw you just now. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I didn't expect we won my idol Shark. I'm so fucking nervous. And then we got this BTK!
I think you guys proved everyone wrong. Zane, the next one interview, you come in today with a lot of pressure on your shoulder, right? 1 versus 4, you always say it. Tonight, do you still feel it's 1 versus 4? It's a team effort.
Of course not. It's never been a 1v4. But the fact that these 4 players who have never stepped foot in a tournament in their lives have come and beat 3, 5th place in M4 is an insane achievement.
Guys, let's hear it once again. This guy's throat is done for BTK. All right, I think I want to interview one more person, T. Now, you played on the side lane. You went against Promise today. I think you did a lot. Everybody saw it. T did fantastic. So, is there anything you want to say to your fans for BTK?
Thank you for supporting us, and more to come in the future.
All right, guys. Now we have a special guest tonight. I know the player had a lot to say, but we have a special guest from IESF. This team is going to MSC, but also going to IESF, and the organization that made it happen. Please welcome to the stage the executive director from IESF. Let's hear it. This is Gerald Solomon. Let's give another round of applause for our wonderful, wonderful youth.
Congratulations to you guys. What a terrific, terrific match. You know, you never want to see anyone who loses. No one lost today, but we have great winners here. So congratulations to all of you. As I said, I'm Gerald Solomon. I'm the executive director of the United States Esports Federation and part of what's called NACT. And the winners here today are going to be coming with us to the World Championships in Iași, Romania in August. So congratulations and look forward to that. And I want to give special thanks to a couple of people here. First and foremost, to eStars and the producers of this incredibly wonderful event. David and your team, you did a superb job. Congratulations. And then lastly, to the publishers, the people who make all of this possible, Melanie and the folks at Moonton, thank you for producing and putting together one of the most incredible titles in the world, MLBB. Melanie, thank you so much. And to all of you at Moonton. And we at NACF and USEF look forward over the next year or two. Our goal and our responsibility in partnership with Moonton is to take MLBB and make it the #1 title in play in esports throughout the United States. That's our goal. And we will be looking to all of you for your support and your help as we go ahead and launch what will be an incredible fall season and a spring season in next year. So to all of you, thank you for being here. And now it's time for us to give out all of the awards.
Yes, please. Let's hear it again for BTK. All right, guys, one more time. Let me hear you for the final photo with our wonderful guest, Gerald Solomon. Let's go. All right. Let's go. All right, great. Again, thank you so much. All right, guys. You know what time it is? Zane, BTK, it's time to hoist the trophy. Whenever you guys ready. It's heavy. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Spring Champion is BloodThirsty Kings. All right, back to the caster's desk.
BTK, we're rooting with them. But again, what a series, just everything unfolding from game 1 to game 7 there. We're gonna take a look at the replay again for game number 7, how it kind of all unfolded. And that's the thing, this was, again, in a way, the comeback here, right? This is the series replay. This was back from game number 3, and just take us through this, Private.
Yeah, BTK was up 2-1 here, and we had seen that they were struggling a bit there. Promise did get did die there, but I mean, it was such an amazing performance by them, especially with how well they were able to play from behind.
Now, game 5, this is when Outplay starts to come back a little bit. I mean, just for a second we were wondering about it, but first, before that, BTK, this is right before halftime right here, right? This is when they are finishing things up, making a huge statement. Nobody thought we were going to go into halftime 3-1, but they did it, Naisu.
And, you know, now, yeah, here we're at game 5 again, painting the picture of the series. This was Shark's monster hooks, you know, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. We thought maybe we'd see the Franco again, but it was, you know, it was taken out of the picture, and it was great drafting. This is the thing, right? 7 games in, yes, this is only game number 5 at this point, but 7 games in, these teams knew how to deal with it. This was the amazing defense time after time, and it just proved, I mean, even Joybotch, looking at Joybotch, this was his like redemption game, right? Yeah, he struggled a little bit on the Conjure in the first game, but overall, he made up for it in this series. And as we go forward, you know, game 6, this is what brought us to that 3-3. This is where Outplay tied us, and it was a fight back and forth.
Yeah, learning from their mistakes, they decided to kind of keep on and not make those same mistakes they did during the defense for BTK, pushed in hard and were able to secure that victory to go ahead and tie it and bring us to that amazing Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was 50-50 the whole way through this series, back and forth, punch for punch, blow for blow, and even here in this final game, BTK was on the edge, no inhibitors, nothing. People were calling it a wrap, they were going to sleep, they were turning off the live stream, but they missed out because BTK turns things around in some of these final plays here.
I don't know what it is. Like, if fully exposed base is like a passive buff for BTK, but it worked out, you know. And again, there they are with the esteemed medals that'll take them to IESF, and of course the trophy. They've got MSC to look forward to. Here's the final stats, right? This is an accumulation of pretty much everything here. Private, anything that stands out.
I mean, we were talking about this before. It's the exact same thing where the stats favor OP, but it's that lion heart to survive from BTK, not going down without a fight, continuing to burn on that candle, and then igniting toward the end of the games.
Well, maybe that damage per gold stat was actually very important, because this is the one that BTK did come out on top. They took more deaths. They really had a hard time through this series, but in the end, they were able to pack the punch with what they had.
Yeah, and you know, this is a journey. This has been a trip here. We're going to take a look at just how far, you know, it's been. Again, this has been, what, few months at this point. Let's take a look. This is the double elimination at that point. At that point, we had Outplay, you know, we had Outplay, the Empire, Bloodthirsty Kings, Ackerman, and then they moved on. That was the top 4. It was sweeps. That's why coming into this, so many people looked to Outplay, and they were saying, hey, they're going to sweep BTK, right? BTK had a little bit of a rougher road throughout the season up to this point, and then they brought us to this amazing series, the 7-game series, and ended up winning, becoming champions, right? So that is the amazing journey that led us to here. Also, we are going to be announcing the MVP for this series. And there we go. It's going to be congratulations to Yato for winning the series MVP here. Most valuable player. Again, he had his work cut out for him. I know you guys mentioned this a lot too up to this point, seeing his improvement and the way that he brought just that gameplay, that refined gameplay here for the series.
You know, Yato's come a long way, I have to say. You know, in the past, he wasn't old enough to even compete for M3 qualifier. You know, he was always kind of left out when all the teams started grouping up. But here today, in the 2023 NACT spring season, this rookie, this kid that used to play on other teams, the ones that everyone was hating on in the beginning of the season, able to secure the MVP.
Yeah, amazing too, and especially with that last game, able to kind of using that Numenon blast from Shark, almost better than him, especially to kind of help secure when it came to the final push.
Great points, and before we say goodbye, let's welcome Steph Weezy and Eunice back here with us, the amazing casters for NACT Grand Finals. I want to say thank you, of course, to Moontun and everyone from NA. Thank you guys for inviting me from the Philippines over here. It's been a pleasure. It's been amazing. I know you guys had fun. I had fun. Thank you so much to all the viewers around the world watching and everybody in the live audience as well. Thank you guys. We can't wait to see you guys again. Take care. We'll see you in the next season.
NACT.